Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of the Layout Design and Operations weekend. We're sitting here at this control table with all this video stuff. And it should be really, I think I'm muted, but I don't know that. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't see my microphone moving.
5 minutes out.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is, it says internal microphone. Okay, sorry about that. What I was trying to say is we're going to get started here in about 4 minutes, and stay tuned and enjoy yourselves. You're welcome to have your own discussions in our text here, but as advertised, we're not doing any questions and answers through YouTube. This is all for the registered attendees here. But anyway, we have a great program and hope you enjoy it. We'll be right back.
Now it is? Okay, well, works better with the switch on. It's important troubleshooting. All right. I'd like to welcome you to the clinic and panel part of our 2022 Bay Area PCR SIG Meet. I guess the most important thing here is we're very pleased to be back at the Santa Clara Depot South Bay Historical Society and really appreciate the society. And let's see who's here. Ed Thalen, Jack Monash, John Wiley, Giovanni Rossi, and Ben Harp from the society who are helping. And we're going to have a credit slide here, so a lot of people participated, some virtually, some live, and I'll try and recognize everybody throughout the day. But we want to really express our appreciation to the depot. It's a great location. We outgrew it for a few years. Its only drawback had been wasn't the most pleasant place to be in inclement weather, but happily the committee has booked us some great weather too, and it's going to be a very nice day here in the depot. We also have trains coming by because it is adjacent to an active rail line, and so you'll be hearing some rumbling and noise at about the 18 and 25 minute after the hour mark, and we do have a cam set up, so you should be able to see the action if you're remote right there. so let's see here. What else? Just a few acknowledgments real quickly. Our registration staff, led by Dave Adams. Bruce Morden will be doing our panel discussion. Mike O'Dorney, our layout design challenge. And Cliff Linton has stepped up to handle the clinics and will actually be emceeing the clinic portion of the show. What else did I want to tell you? Oh, introduce myself. I'm Seth Neumann. I've been the coordinator of the SIG Meet since 2001, somewhere. So anyhow, it's always a pleasure. It's great to be back in the depot, see some of our friends who visit us in person every year. And I have to say I was very, very pleased to see the online turnout yesterday. We had a total of 78 people ranging from, I guess, as far west as Victoria, Australia, to as far east as Plymouth and Orkney in the UK. So about a third of the people attending yesterday were not anywhere remotely close to the Bay Area, and it's wonderful to be able to share what we've got with the, with a global audience, if you will. So with that, one more note for the local people. When you're inside, you must be masked. The refreshments are outside. So if you're, you want to drink or eat, feel free, but do it outside and mask up when you come back. With that, Cliff, you want to introduce our first presenter?
Good morning, everybody. Great to see you here in beautiful Santa Clara. My name's Cliff Linton, and I'm helping organize the clinics. I'd like to introduce our first clinician today. His name is Jim Radkey. Jim is originally from a place called Park Forest, Illinois, which is in the suburbs south of Chicago. It turned out it was a terminus on the Illinois Central commuter line, where his father conveniently worked for the same railroad. And one interesting thing, a couple of interesting things about Jim is he models today in HO, but actually started in N scale. He's from the south side of Chicago, which means he should be a White Sox fan, but oddly enough is a Cubs fan. I can't explain that one. Where did he go wrong? He took a break from modeling, joined the Marines, went to college, and eventually settled in the Bay Area. He came back to the hobby in 1999. Basically, when his daughter Allison was born, maybe he just needed to have something to divert him from all the raising of kids. And it was at that time that the Pink Lady subdivision was born, and I will let him explain a lot more about his layout. And thank you very much for being here today, Jim.
Okay, so Hilding, I guess you're going to make this thing come to life, or do I have to click something? Okay, today I'm going to tell you about the BNSF Pink Lady subdivision, my current dreams, and a few mulligans. Okay, and there's the first mulligan. All right. Hold on, we've got a different display up here, Hilding. I'm sure it's one of these.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I hit the plus and the minus button.
That's part of the problem. You gotta hit that guy right there.
Oh, there's a piece of nice orange tape on here that we never know what the red means.
So just hit the red.
Hit that one. There we go. Well, as I said, there's more than a few mulligans here. We were talking about this outside and how we always get kind of stuck in trying to do the best thing. And so what we need to do is we need to just start. Well, here's what happened with me. I grew up outside of Chicago. My dad worked for the IC for 45 years. Turns out his best years of the IC were laying people off when they were going through everything else. My first train was a hand-me-down between my 3 brothers and my 1 sister. My first HO train was a B&O train, and I'm pretty sure that was bought by my mother, not my father. My next step was N-scale railroad because it would fit under my bed. That didn't last too long because here came girls, sports, and girls. 30 years later, after a career in the Marines and college, came fatherhood and model railroading. You can see that this is my daughter Allison, who is 22 now, and my son Ryan, who is 18. And my daughter on the left is standing on my staging yard that has not been created yet. And when they're together up there on top, they're testing out the weight of the bench work on my upper level, which later became Sergeant's Hill. So when I came into this hobby, I had to find a place to build. The wife agreed that a layout hanging over the dining room table was cool. Yeah, she's a keeper. And thank goodness it never happened because it was a bad idea, and especially if I wanted to be kept. The garage carriage house was a better choice. It was 17 by 21. Unfortunately, it was built in 1923, and nobody had ever touched it since then. It needed a lot of work. I learned how to lay foundation. I learned how to do concrete work. I learned how to do sheetrock. All those things that I never, ever want to do again. It took me a year to get that house ready to go, or that room ready to go. And a year later, I could do some bench work. First layout was a continuous running layout. I didn't know what that meant until I found other model railroaders. It had 2 tracks, so I could run 2 trains. It had 2 double crossovers, never got wired. It was based on the Tehachapi Loop, which has no industries in it whatsoever. It had 2 helixes on either side of the doorway to get over it. It did not survive after my first op session on the Santa Cruz Northern with Jim Providenza and crew. Thank God I met them. I found out what the Sawzall really can do. It was very therapeutic. The second layout was a point-to-point, based loosely on the Feather River, which oddly enough has no industries either. It had 2 staging areas, 5 loops on each end for self-staging. A yard in the middle. Well, it looked like a yard. You can't wait till you see the picture. It had a helix. Let's operate. We did. Here's a first operating crew. You can see that there's a couple people that you recognize here. Does the mouse work on this? Yeah, I'm moving the mouse, and it's not showing up. Anyway, you recognize a few people there. Many of them are still in the hobby. Unfortunately, John Marshall in the front there has long since passed. We were talking about Les Olstead on the right there, and I haven't seen him in years, but you recognize Seth and David Parks, probably Andy Schnurr, Bob Himmer, Pat LaTorres. They're all younger now, or younger in this picture anyway, older now, and Bob Jacobson in there. When they said they were going to come to my first op session, I really started to have heart problems. I was thinking, here are all these boomers that know what they're doing with railroading, and they're coming to my house. I didn't sleep that night. I was still filling out waybills when people showed up. They asked what they could do to help, and I told them start filling out waybills. All right. So we got together, we operated. And the reason I chose this picture, this is a second session here with Bob Jacobson giving that professor look at the train there. A funny thing happened on the way that I had the layout designed. 3 trains came to a meet where there was a switching yard or a switching siding that was just way too short for it. And Bob looked at me and he said, I know what to do. He took a 30-car train and jammed it in all the sidings and things along the way and came up with a great solution. The funny thing about it was, by the next part of the session, about 2 hours later, the same thing happened again, and Jake just looked at it and said, I got it. That was a really fun time. When we were done, we had lunch, and they all kept telling me things that I needed to change. Well, I stopped making notes about the things I needed to change when I think it hit about 100. And unfortunately, the list has only gotten longer over 20 years. It's never gotten shorter. All right, so we held over 60 operating sessions on the Pink Lady. We had a lot of fun. Well, I had a lot of fun. I hope they did. They kept coming back. I would go ahead and send out a crew call, and within about 8 to 10 hours, it would be full. So that kind of tells you're on the right track, or we have a bunch of insane people in the Bay Area. The aisles were narrow and crowded. You can see that this is, you know, everybody in there having a good time. Showers were required. There was dispatching. You see Micro K out there having a great time in my backyard. You see Seth having a great time in the backyard. I'm not sure, Seth, that this was the day that there was an ice storm right before we had the session. It was very cold out there. He actually asked for a space heater one time he came up there to operate. And then you see that here's Bill Sorensen down there in the Modern office. We rebuilt the house. What you will notice up there where Micro K is in the picture on the left is there is a blue tarp right there. So that tells me this was during the Sacramento convention because the house is under construction. You see there's no back porch up there. The house is gutted and there's nothing inside. Under that blue tarp is all of our furniture. We are waiting to get back in and occupy the house. There was a duct anyone for 5'7", and Jake looked at that and he asked me one day, he said, hey, can we fix that? And he brought in a bunch of steel tubing, and we sat there with a welding iron, and somebody was holding a fire extinguisher. It was a very enlightening evening. We put some steel in it, and it made it so that you could get under it with 6'1". That is the passage across the top to my upper staging, by the way. And you notice the aisles were crowded. How do you like the clipboard sitting up there on that shelf? That is a shelf to hold lights. So this was definitely, we're sticking this thing together. I went to buy some plywood, and this was a piece of thin plywood that was used to put on top of the plywood to protect it. And I asked the guy, can I have that? And he said, sure. And he gave me like 4 of them. Man, they lasted about 5 years. Here's some other Bay Area operators. There was no place to set anything, which is one of the things I wanted to fix. The aisles were really crowded. You can see it was like shifting from the right side to the left side. This must have been during a convention because we see a lot of East Coast guys in this one. And then there's also Breezy up there, which also just waited for him to say, this sucks, and walk off, but he never does. He's a great guy. And then there's this guy, which we all know. Bruce didn't care. He always had fun, no matter where we were. We did it during a convention with a generator and a porta potty. People asked, how do we know where to show up? And I said, look for the porta potty with all the debris in the front yard. Found out I had really great neighbors because you can see the neighbor's house is right there. They didn't complain. They just said, how's things going? It was fantastic. So desired fixes of the layout: wider aisles, more distance between towns, better access to staging. Take the grade out between Otis Yard and Rogers, which was at 3% or plus. If something came uncoupled, boy, it was a runaway. Make work spaces not overlap. It was fun to see the operators elbowing each other to get in there and make a cut. So, but that had to leave. Bring the Pink Lady mine to the lower level. This is questionable. This is the only thing that I have not been able to successfully do. And continuous following so that you're always in front of your trade and you never have to run back to the other side of the aisle. Almost made all these come true. So first thing we had to build. It was always fun. When you put something out there, people show up. You see these trusses. Up in the upper right-hand corner is John Sutkus, who owned a steel company. So I really thought John was going to show up and kind of run the show and tell us what to do. Well, there's Mike Cohen down there with Jeff Rogers, and they're showing us that, you know, talking is the big part of model railroading, even though I wanted people to get to work. And then the guy down here on the bottom is my buddy David. He's a financial planner, and he shows up and he just takes over and starts telling everybody what to do, climbing up on the ladder. Excuse me, no reference to it, but kind of like a little monkey. He was all over this thing. And so we finally got it together. The fun part is the trusses there. You see those tie plates. I ordered them, and they came in from a place in South Carolina, and I put these things together in my backyard. I was pounding away on them with a 5-pound sledgehammer, trying to get them to go into the plywood. It was an exciting time, to say the least. So COVID hits. So it is time to take the old railroad and stop operating and go from 17 by 21 to 25 by 21. So you can see, as somebody pointed out, you didn't use the same color shingle. Somebody's going to know you built off there. I was like, okay, if they're looking at Google Earth, they're much more advanced than I am. So you can see how much the railroad built, or how much more space I gained. So here's the positives. I wanted to straighten out the yard leads, longer straight runs, no dueling operators, larger radius curve, one helix, not in a blob, 2 open blobs for industries. Staging is identical, which means the top and the bottom match, which was always a problem with the older railroad. Train following, storage and shelves. I get a cool town scene with maybe some running through the streets. Negatives, there is a helix. The Pink Lady Mine branch, we still don't know where it's going to go. Elevations without the helix, you know, getting from one place to the other. We had a great switching area called Rogers, and that's no longer. There is no switching for Rogers. The gate access across the door, we had to move Sergeant's Hill, which was not planned, which means that this rebuild will actually be about 80% versus 60%. There will be a gate lift out at the door. Okay, building standards. Now this is LDSIG, so I threw this in here just for fun. Open grid, L-girder bench work. I did a great job with L-girders before, and I found out that if you're putting a sheet of plywood on there, you really don't need to do that. So we've kind of kept it simple. Half-inch plywood with cork soap roadbed, code 83 track, 2% or less grades, which I found that you really have to pay attention to. 30-inch radius on the main line and the sidings, 24-inch in industrial sidings. I've found some number 8 switches at a train show, and so that's how they got thrown in there. They were Shinoharas, they were cheap, I bought them, and now I've got to use them. Number 6s, I am using an awful lot of old recycled track out of the old railroad. That's exciting because you have to file everything off, you have to clean it up, you have to take the paint off the rails. There's many things you must do to prepare it. Every switch now will be controlled by a tortoise. We're going to have 20-inch separation between levels and 12 inches in the staging. Okay. Well, this is what happened to the old railroad. We started piling everything up in the backyard, and finally the wife got a little upset and said, "Can you please get rid of that?" So we called 1-800-JUNK. And about $800 later, they had a huge truck full of all this stuff, and they hauled it away. Didn't think it was going to be that expensive, but they were great. And we actually called them twice, not just once. And then, of course, there's Jackhammer Radkey, as I told you. This is an old carriage house. You can see that this is my great concrete work here. When this thing was built, they actually laid the mud sill in the mud in 1923. When I got a hold of it, the mud sill was all but gone. It was rotted and gone. And there's a train going by. I'm not going to compete with it. Wish the door was open. So I went and I got a jackhammer. We sat out there, and I thought for sure, oh, you can't compete with that. I thought for sure the neighbors would complain by then because I'm out there with a jackhammer hammering away at it, trying to level the floor off. Excuse me? Well, I don't know. There's a train on there, not my slide, so. Okay, and there was a big level difference in there. You can see that I put a concrete cap on this already. And so I had to hammer it down so that it would be smooth. I found out that I'd need about 150 bags of concrete to fill this in. So I decided to make a couple of plywood additions to this. So I narrowed it down to about 40 bags of concrete I needed to fix this. So I started building the upper bench work, the upper bench work for staging. You can see on the picture on the right, all the stuff I've salvaged from the railroad. The boxes on the picture on the left are all of my railroad stock and engines and things are in boxes now, stacked up. So I started putting the upper staging together. I started on the floor, found out that my contractor had not made the concrete level when he poured it out there because of drainage things. So I decided to put it up on a sawhorse, tried to do that. And now this is all solo because this is during the time of COVID. Nobody's coming over, nobody's doing anything. Every once in a while I would ask my 16-year-old son to come out and give me a hand, or my wife. They gladly came out and helped me. Yes, you know that's not true. Okay, so to get this thing up, it has to go up to the ceiling. So I came up with a great idea of a pulley system. So I hooked all these pulleys up there, and you know what? I was amazed. It actually freaking worked. So we were able to pull it up high enough so that I could get my daughter and my wife and my son out there, and we could push this thing up all the time. Please notice the picture on the right. There is a doorway which leads to the outside, and that is where this thing needs to go above. I don't know if you can see it. There is a little black mark right above the doorway, and that's how high this thing needs to go. Now, I've got two model railroaders out there helping me shove this thing up, and they're all screaming, "Come on, put a screw in, put a screw in, hurry up." And so we shoved it up there, and we took it up to the mark, which I made that for the top of the elevation. Well, as we all know, when you're shoving something up from the ground, you can't see the top mark. So we shoved it up until that was up to the lower part. You can see the black mark below that little L bracket right there, and that was supposed to be the top of the staging. Well, you can see it's now the bottom of the staging. So we shoved it up there, everything went great. And if you're afraid of heights, this is going to be a fun place to get up to. And so that is what the upper staging looks like. It will hold over a 34-car train, and the lower staging is just as nice. So we won't have that problem of somebody shoving a train that's too big in there and keeping it over the switches. We did have an issue. I decided to run a train around up there, and I found out that it runs right into the post that we had just put up there to make this thing easy to get up there. So is my slide still showing when it does that? Okay, no answer from the crew over there. So anyway, I had to get up there, and you see that there is a post, a 4x4, holding it up on the left, and I just cut a piece out because that is not structurally part of what's going on. Now the train runs underneath it. So it was really kind of fun doing this all on my own, where you're sitting there going, oh, nuts. You know, I felt like taking the Sawzall to the building and throwing a match in there with a gallon of gasoline and going to a new hobby, like, you know, RC-controlled airplanes or something. Is it what? I'm sure it will now because I lowered it a little bit more since then, trying to bring it down. Because the big challenge is to make it from the lower level to the upper level. Okay, so this is what the lower staging looks like. And like I said, it's exactly a duplicate pretty much of what's above, except for the fact that the lower staging is 3 tracks on top of 3 tracks. I did that so I could get wider aisles, which is one of the big things that I really wanted for the operators. This is a comparison. The one on the left is the old staging. The one on the right is the new staging. You can see it goes in a nice teardrop. Somebody brought me back to reality. Carl came over to help me out. And I said, okay, it's on track 3. And he says, which one is track 3? Because there's 4 tracks. And if you look over there on the side, as it comes out, it does go 4 tracks. And I said, okay. So you have to remember it. You're much too close to what you're building when other people come over to see. And he had to bend down to see it too. Carl's about what, 6'4", 6'5"? And so here we're getting a little more advanced. I do have my 12 inches there. I think it turned out to be about 10. And you can see that this has got the second level of staging stacked up on top of it. It's worked out very nice. We've been running 30-car trains up and down through the helix that goes down into it. It's very exciting to get back to that part. If you look at the slide on the right, you will see the old railroad in the back. There is a big yard underneath the green fascia there, and that is Sarge Hill, which is now going to have to move to the wall to the right of it. Starting to clean up a little bit. It still doesn't have the plywood floors in there. I found out that I was tripping over the ledge. As we get older, we're not as flexible as we used to be. And I thought, okay, I can't invite anybody over until I fix this, because the first guy that stopped by tripped on the ledge. So I decided that I wasn't going to put anybody in the hospital. So we did some concrete work and put some plywood in there. You can see that I've got lots of extra stuff all over the place. One of the things I never thought of, what do you do with all this stuff that you have? It was amazing. Here's a picture of what it looks like now. It's got the 2 stages on it, and what you see on the top is the main line that comes out, which will go into Allison's Corner. It's working out very nicely. I decided to try something new and technical. I think many of the people that know me will laugh at this. I actually put some switch 8s in there. I have macros on my railroad. This should get a lot of the people in the Silicon Valley laughing at this one. I was amazed that I wired it up and they actually worked. Now if I could just remember what number the macro was for what track. The new helix. This is coming out of staging, and I used this method where I cut some pieces that were the same, and I don't think I'll ever try this again. If I did it again, I'd use thinner material and I would laminate them. We had troubles with where the hinges were and trying to keep it straight. So my buddy Bob Moore came up with the idea of putting something stiff underneath all of it, and I put it together, and it actually made it, so it works. Now you think I'd learn. Okay, this is what it looks like. The helix modifications, we had to put stiffeners in. Clamps come in handy. This is looking very clean and very good. Wish the railroad looked like that today. Okay, so now here's some of the old pictures. This is Allison's Corner, and this is Liberty on the top from both sides. Okay, aisles are very narrow. I wanted originally to just take Allison's Corner out and extend around the wall. Didn't work that way. We redesigned everything. We had nice little charts to show everybody where everything was. You can see nice handwritten. Some of them had whiteout on them. You can see we put numbers of cars that would go on something. It was great. We modified a little bit. We had sticky notes on there when something wasn't going right. But like I said, everybody kept having fun and they kept coming back. You can see we got some foam buildings there. I was attempting to do some scenery. And then I found out PowerPoint. So we made these nice little track diagrams. This is not Allison's Corner, but this is one of the track diagrams with switches on it that will actually survive in the railroad. Okay, so this is the new Allison's Corner. You can see a picture of what I've got there. What you see with the legs on it is a mock-up of where the second level will be, because we were trying to figure out what works best. But you can see that there's a lot more trackage. We seem to have a lot more sidings. It should be a very interesting area to switch. And here's some pictures of what it actually looks like. I just had a train running on there, and I was taking pictures as we go. What's really nice on the right side there, you see what leads into the yard. It's a very intricate, fun-looking place to work on. Here's what Otis Yard looked like in the beginning. If you look at the picture on the right, it was very small. It actually looks almost like an engine terminal. It's got, what, 8, 9 engines in there, and it's almost full. So that was one of the first things that we did. We modified the yard. We took it so it now extends around the corner, as you can see in the upper left there. Then you can see the East Otis and West Otis. So it became a little bit bigger, became more fun to run. It still wouldn't fit a 30-car train. It would only take like 26 cars, and made the yardmasters think before they sent things out. Here's a picture of it from the side there. You can see there's blankets on the ground there. That was not where I was sleeping. It was just something that was put out there. I don't have a clue why they were out there. Maybe my kid came out and slept out there for a little while. You just see the aisles are narrow. We did start putting rocks up. You can see that that's where it goes across into upper staging. It was very tight in there. I think a good friend, Bill Kaufman, said, "I've never seen anybody pack so much in such a small space." So now we have a bigger space to pack things in. Sorry, what's the question? It was 32 inches. So now we're made at 4 feet. Okay, one of the big things that we want to fix was that the east of Otis Yard came in on a curve across a gate. There was not many sessions where I would sit there and watch the yardmaster ready to throttle me, because that switch that those engines are on right now didn't always do a great job. So we fixed that. You can see this is the new entrance to Otis Yard. You can see it has 2 yard leads that come all the way around. It was really nice, and it's really working out well. I did see, if you look at the picture on the left, you will see that there's a crossover in front of the engines. I ran the first train up there and realized that if a train didn't switch over to the track on the left, it only had a choice of going into the yard. So I put those crossovers in there, and now it seems to work out pretty good. I can have 2 main lines, and it'll end right there where it has to cross over into the main line, which will go around. It can hold a whole 30-car train with room to spare. And no, I won't be going for 36 or 37-car trains. We stop at 30. We've learned our lesson. Here's what the new yard looks like. I put some signs in there so you can see where Allison's Corner is, which is on the lower level. And where it says Allison's Corner, that's where the operator will be standing. Here's my engine terminal, then and now. You can see it's kind of crowded in there. It was really kind of piecemeal. And here's the new one. I'm running into a problem. That is the Walters Diesel Facility foundation right there. And I was going to put the track down, and then I realized that I can't do that until I build the building. So I'm going to have to learn a new part of the hobby and build some structures. All right, so here we go. Here's a good view of what's going on. Here's the new helix, and there is the old helix on top. So we were using laser levels. You can see the tape measures down there. We put one in every place so that you could put the laser level on it. You could start at 0 inches and go to 1 inch and 2 inch and 3 inch and come back around. Well, it worked out great until we ran a car down there. And it came right where you see the black squiggly line on the helix, and it slowed down. And then it got to the other side, and it sped up. I mean, it was really ridiculous. And keep in mind that this old helix was in use for 20 years, and we never saw it. Okay? Do you see the problem? Well, I hope you're looking at it. You can see that support right there. You can see that there's a nice little hump in there. So we looked at it, we figured out how to do it. We put a stiffener in there, and it fixed the problem. So now the car runs very smoothly through there, and the helix is ready to see some trains. You can see on the right side of that picture that that's where the upper level will come out. And so far, that's as far as I've made it with that part of it. Okay, so here is a picture of good layout design element, I guess you want to say. Is that you look at the helix, which is above Allison's corner, and this is going to be a concrete plant under it. It has about a 10-inch clearance. And you're asking yourself, well, how is that suspended? Well, I'm trying to think if this picture doesn't really show a good picture of it. Let's see if we got it here. There you go. Now you can see it in the back. It looks like it's hovering. There's a couple of half-inch straps coming down, and that's what is supporting the right side of the helix there. This is the upper bench work that I've begun building. Once again, working out there solo is always kind of an exciting thing because you're walking back and forth. I don't know how people with huge basements do it. I'm getting my steps in just going from side to side. You can see in the aisle there that there are some huge chunks of the old railroad that I'm still hanging on to, thinking that I'm going to use them someplace, somewhere. I've tripped over them so many times, I think it's best to just take the Sawzall out there and cut them up and get rid of them. You can see that I've taken care of the concrete problem. Where the black mat goes there, there is concrete laid down there, but that is a 4x8 sheet of plywood, which is a floor. It saved me a lot of back pain. This is a picture going the other way. You can see the door and see how it goes there. If you look on the left, you will see the very extreme left. You see a water bottle. You see that it goes underneath there. Well, I came up with a nice little branch line that will just kind of run under there and end. It gives us some nice, what I hope will be a nice scenic point when you walk in. There'll be two bridges there. You can see that where the door is, that is about 50 inches up on the door. It will have a drop gate in there or a swing out. We haven't figured out what to do with it yet. So I was really happy that it got up that high. I can bend under it. I've only tripped once on the sill down there and was laying in the backyard checking out all my joints and everything else. So you have to be aware of that. Yeah, well, I've spent a lot of time in the Marines and learned how to drop and roll, and that came in handy because I just do it automatically. But it does make sure that you have to make sure that you don't bring people over and put them in a dangerous situation. Liberty will be on top of Allison's corner, different sides of the blob. Should be another fun switching area. I won't send Bill Kaufman up there with unglued track this time. To be honest, it's a mess right now. The next slide might help, but I seriously doubt it. Okay. There we go. Okay, I am doing 3D drawings of all this, but if you look at the top, you will see the red line. That the upper portion of this will have to be recessed a little bit so you have access to the lower, which means I had to move the purple line back, which means it's just a view block, which means that I had to start redoing all the track work. Well, I haven't quite got to yet because I want to find out what the dimensions are before I spend all my time getting it in there. But it should work out pretty well. You know what the heck, we build and then we start laying track and then we build some more and we find out what works. And now here's what it will look like at the end. It's climbing up the Sergeant's Hill, which is now on the right side, where it says above Otis Yard. That's where Sergeant Hill is currently located, which was the old layout. I'm going to have to take all that apart and move it over to the right side. And that's where I'm hoping will give me a nice little city scene where the trains can run through it. If you look on the left, that's the Pink Lady mine spur that comes up, and it goes into the corner there. Well, that's a debate on whether we want to put it in that corner or not, because you do see it gets down to a 24-inch aisle there. The Pink Lady mine operator will be standing there in the corner, hopefully all by themselves. And this is what it used to look like up at Sergeant's Hill. You can see Steve Hayes and Vern working it over there. but that's going to move to the right side. The challenge that I'm facing now is I need to get from the lower staging to the upper staging. So we're getting closer, and each time I keep measuring it, I keep thinking that it's getting to the point where it will work. But we'll see how it all turns out. Hopefully I'll have the all track laid by the end of summer, and we'll get ready to have some more operations. And hopefully COVID will all be gone, and we can all get together and shower before we operate. This was just fun. I was taking all the stuff off my railroad, and I got tired of boxing these things up, and I thought, let's take a couple of cool pictures. Cell phones do so much. And I thought, oh my God, if my wife ever sees this. And I was reviewing my slides last night, and my wife was standing over my shoulder, and I was one slide away from disaster. Okay? Unfortunately, over COVID, yes, the fleet has grown quite a bit. Scale Trains, Athearn, all these people are producing really nice engines, and I've been buying quite a few. So anyway, I'm pretty sure that's the end of my presentation. And I just wanted to say that I've been building this railroad with a lot of fun. It made a lot of friends and had a lot of people over, and we've had a ball. And I look forward to getting back to that. So I have missed that in the last couple of years of COVID. So thank you. Applause, all right.
Thank you very much, Jim. Great presentation. Don't run away. Just so you know, we are being simulcasted for this presentation for virtual attendees. So please hold questions and comments until the end of the clinician's presentation. Some of these, since you're not don't have a microphone, may not even be picked up by our virtual attendees. So to get us started on some of the questions, I did have, excuse me, a question. Tell us a little bit about the gate and how you're making that operate and work for people to come and go. Thanks.
Okay, so if I understand it, the question was the gate issue. When we originally came up with this design, we wanted to make the gate a swing out that swung into the room and was pretty sturdy, kind of like a doorknob type of entry. Because one of the things that we had during the op session was a swing gate, but it was much lower than this one is now. And so sometimes when there'd be a train on it, people would get down on their hands and knees and crawl under the gate. Well, I realize that now I'm 62. I don't do very well on this getting down on my knees stuff. And I noticed that I may be one of the younger guys at the operating section. So we decided to try to change that. It has gone from being a door type opening to where it's high enough now. If you watch the presentation that Jim Providenza made on the Santa Cruz Northern, he's got a bridge set on drawer slides. It kind of lifts up and folds down. And I think that may be the option that we're going with because there's enough room to recess this bridge a little bit so that we can have a little scenery on it and it will fold down and it will be out of harm's way. There will be an upper level on it, and I think I will do drawer slides on that like I did on the old one, where it just lifts up high enough so that it's out of the way if we need to bring something in where we need a little more clearance. Other than that, I think it will be in place during op sessions because it will be at probably 64, 65 inches. Well, enough for people to just duck a little bit and get under, except for maybe Carl. So, okay.
Okay, do we have any more questions from the attendees here? I can bring the microphone around to you.
Well, this is like back to school night, guys, where you say any questions and you covered it well. I'm an elementary teacher, guys, in case you didn't know that. It's been a lot of fun, and I was listening to Jim Providenza last night talk about his railroad, and people ask, what do you do when you're not operating? And he said, well, the railroad doesn't really run much because he's building it to operate. And that's kind of the way that I've taken an approach to. We were having an interesting conversation with a couple people coming down, and we were talking about different railroads. how some people have made it that they're displaying the real world. I haven't quite got that far yet because I keep trying to fill space with tracks. So this time I tried to make a little room for parking lots and cars and people. I don't think I'm being as successful as I wish I was, but there will be plenty of room for box cars and other cars to switch and move trains around. So.
When you do get out there by yourself, do you prefer to do a way freight operation, or do you prefer to just watch your trains run?
When I run trains by myself, I usually take a grain train, which was just a bunch of grain hoppers, and it was put on the railroad for operations to just get in everybody's way. It was longer than any siding, so it had to be planned, and I just run that. But I don't do that very often. I find it that operators would come to me and say, hey, you know, this was really hard because this got in the way. And I'd look at them and I'd just kind of shrug and go, I never have that problem when I'm out here doing things after you guys are done. You know, when you're out there solo, you don't run into the same problems as when you're interacting with others. So I didn't do a whole lot of train running by myself. Every once in a while, I'd go out there and just kind of run it. It is point to point, and I would have to just throw 2 switches to make it continuous running. So, but I find that I get distracted easily, and I'd forget to throw that other switch until it runs through it, and then, you know, we'd have a big problem. So.
So Jacob Wright, one of our virtual attendees, has a question. Why did you choose to model that specific prototype?
Oh, how did I choose to model BNSF? We were talking about that on the drive down here today, and I did it in such a very, very mechanical way. I did tons and tons of research. No. I happened to see a BNSF Heritage 2 paint scheme, and I said, that's really cool. I really liked it. And then the more and more I researched, I found out that, gee, you know, the war bonnet wasn't so bad. And then the silver and red was really cool too. And I did it all by likes. You know, it's like you walked on the car lot and they give you your choices and you say, what color do you want? That's how I chose BNSF. I wish I could say it was much more technical than that. As I started building, all the people that I knew in operations here kept saying, you have to pick a location. And I couldn't figure out what they were talking about. Seth Neumann would say it's based loosely on the Feather River because it has mountains in it, and we both love the Feather River. Jim Providenza kept pushing me to pick a location, and I finally got it. When somebody shows up at your railroad, if they know geographically where you are, it makes it easier for them to run. So I chose a place called Westwood, which is Westwood, California, where my father-in-law spent a lot of his teen years. The SP used to run a line from there, and it's no longer there. It's called the High Line for BNSF. So I have made a branch line that goes from Westwood up into Idaho. And the whole reason it is there is because the Pink Lady subdivision is there because of the Pink Lady mine, which John Marshall, God bless him, came up with a great thing. He said, there's this thing called unobtainium up there. And this is long before it came out in the movies, you know, whatever that science fiction was. And he said, there's unobtainium up there. And then Pat Latour came up, well, there's also polonium. And John Marshall made a press release, and he sent over an atomic weight. And Bob Jacobson, who is a physicist, looked at that and started laughing and said, you better get smaller cars because one carload will hold, and I hope you're looking at me, will hold a piece about this big. And so, you know, it just kind of evolved. The Pink Lady got its name by the pink foam on there, which everybody kept calling it, you know, the pink roadbed. We didn't put scenery on there. But I'm very driven by having fun with this. All the names of the towns are places that have happened in my life. They're fictitious. I never wanted to do a lot of research like some people on different things. So when I choose something, it's strictly because I like it, not because there's a driven reason. So.
All right, I have one more question for you. You've been alluding to this throughout your talk, and the fact is we're not getting younger. Can you address a little bit some of the room creature comforts that you've taken into consideration? Flooring, lighting. I mean, I've already seen things on aisle width, but
Well, okay, let's address lighting. One of the guys that comes over and helps often is a photographer. And I finally said, don't worry, I will get all the same lights one day. And you just saw him breathe a sigh of relief. You know? And he started naming off, well, that one's 4,000 K, and this one's 38, and that one's, and I was like, oh my goodness, you know. So there's a lighting plan. We will have overhead lighting, and we will have LED lighting underneath. I don't know. I don't think that was an address of age or sight or vision. It was just, I've seen it on other people's layouts. It was that way. The flooring, I realize it has to be level. You know, me tripping into the backyard on the door sill is because the concrete can only be so thick at a certain point, and I haven't put the self-leveling concrete in there to bring it up to the level of the sill. So those things are there. The bench work, boy, if I'm on my hands and knees out there, I look for something to hold on to before I stand up. So the lower level is built very sturdy, and when I start putting fascia and things up there, I'll probably put some handholds on there, and we'll mark them kind of like they were in the airplanes. We always had places we could cut in the airplanes. If we ever had a crash, we could grab a crash axe and start hacking them out. I'll put handhold right here, and there'll be big arrows on it. The other thing that everybody should go to, you should go to the store, and you should buy one of these little grabbers. You know, it's a little handle with a little trigger on it. You see people picking up trash with them. They are so wonderful. Screw drops on the ground, and it lives there for a long time until 5 or 6 more drop down there. So you do have to make adjustments for it, and everything is because I'm getting older, and so are my operators. So.
How about rubber mats off the floors and easier on the back?
The rubber mats have been fantastic. I have always had them out there, and I found out that when I started building 25 years ago, I didn't have rubber mats, and my feet would hurt. I put the rubber mats out there, and they have really made a difference in how you feel on the flooring. But the most important part is that when you drop something on the floor on the rubber mats, it survives. When you drop it on the concrete, it doesn't. And I'm talking about throttles, engines, box cars. There's so many things and so many positives of having it. I've seen people put up carpet and, you know, foam underneath there. But I will buy all new mats to put in there once I get this thing to the point where I'm not destroying the mats. So, yeah, good point.
What is your minimum aisle width?
Can I back this up? There we go. If you could show that. One of the things I did with the computer-aided drafting is I made circles, and those are inches. So I use that to make sure that I don't go below those. I'd like to say 36 inches here, Carl, but there's probably going to be like a 33. But I use that to help keep me honest, to make big spaces there. Where the yard is now, there is a nice 4-foot aisle. I haven't been able to experience how wonderful it is to have that 4-foot aisle because it's full of things like a ladder, that helix that I can't get rid of, other things. But it's starting to widen up, and it is really nice. So that was a good question. Yeah. Over there, Cliff?
okay. Well, I actually have to call an end to this here right now because well, Jim is going to move to another room to interact with the virtual attendees for the clinic goes on. For those of us here, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to resume with our next panel, which will be operations in a COVID environment. So again, thanks to Jim.
Yeah. Thank you guys for giving me
we'll see
the
you in a
time, and I hope you guys all get a chance to come operate with me.
Hey, good morning and welcome back, everybody. We're here at the 2022 Pacific Coast Region SIG Meet, and we're ready to start our second session of the morning. We have a panel discussion. Our panel discussion topic is operations in a COVID world. What's it look like? What has it been like? And we have three panelists here, all who have been long involved in the hobby, and I'd like to have each one of them please introduce themselves for a minute. You have microphones on the table right in front of you, and maybe there's a little on-off switch that you might have to turn on when it's your turn to talk. But the first panelist is Seth Neumann, who happens to be the organizer of this event. So give us a little bit of background on yourself, please, Seth.
Oh, thanks, Cliff. I'm Seth Neumann. Let's see, I've been heavily involved in operations since about 1996. And, you know, we have a great collection of operating layouts in the Bay Area, so I was, you know, had many places to learn and many people to learn from. So I've just been very happy once my own layout running in 2000s to be able to contribute to that. I've also been involved with the layout design SIG at various points. We have a train coming by again, so stopping right outside the door, Caltrain number 907, the Mountain View, which I have an affinity for because I am from Mountain View. But I do model the Bay Area, the East Bay, the Oakland sub, which is about 10 miles east of here and then runs up into Pleasanton on my layout. So anyhow, I've been involved with layout design SIG. I was the president of the SIG for a couple of terms and was one of the founding directors, and still emeritus and try to help out. So that gives you a quick idea. Operations, Bay Area, 1999, fairly modern.
All right, well, that moment has sort of come and gone, or is coming and going. Our next panelist is Ed Slintak. Ed's been an operator for quite a long time. He was also chairman of Rails by the Bay, the NMRA virtual convention that was put on this past summer. And he's had a lot of experience both in the organizing of model railroad events in a COVID time, as well as going to some operations. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, Ed.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Cliff. Yes, my name is Ed Slintak, and I've been, sort of like most everybody else, you know, I had the American Flyer when I was a kid, and it all went away, and got back into the hobby around 1980 or so, and post-college. And I've been heavily involved with the East Bay Model Engineers and that group all this time. And as a matter of fact, I am once again the general manager of the museum there. But got into operations probably in the early aughts, 2004 or so, I think, 3, and have been since, and have had the great pleasure to have gone to a lot of, or quite a number of traveling operations events. You know, gone to multiple states and so forth. And in addition to working on a lot of the great Bay Area layouts that are here, and what I found is that you know, people at work ask me why do you do this? You know, you're playing with trains, and I said, and the playing with trains is fun, but it's the people that make it all worthwhile, and that's what's probably been the worst part of the COVID hiatus, is that, you know, that interaction with people is missing. You know, you can still work on cars and projects and so forth at home, but we're missing the people interaction. So glad that it's we're coming back, and we'll talk more about that later.
Okay, and our third panelist is Dave Adams, who's a notable Colorado narrow gauge modeler. and he's very active in the narrow gauge community. Tell us a little bit about yourself, please, David.
Well, thank you, Cliff. As Cliff said, I'm Dave Adams, and my parents claim I've been nuts about trains and model railroading ever since they can remember, so this is a long time affliction. I've built 8 layouts. The current layout is number 8, and it's the longest lived. So I've learned a little bit about what I like and what I don't like in the layout over the years. Seth talks about getting interested in operations in 1996 or something like that, and that's probably about the same time I was working on things as well. Mostly because we were running car cards, and that's what constituted operations, was switching cars. And then I got curious about how to really run trains, and so that opened up all kinds of things, and fell in with a bunch of folks that knew something called timetable and train order, and so I've been hanging around with them. And as far as history goes, my first one of these events was, it's Seth Neumann's newly built model railroad layout room on that, and that was the revival of these events in the Bay Area after a hiatus of some time. And at that event, it was a feature of layout design, it was a feature of operations, and at that time it was my introduction to track warrants, and that was courtesy of Dave Clemens and Jim Providenza, who you heard from Jim last night. So we've had a lot of fun with the railroad. We've been hosting operating sessions since, well, I guess about 1996, and a whole variety of things. And it's something I look forward to, and we can talk about how we do this during the pandemic.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Before we get started, a couple of things just to sort of give everybody an overview of how this is going to work. So we'll have a panel discussion for a while, and I'll ask some questions to pose them to the panel, and anybody can answer. And I to talk amongst yourselves and share your experiences with everybody here and everybody online. And to that end, I would like to encourage anybody who's participating virtually to, if you have a question, to put it into the chat. We have a really great technical team, and let's take a pause for a second and thank all of them. Hilding Larson, John Abiticola of TSG Multimedia, Sydney Abiticola, also of TSG. And I apologize, there's one other individual with this group, and I don't know. Andy? Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. So we do have some YouTube moderators. Andy Ambrose, did I get that right? And we have Heath Hurwitz, excuse me, Heath, I apologize. He's with Humanity, and they're helping us. So anyway, a big shout out to those folks who are helping. They're really, really important. So, okay, into discussion here. And like I say, we'll have a panel discussion that will eventually open up to the audience. So if you have any questions, hold them until the end, and we'd like to get your input as well. So for our panelists, let's talk a little bit about have you been involved in operations, either as a operator or a host? How many have you been involved in, and where? And let's give a start with Seth, please.
Are we talking about since the pandemic, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Since in this COVID environment.
Yeah. So I think we started to get back to operations about the time vaccines became available, and you know, generally the rules have been something like everybody's vaxxed, and sometimes masked, sometimes not, depending on the size and ventilation capabilities of the layout. They've all been fairly good, although I would say most of the owners have been very careful to keep the density of people down and have adjusted schedules to avoid having people bunching up. And you know, it's worked so far. I mean, happily, there's been no cases I'm aware of anybody having been exposed in any of those sessions, but it certainly added some complexity. And you know, it's been said before, and I'll say it again, the thing that we've really missed is the interaction. And you know, even at a somewhat lower level of intensity, it's just been, you know, great to get out and run trains with people.
Ed, do you have some comments?
So, right, I mean, there was pretty much a dead zone for close to the first year or so, I guess, right? And okay, there we go. Yeah, there sort of seemed to be kind of a dead zone for almost the first year or so, and then until, you know, and then there was the last year when California, you know, we unmasked, and everybody said, yay, and there were a couple of sessions that happened. And then, of course, we swung the other side of the pendulum, and people got a little more concerned. Yeah, I did attend a couple of local op sessions that were, it's said, you know, the ground rules are you're vaccinated, right? And that's kind of, everybody agrees that that's the proper thing to do, just for everybody's self-preservation and so forth. And also attended a couple at a layout just south of here. And it turned out that he had pretty much had not stopped. What he had done was gone to masking and made a much smaller crew. And I wasn't part of any of those early ones. And then as the crew size started to grow, and the first couple were masks, and then at some point, you know, the query went out. How do you guys feel about operating, you know, without a mask, you know, or would you be comfortable or not? And most everybody said, you know, I look at all these people and I trust that they are reasonable people and are taking reasonable precautions, and they're all vaccinated, so that's about as best as we can do. So we continued on with those sessions. And then it was also, we were fortunate to put together a couple of trips last fall. You know, we went to the Midwest, and again, the discussion was everybody's vaccinated. And as a matter of fact, there was a couple of layouts that where the hosts were not, and they ended up deciding to drop them from the program, and that sort of made it simpler for everybody. As a matter of fact, in one of these sessions, there was a poll put out by the organizer, and basically said, how do you guys feel about running people? How do you feel about mask, no mask, vaccinated, not vaccinated, et cetera, and so forth? And a lot of us, myself included, said, okay, I can probably live with, you know, unvaccinated people, if, you know, because I'm personally, I think I'm protected. And but the result was, they said they dropped off the people who were, again, not vaccinated. So it made for a very, you know, it was a lot of fun to get back into the swing of things, do an Optio drop trip, and we had a really great time. And we've got a couple more coming up here in another couple of months, and looking forward to those also.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, my experience has been similar. Is for my layout is with the group that operates it, is we come up with an annual schedule. What are the ops days? What are we going to be doing? It's kind of a round robin between two other layouts and myself on that. And so during the COVID period, we basically agreed on what the schedule would be, and then said, yeah, we might not be able to stick to it, you know, depending on what's going on. So when Santa Clara County announces we want everybody to stay at home at that, we just finished our last session before that came out. And we went into kind of a hiatus of doing absolutely nothing, as Seth said, until the vaccines were out. And at that point, I sent out some messages to the crew and said, yeah, let's see if we can't get some things going. I just established the ground rules at that point, and I basically said, everybody's got to be vaccinated. Bring your cards, I might ask for them. The other thing I said is that we're going to wear masks for the first couple of these things. And so we did have those sessions. And at Thanksgiving things were well enough, and it looked like the county numbers were good enough that my wife Thanksgiving usually puts together a meal, for after the session. And so we basically had that, and of course that was maskless, and that worked fine. The Omicron basically kind of put a crimp into what this year has been, and we haven't got that started up again. But I'm in constant contact with the rest of the crew about how are we doing, where are we going. And to my operating on other layouts is, yes, I've attended operating sessions on some other local layouts. Again, these were ones where there was vaccines, masks required on that, and that's been fine. I think one of the trips that Ed was talking about is I had originally intended to go to that and signed up. And after everything gets to be personal with this and checking with my wife, as she said, I would really prefer you not go. And so in order to maintain domestic tranquility and not possibly bring back something that was going to be a problem for my wife, is I basically canceled out. But the organizers of that event went to every extreme in order to sample what the participants thought, what the layout owners thought, et cetera, and put it together. And even though it looked pretty good, as I deferred to the wishes of my spouse and said, nope, I've got to cancel out. So that's what we had there. Right now, we've got the schedule to set up for the rest of this year, and we hope to, at the end of this month, have an operating session here. The numbers in Santa Clara County look like they're headed in the right direction again, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds to me, so you have held operating sessions, correct, David?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So from your perspective as a layout owner, what are some of the concerns that you have, and how are you communicating them? And for those who have traveled or even held operating sessions, how are you getting the communication, and how is that unfolding with between the layout owners and the operators?
To answer the question on what am I doing for operating sessions, the communication is two ways. One of them is phone calls. The other way is email. Email works because everybody gets the same message at the same time, and you don't have the problem with a telephone chain where at the end of the chain is the message is nothing like what was originally transmitted. So that's it. Everybody has participated. People in my operating crew have no problem doing a reply to all and letting folks know what's on their mind. And so that's actually worked out really well, and we're continuing to do that.
Well, I have not operated since the pandemic, but it's much more a question of timing than anything else. We had done a bay rails in our normal odd year, which was 19, and then we were asked to host another event in 20, but that would have fallen in April of 20, and of course by then we were completely locked down. So of course, after the 19 bay rails, my Monday night crew, and I want to acknowledge a couple of them over here on my right, Peter Parkinson and Richard Brennan and Earl Gerbavon, who's not here, we had decided there were a couple of things on the layout that really needed a little work. So of course, realizing we had 2 years before another bay rails, we proceeded with abandon, tearing things apart that needed to move, and it was going to be some work to put it back together. Well, then, as I say, we were asked to hold another event in 2020, so we reversed course and started putting things back together. Then it turned out, well, that probably wasn't going to happen in 21, so we reversed course again and started going after some older areas of the layout that needed some work. So the result has been construction on the layout, kind of a continual state of mess and stuff in the way. But I am planning a small operating session middle of next month, and we'll probably run just 1 or 2 jobs to keep the amount of layout that needs to be checked out and running, manageable. Because I think it goes without saying, if you've gone to these events, that an operating railroad, there's just no room for error. You cannot go into an op session knowing things are going to be problematic. Enough issues will present themselves, without invitation, that you need to think that what you've got is bulletproof. So anyway, sorry, this is kind of a long answer to get back to. We're going to, ask that everybody be vaccinated, or if not, now we have rapid tests, so we can certainly see a test in the last 24 hours or something like that if we need to make some accommodations. But and then it's really up to what the group wants to do. Generally, if everybody's vaxxed or recently tested negative, I'm okay with no mask, because I don't think I'm at that much risk. But if people want more, certainly I'm happy to mask up if it makes people comfortable.
Yeah, and from a slightly different perspective, I'm involved with, I said, a club layout. And so, of course, we were closed to the we're normally open to the public 9 months of the year, and we were, of course, closed all of 2020. And so last year, says, well, we should probably open again. It's getting there. And instead of opening in April, we opened in July. And so we started out with what Contra Costa County wanted, which was non-vaccinated people, please have a mask. So that was the signage. And then, of course, that quickly turned to, oh crap, this new guy is here. And so, then it turned into an all mask situation. And we were requiring members to show that they had vaccination in order to enter. So there are a couple of members who, have had to sit this out because they've chosen not to, go that route. So it's been an ongoing thing. I mean, it's, everybody knows, 4 hours behind the mask running trains is not your ideal situation. But, we needed to do that to fulfill our obligation to the public, because we're in a public arena, and our landlord is a public entity. So that's been one of the other things that's been going on, and we're just now starting to talk about what's it going to look like come this spring, and what are the rules, because obviously we all know they seem to be changing, and we're all hoping that they become less didactic, and we can have a little more flexibility, because we all, this is my personal opinion, we all need to learn to live with this thing, because it's not going away. So we've got to figure out what's our comfort zone and keep moving forward and regain our lives. So thank you.
Okay, let's hold that question just for a little bit more, but yeah, we'll get back to you, Carl. Okay. Next question is related to travel, and one of the cool things about an op till you drop type of weekend is usually there's some sort of convention hotel where you can gather and you can shoot the breeze with everybody before and after. What do you see happening in terms of the hospitality industry's openness to somebody wanting to book this kind of travel? Do you see that happening, or what's that future looking like for you guys?
I can speak, and I'm sure Ed will chime in on this, because there were 2 events we both went to, in fact, traveled together in the fall. The hotels were pretty good about it. They it's, the new hotel regime, but frankly for us, we check in and sleep there and then get up in the morning and pile in a car and go somewhere else all day. So the facility isn't much of an issue. I think, they're still kind of working through meal service, particularly for the, Holiday Inn Express, Hampton Inn kind of class of hotel that we normally stay at for those events. The buffet breakfasts have made some accommodations, but it wasn't huge. It really wasn't anything all that different. The events have been smaller, and most of the owners, and I think this is partially the people we're personally comfortable with, their judgment and their care in curating both the layouts being offered and the guests being invited, to get, and of course, demanding vaccination. So the result is that the density is a little bit lower. A lot of the same issues we've seen in our own local ops. But generally, now these were in the Midwest, but generally we operated unmasked in those places. I think there was one where we masked up. And again, it was just if anybody wants one, everybody else has been fine about it. And what we've done as an accommodation is kept the density down. But another trend that falls out of that, which is, not immediately obvious, it's a little harder to have a large meet with a large number of hosts, say, 20 and 80 or 90 guests. So we've been seeing more in the range of 40 or 50. And one of the ones we did was just what I would call a visitation, where we organized a group of folks, mostly from Northern California. I think we had a few Southern Californians and one other fellow join us, and a group of, 8, 10 at most? Yeah, traveled around Wisconsin and the Twin Cities area, and that worked pretty well. It's actually very nice as an attendee because you get to pick exactly the layouts you want. It's not like there's a menu of 12 and you'll probably get your first and second and something. And, at the end of the day, they're all pretty good, so that's not a disincentive. But in this case, we went to 4. We all went to the same 4 together, and they were all great because we had arranged to get the really good ones, and the host gave them to us, to the extent that the people were willing to, deal with the safety issues. And so those were wonderful. From what I'm hearing, we're going to see a lot more of that for the next couple of years as it's, local committees are less interested in organizing big free-for-alls.
Yeah, indeed, you asked about travel and accommodation. So, of course, with travel, you've got to jump on an airplane and deal with that. And, again, that becomes your own personal comfort level. But yeah, the hotels, as Seth said, I mean, the front desk people, most of the time had a mask or whatever, and you didn't really interact with other people other than your roommate. And so yes, we were all sharing rooms, and so we were all taking again, a comfort level that your roommate is a reasonable person, and you're each going to come out of this fine and good. Yeah, exactly. The hosts were great, the helpers were great, and the one individual, basically his wife asked us, well, if you've got that many people coming over, ask them to have masks on. And what was funny was probably we were half an hour in, and then he realized that he hadn't put his mask on. But it was all cool. So we had a great time. Yeah, exactly. But the smaller groups, even this event that is normally maybe 75 people, I think it was 45. Yeah. And partly that's had to do with them having to call off a couple of layouts because of either vax status or just not being comfortable. But yeah, it makes it more of a thing. But as far as the hotel, they will take your money no matter what.
One of the things that I kind of think about is, all right, you're going to some of these Midwestern layouts, and I've heard stories that, they can easily accommodate maybe up to 24 operators or more. Oh, yeah. And you're coming in with a much smaller crew. So what's the experience on operating with on those layouts with a much smaller crew? Do you still think that you're getting the same enjoyment? And I'll just let you guys recount your experiences with this.
Well, let me jump in. I actually think it was probably better. You know, I'm thinking of one very large layout, you know, where I'm pretty sure the whole structure was designed around maximum mainline run. And, you know, it worked out fine. He brought in some locals, mostly ex-railroaders who are, you know, professionally quite safety conscious, and just reduced the density of trains. So those are usually, you know, less desirable of these kinds of meets. We like to switch. We like to run yards. We like to do industry jobs. And the result is we had a boatload of industry jobs and less through trains annoying us. And that experience was actually quite good.
And of course, the other part of it is that because you're a guest there, you're not a regular there, you don't necessarily have the comparison. You know, what's it normally like? Well, you know, you're not there. This is not one of your regular recurring layouts. You know that you've got to get you get a sense of the flow and so forth like this. It's like it was what it was, and exactly like Seth said, yeah, there was a lot of cool jobs to be had, so everybody had a good time. You know, nobody felt like they were you know, stuck on doing, you know, just the, you know, the passenger train that runs just back and forth, you know, without getting to play, you know, play switchman. So, yeah, I thought it was very good, and we were, the hosts were just terrific, you know, and they were as, I think, so many of them were as excited as we were to just actually to host a group from out of town.
I think that's really true. In fact, one of the great things about that is if you've only got 8 or 9 people visiting, and then there's going to be 5 or 6 hosts and maybe a dozen helpers who float between all the regular layouts, which frankly often is a limiting factor in setting up a meet. You know, every layout depends on the same core crew. And you'll see them as owner one day and train master somewhere else the next day. The result was that everybody was at all the layouts, and we were traveling around together. We were generally eating all of our meals together. In both cases, we were able to put together kind of a meal with everybody involved one night. And so the result was the event was much more intimate and just, frankly, a lot more fun than a giant op till you drop free-for-all. I think going forward, much more interested in organizing more of those, particularly until everybody kind of repopulates their slots in the general rotation of meets.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on smaller sessions. I think most layout owners basically have a plan B and a C, and those are, you schedule a session, you've got a full crew, and then at the last minute people start dropping out. You go to your extra board, those guys are all tied up, and so you actually need a plan B and a plan C in order to conduct a session with fewer people. So having the large layouts that usually have got a lot of people on them is, yeah, everybody that's a layout owner has experienced this. You don't want to cancel it on the people that they're willing to show up, and so you come up with something that is going to fill in, that's still going to be fun for everybody involved. So yeah, smaller sessions I don't think are, and as Seth said, some of those turn out to be really gems anyway, just because you don't have the congestion and things of this sort.
So I have a layout under development that's still right now a lot of sheet plywood and uncut dimensional lumber, but one of the ideas that has come to my mind is to increase some of the automation of certain trains that are mostly overhead type of traffic that I just really don't need to have an operator for. And are you seeing any shift from some of the layout owners to try to find ways to maybe minimize or automate some of those repetitious type of jobs?
Haven't noticed anything particularly.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, there's one of our great layouts here in the Bay Area, has got a lot of automation. David Parks' layout has got a lot of automated running, which is, and of course, the development and the debugging of that was painful for everybody involved, I think, but it now works pretty well, right, David? And but although my personal philosophy is, when I look at a layout and think about want to build one, it's KISS. Too much, too much electronics, too many, there's too many things, possible things to go wrong. So it's like I'm not a big fan of the CT. If it was, my layout of CTC and a lot of signaling and a lot of that sort of stuff, because it's just that much more stuff that you need to learn and maintain and so forth. That's a personal view. Other, your mileage may vary.
Let me just amplify that a little bit. I mean, David Parks is the one that comes to mention, or to mind when you mention that, at least here in the Bay Area. But David's personally got an interest in control systems and has really focused on large layouts, very frequently club layouts or museum layouts that have an obligation to run a lot of trains for the public. And he's been working on this problem, and I think has some pretty good solutions. But I sure haven't seen any evidence that individual layout owners, in any case, are making any particular move in this direction. I've played with some of the technology myself for some, model railroad control clients, and I think it's basically people who just, it's either the museums, and then there's a certain number of people who just would like a more dynamic display layout, and it's not really driven by pandemic considerations. It's just, they would like to have a more interesting automated display running.
Yeah, well, interesting. I talked to David myself, and he's clearly an advocate and devotee, and I just think the concept is very interesting. And anyway, so the last question before we open it up to our audience here is, do you have any suggestions or tips that you would have for anybody who would be considering either as a layout owner or as a potential operator, either visiting or visiting locally? Things just to keep top of mind as they're heading out.
Yeah, I think on these kinds of things, for me, the first thing is to talk everything over with my wife. I mean, nothing happens regarding the railroad operating sessions and things of this sort without her consent. I mean, you're inviting. I mean, right now is the crew and my wife are all friends, so that works out real fine. But for invitationals and things, that's different. So. But if something's going on, or we have that, as my wife knows what the schedule is, what the plans are, and we've agreed that, yeah, if we can make this work, we want to make this work. So that'd be first and foremost. I don't think that you want to step out on a limb with your significant other and end up scheduling things that are going to cause your marriage to fail or whatever it is. So that wouldn't be a good idea. So that's the first thing. Second thing is with your regular crew is make sure you've got, contact. So they don't feel you've dropped off the face of the earth, that people know what's going on, what to expect. I mean, that's, I think, is really important there. And the other item is if you get an invitation to operate somewhere else, again, this is something that my wife and I talk over, so she has veto over all my travel plans, first and foremost on that, depending how she feels. And the good news is she's agreed to me to take a car ride with Seth and Jim Providenza next month. I think fun, and go cooperate on a number of layouts up in the Seattle area. So I'm really looking forward to that. So that'll be my first real venture out of the area since the pandemic. But again, this is fully discussed with my wife, and away we go.
And as speaking to anybody who's, you know, an invited guest, I mean, I think you know, this is just one more aspect of the kind of the golden rule that, you know, you as a guest at anybody's, you know, respect their rules, respect their, you know, there's no, you know, there's no drinks allowed in the layout, you know, well, you respect that, you know, you do this or that. And in this case, it's like, you respect their health, you know, their health concerns, because it's not trivial, although it is, again, this is something that is going to become, quote unquote, our normal, and you know, we'll deal with that as we go. So yeah, just be respectful of your fellow guests and certainly of the host, and yeah, because otherwise you're not going to be invited back.
Well, yeah, it's a balance between, you know, we'd all like to socialize and, you know, have fun with trains with our friends. And, you know, we have to balance that against the risks. So, you know, we have measures we can take. Obviously, that will change against the background of, you know, what the numbers look like at the moment, and, you know, the local regulatory regime at the moment. And, you know, I think Ed mentioned earlier, it's kind of a question of your comfort level and what you can do. So, you know, we're just going to have to work through this as you know, some level of COVID is the new normal.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen. And at this point, we'd like to open up the questions for both our virtual attendees as well as local. And I have one from a virtual attendee. Why don't we go to that one first?
Okay, Heath from Humanity Junction wanted to know how many of you started virtual ops, and if you didn't, why did you not start virtual ops on your layout?
Not as a layout owner, but I know as a potential operator, I never quite saw the virtual ops thing. This is probably because the personal interaction wasn't going to be there, so it had very little appeal to me. But you know, that's me.
My layout probably could be adapted to virtual ops. But as I say, you know, we had some issues with it being apart and trying to deal with some scenery and structure issues. It just never got to the top of the queue. I suppose if we were going to be cooped up forever, I would have figured out a way to do it. But, you know, I personally prefer, you know, obviously the interaction is huge, but of the jobs I do like to take, dispatching could be done remotely. That's fine. But most of the jobs I like, you know, on the ground are heavy switching jobs, and those are not quite ready for prime time virtually. So it's just, there didn't seem to be that much of a payoff for what was going to be a lot of effort.
Yeah, in my case, the railroad was designed and conceived over 30 years ago now, and I just didn't put in the infrastructure to support remote ops. We have experimented with remote dispatching, in which case we take the current dispatcher's desk, we turn that into the operator desk, and he communicates with the dispatcher via remote connection on that, and copies train orders, passes up the OSs and things of this sort. And so that's about as far as we've gone on any kind of remote, but trying to redo the layout in order to provide for the visuals and things that a remote operator would need to get a train over the road is I'm going to say is technically beyond my capabilities. So I don't even want to go there.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is pass the microphone around in the room. If you guys wouldn't mind sharing a microphone, let me use yours, Dave. Go ahead and tell who you are and what's your question.
My name is Carl Meyer. Going back to participation for a moment, and a good of the order question. In light of the recent publicized Johns Hopkins study that shows that people who have had COVID have 6 times more antibodies than people who are vaccinated, are you going to modify acceptance of people to your operating sessions if they can produce a recent antibody test?
I was going to say that I think it's getting a little bit beyond, that's a personal question for every individual to take on, and that's getting into probably more politic than than what is. I mean, I understand your point, but it's like, now you're making in effect a judgment call, and it's different from a person like Dave or Seth who are inviting people into their house. In my case, I'm administering a semi-public operation, and so we have a whole lot less flexibility in what we do. We have to abide by the county rules. We have to abide by East Bay Regional Parks directives, et cetera. And but anyway, so I don't know. That's science that's beyond my personal comprehension and trying to sort that out. So I'd probably go into a wait and see.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that. I hadn't heard of the study. The other thing is what I do follow is I follow what's on the CDC. I follow what Santa Clara County Health Department is posting, and yeah, and so this would be something, if we were to look at that, that wouldn't be a decision I would make on my own. I'd need to test that with my wife. I would test it with the rest of the operating crew to see how they felt out about it. And when we came to a consensus, that's what we would go with. So I would not be in the position of being a kingmaker if that was going to upset something else. The good news is my crew is really willing to look out for other members of the crew. So I'd like to maintain that kind of concern and caring.
I think, basically what Dave said. I mean, I haven't had a chance to read that study yet. A couple of people have mentioned that it was out there. The newspapers I read didn't provide a link to it, so I should look it up. When Dr. Cody says we can do it in Santa Clara, then I think it's probably worth circulating around to the stakeholders. So, that would be my feeling, Right now, I want to see vaxxed and boosted.
My name's Bruce Morden, and I want to kind of follow up on Heath's question. I actually thought about it before Heath asked it, but we've talked a lot about travel and getting together in ops and home layouts and so forth, and I have some experience with that, but I want to kind of explore, because the panel was kind of prompted as a post-COVID also, and I know I've done 3 or 4 months of dispatching on a local layout where I stayed home, and we used Zoom and cameras at the layout, and it worked out really fine. I was able to write the train orders onto Zoom in the chat, and it was really easy to make them all capital letters that way. But I've also seen I've been to a layout in South Carolina where they were operating N scale, and you could go there online virtually, and most of it was through trains, granted. But I've also seen layouts where they're doing switching, and they've created these small cameras on little, what do I want to call them? Pivots, so that you can look backwards and forwards and see where your engine's going, and and do the switching. Pete Mulvaney up in Canada has been doing that for quite a few months now. Is that something that we can look forward to in the future? If this, I mean, it's still it's a speculation as to how long this is going to go, but is there a value in having remote operators beyond just a dispatcher?
Well, I think there are always going to be layouts that are geographically isolated, and some of those owners do struggle with recruiting crews. So if they have the skills and or at least a group of local people, which maybe is contradictory to being a really isolated layout, and you can mount the infrastructure to do it, it's a great idea. I mean, certainly remote ops are an alternative which starts to look pretty good when the alternative is no ops. And a friend of mine who's pretty well known in doing this, Dave Abellis, does a scheme that has a lot of block swapping and not very much individual car switching. So I think for a kind of overall flow of trains oriented layout, this could be something that we would see for forever, because we do have the technology. People have done a lot of work on it during the pandemic. In terms of the trend in the Bay Area is more towards more intense switching layouts with more switching areas. We're not there yet, but I wouldn't say that the technology couldn't get there.
I'm San Leandro, California, one of Seth's Monday night guys. What Dave commented on about the wives, we've got to remember the wives are, in many cases, the partners are traveling as well. And so there's a crossover effect here. I ended up having to cancel participation in the Midwest tour because the agreement was my wife was going to cancel her trip back to Budapest. So we both said the sum of the exposures was not worth it. How do you guys deal with the thought of traveling to locations that might be, shall we say, somewhat less vaccinated in the over 49 age group than we are right here?
Yeah, I mean, there's you got to consider that, but it's, personally, I'm going, well, I've done my part, and my personal philosophy is refuse to live in panic fear of these things, and so I'm going to throw the dice, but I'm going to look at it first, and I'm not just bulling into each and everything just because there's something going on, but again, a lot of it is the people you're talking to. What's your sense of comfort, with the people? I said locally, people I've operated with, I know them all personally, and so I have a great level of familiarity and comfort that they are making wise choices. Obviously, as you're talking with people that you don't necessarily, that you're not close to, it's like Seth was saying, how are they addressing it? And that gives you a sense of how they're feeling about it. But you're right. There are no certainties other than good old death and taxes. So, we just sort of take our chances, and you have to figure out where your own personal level is.
You have a comment, Seth? And we'll.
No, I think Ed summed it up pretty well. My wife has her interests and activities, and again, a group of people that she's been associating with for a long time, and there's some trust there. I don't think anybody's too interested in going out and seeing a bunch of random people, and that kind of comes back to what we were just saying about visits rather than large generalized meets, that we have a lot more control over how many people, how close we're going to be, and individually who's involved.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank our panelists and invite the audience to show a round of give a round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. I think it's been a very interesting conversation. One of the takeaways that I have is just ask the question no matter how uncomfortable it is, because everybody needs to know and everybody needs to be on the same page. We're going to take a couple of minute break, and then we'll be back here at 11 o'clock for our very first remote virtual clinic by Steven Cox. So see you in a couple of minutes. Back, everybody. We are ready to move on with our next presentation. We have a virtual clinic. This is a hybrid convention. We're pleased to have a clinic by Steven Cox. He's going to be talking about designing the Cal-P and Richmond Pacific from 3 time zones and 3,000 miles away. Let me give you a little bit of an introduction about Steven. He lives in Kitchener, Ontario, which is southwest of Toronto. He's originally from Melbourne, Australia. He has lived in Richmond, California, which is in the San Francisco Bay Area. He's a lifelong railroad and model railroad enthusiast and is a lifetime N-scale modeler. He's designed many layouts and built several. The one that he's going to present to us today is his latest project, which is designed to leverage his engineering background. He's married and he has 2 college-age kids. And I'd love to just invite the presentation to be started, please.
G'day, my name's Steven Cox, and I'm very excited to present to you the Richmond Pacific and Cal-P in N-scale. I'm in the planning phases of a new layout, and I'm trying to determine what is possible. This talk will be in 2 halves. The first half will be about the prototypes and the region and the operations, while the second half will focus on the track plan and how I will translate those prototype operations into a model railroad. I'll take you back 20 years. I was living in Richmond, California, and Richmond is the home of the Richmond Pacific Railroad, a short line serving a number of industries operating on some ex-Southern Pacific and Santa Fe trackage. Close by was the Union Pacific Martinez sub, and also in Richmond is the BNSF, which serves the Richmond terminal and, as you'll see, actually operates beyond its own rails over the Richmond Pacific. And this was perfect for me. I had operations wherever I went, and it was a great place for rail fanning, no matter what I was doing or where I was going. Now, to understand why this was so great, I want to take you back to where I started out. I was born in Australia in 1962, and I was always interested in trains from an early age. As a kid, I had HO, British and Australian freight trains, model trains, and fairly soon after I started, I actually switched from HO to N, an unusual move, but I just found I couldn't get in the space I had. HO was just not able to deliver the sort of operations that I was looking for, even at a young age. In 1975, I got my first issue of Model Railroader, and that was the beginning of learning about railroading in the US and how different it was from my part of the world. So progressively, I understood more about US railroading while trying to make N-scale representations. And it was pretty challenging. N-scale offerings in those days weren't very good. There were no Cato units, no micro trains. And in my late 20s, I actually made my first trip to the US, and everything changed at that point. I discovered a whole lot more sources for N-scale equipment. Cato was starting to produce better units. And I learned a lot more firsthand about how US railroads operate, especially in the Southwest. And this really set me on a course that has brought me to where I am today. So in 1995, I was able to move to Richmond, California. I moved there for work, and it was great because suddenly I was surrounded by American railroading. I made videos from 1999 to 2002 under the heading of American Railroad Media, and mostly on subjects in California, mountain passes, and so on. And in 2002, when our second kid was born, it was time to spend more time with the family. Although I was still able to do railfan trips until in 2011, our family moved to Toronto. where I learned all about CN and CP. Fast forward basically to now, and my second child has left, and now we're empty nesters. I have rooms available, and what better use for a room than to put a model railroad in it? So this is where I'm at right now, exploring what my layout will consist of now that I have space to build. So immediately thought of the Richmond Pacific. It was a great operation. Everything about it I really liked. The switch units, the cabooses, there were yard operations, there's street running. It's very compact, and it was all within a mile of my house. The Richmond Pacific serves a variety of industries. I won't go through each line item here, but they'll be in the handouts. And there's a variety of rail cars that we used in Richmond Pacific operations. The ones that typically were not part of what Richmond Pacific did are auto racks and intermodal cars, but as you'll see in a minute, those also were found on Richmond Pacific rails. So the Richmond Pacific interchanges with two Class 1s. Here's the interchange with the BNSF. This is known as Safeway siding. And the Richmond Pacific is picking up cars that have been set out by the BNSF. The BNSF would typically do this either late at night or early in the morning. And I know that these are cars that have been set out because you can see two loaded center beam cars there bound for Channel Lumber. And Richmond Pacific would deliver those to Channel Lumber later that evening. In the distance, you can just see another of the Richmond Pacific's crews, that's the outer crew, heading over to Stage Y, which is just around the corner down there. And there they would sort out cars that have been left for them by the Union Pacific and serve some industries in the northern part of Richmond. In the evenings, the Santa Fe would pick up the cars that have been set out for it by the Richmond Pacific. One of the great things about the BNSF was they used a variety of older power. Here we've got a Jeep 30 leading the consist, and other older units were often seen. Even some old BN units would find their way onto locals. So it was a great spot to watch that happen. The BNSF gained trackage rights as a result of the Union Pacific Southern Pacific merger, and soon after started running stack trains over the Richmond Pacific onto the Martinez sub and down to Oakland, where they built a new container facility to load ships headed for Asia. So we soon had stack trains running very frequently, sometimes up to 8 or 10 stack trains a day. These trains were 1 mile to 1.5 miles long, and the track here is only 10 miles an hour. So it took quite a while for these trains to pass by. There are also locals that used Richmond Pacific rails in order to get to the Union Pacific. And here we see the BNSF Oakland local coming back after working Oakland. You can see the power pulling forward and then backing onto the cars on Safeway siding, then backing onto their train and then heading over the last few miles to get to the BNSF terminal at Richmond. There was also a turn that ran down to Warm Springs in the South Bay. They served an auto plant there, so that train brought auto racks to my local short line, and I was very pleased to see that. The interchange with the Union Pacific occurred on the Martinez sub itself. So Richmond Pacific would set out cars on the waterside drill track. You can see that there on the left-hand side are the Richmond Pacific cars that have been set out. The Martinez sub is a double track main running from Oakland to Roseville, and the Richmond Pacific never actually ran on Main 1 or Main 2. They only operated on the waterside drill track to do the things that they needed to do. North of the stage interlocking, and you can see the stage interlocking in the photograph, there are two sets of double crossovers allowing any train to access any track. But north of that, about half mile north, is the Y at Stage. There's a very short section of 4% grade that allows trains to get up and over the freeway. And the Union Pacific would set out cars on the waterside drill track for the Richmond Pacific. And here's a picture showing the cars in green are from the Union Pacific. Our Richmond Pacific train is on the running track adjacent to the waterside drill. And interestingly, those box cars that have been set out are actually old Golden West cars that are at the end of their life, and those are heading over to Sims Metal to be cut up. This was a fairly frequent occurrence. Old cars would be delivered to the Richmond Pacific, who brought them to Sims Metal for ultimate disposal. Richmond Pacific, always very friendly, great crews, and they were very accommodating. We ended up with several cab rides and caboose rides while we were there. It was wonderful. Really appreciate how railfan friendly the Richmond Pacific was. Many happy memories as a result. So I just want to take a moment to sort of compare, okay, of all of those things just in this short area, or this small area, how does that map to my interests for model railroading? I've listed all of the things that I'm really interested in, and then if I highlight the ones that I get by modeling the Richmond Pacific, a lot of what I'm looking for is covered. I've got mainline operations, trackage rights, there's interchanges with 2 Class 1s, it's a short line that I'm interested in, there are yard operations. In terms of the railroads, I got to see SP, there were unpatched Rio Grande units running around, a variety of older Santa Fe as well as newer BNSF power. The Richmond Pacific has a very cool scheme, and thanks to my friend Cliff Linton, I now have decals in N scale that I can paint up and decal up SW1200s in the Richmond Pacific scheme. Also, I'm interested in the California Northern, which can be incorporated into this plan. Union Pacific operations I saw a lot of. I can't say I'm a huge UP fan, but certainly they are very well represented on the Martinez sub, and I want to include them in the model. I like working on track and the scenery around track. Also very interested in signals, CTC, interlockings, and so on, as well as computer control, and there'll be plenty of scope for that on this layout. And I like modeling modern era, which has a lot of interesting things to do with weathering. Now, if I look at everything that's not covered, it's largely what would be included in a mountain desert layout, such as the Mojave area or Cajon Pass or Tehachapi. So these are things that I'm interested in. I certainly like to visit those places, but in reality, my modeling interests really span 2 different types of layout. So I'll be building the green one. I like the switching and interchange operations, and so that's where my focus is going to be. I want to talk briefly about terminology. I tend to be fairly liberal with the way that I refer to things here in this region. So the Richmond Pacific, I'll often refer to that as the RPRC, which is its reporting marks. It's also known as the Par Terminal Railroad, which was its predecessor. BNSF and Santa Fe, I'll use those interchangeably along with Union Pacific, UP, Southern Pacific, SP. I tend to refer to those all interchangeably. And the Martinez sub is often referred to as the Cal-P, and this is because it was built by the California Pacific Railroad as part of the Transcontinental Railroad project. So where is all this happening? I want to step you through where we are in the world. This is a depiction of the states with California highlighted, and the green box represents the region of interest. Just for reference, I'm located up here in the Great Lakes, between 3 of the Great Lakes here in Kitchener, Ontario. If we expand that green box, we can see in this region of California, Richmond is located on the other side of the bay from San Francisco, and Sacramento is about 70 odd miles to the northeast of Richmond. Oakland, about 10 miles south of Richmond, and Roseville, about 10 miles northeast of Sacramento. And connecting Roseville and Oakland is the UP Martinez sub. And those of you who are very familiar with the Union Pacific and Southern Pacific will realize that the Martinez sub actually ends in Oakland, and there are more than one line that runs south of Oakland. So I should point out here that not all rail lines are shown, and this is really to put you in the picture for the Martinez sub and the Stockton sub. And the Stockton sub runs east-west from Stockton over through Pittsburgh to Richmond, The Richmond Pacific is this tiny little line that connects the two here in Richmond. And I'll put a circle around that just so that you can see it. And let's expand that region so that we can get a better idea of how these two Class 1 railroads connect. So here's the Martinez sub. The Richmond portion of it is being shown here. On the Martinez sub, we can see a variety of traffic, including manifests, which do the interchange work, intermodals, ethanol trains. While I lived there, coal was introduced. There's a run from Utah. I believe it's from Geneva in Utah, heading over to Stige on the Union Pacific. And then the Richmond Pacific takes the coal over to the port of Richmond, where it's transloaded into ships. There's also a local that ran on the UP that goes from Oakland up to Stige, and that ran on the Martinez sub as well. The Martinez sub hosts a lot of passenger trains. The Coast Starlights and Zephyrs run by Amtrak, as well as Capitals and San Joaquins that are run by Amtrak California. Those are commuter trains. And that tends to dominate operations, with freight trains essentially squeezing in where they can around the passenger operations. We would frequently see a passenger move and then a freight would run out after it so that it would not delay the passenger train. Here is the Richmond terminal of the Stockton sub on the BNSF. This line runs from Stockton all the way down here to Richmond. The line actually runs right down to the point where ferries used to take cars over to San Francisco. The Richmond Pacific, on the other hand, connects at Stige Y and runs east-west for about four miles or so. The Richmond Pacific also operates the Florida Team Tracks and a branch line heading over to the Chevron refineries. There's also a meat packing plant here that's served. And those pale blue lines represent the whole Richmond Pacific system. BNSF has a connecting line connecting the Richmond terminal over to Richmond Pacific at 23rd Street, and that allows BNSF road trains to access the UP. As I mentioned earlier, BNSF runs turns down to Oakland and Warm Springs, but it also runs a lot of stack trains and bare tables, and I'll show you the routing for this. Intermodal trains would come down the Stockton sub to Richmond Terminal, where they would often, without stopping, branch around the Y and take the Siberia lead over to the Richmond Pacific. And then at Stige, it would transfer onto the Martinez sub and head on down to Oakland. From Oakland, there are often light power moves running long hood first. Coming up to Stige Y, they would turn the power and run them back down to Oakland, where they would then later bring a train back to the BNSF. There was also an occasional Pittsburgh steel train, which would come over on the Stockton sub to Richmond. It was headed really back where it came from, back Pittsburgh, and I'll show you the routing for that. The steel train would come down the BNSF to the Richmond terminal. It would also swing around the Y and head over the Siberia lead to the Richmond Pacific, and then head north on the Martinez sub, eventually finding its way back to Pittsburgh, which it had already passed through when it came across from Stockton. This is an interesting train just based on its routing and using the north leg of the Y, and I like to include that if I can. So I want to spend a moment here to talk about what's going to be captured in the layout itself. So this is the Martinez sub in Richmond, and the Stockton sub is going to come in from staging to a representation of the Richmond terminal. The waterside drill track allows the connection to the 23rd Street yard and the rest of the Richmond Pacific here. There's a number of industries that I'd like to include from this part of the Richmond Pacific, as well as the Florida Team Tracks and the branch that heads down Chevron and the meat packing plant there. The Siberia lead will also be represented, allowing Richmond trains to come from the Richmond yard and head over to Stige and on to Oakland. This is the rest of the Martinez sub, and I know this is a busy slide. It's there for reference, and each of the control points are actually color-coded, and I'll quickly go through that. So the gray control points, Oakland 16th and 34th Street, as well as Roseville on the other end of the line, are going to be represented by staging. Everything in green or in is going to be represented on the main deck, and everything in orange is going to be represented on an upper deck. And the purple points on the line are actually going to be represented minimally by bump outs on a helix that will be necessary to connect the decks. So I want to include them for operational purposes, but a very limited representation on the layout itself. So I'll quickly take you through some key points on the Martinez sub. So Emeryville is a key one. This is a view north from Emeryville. On the left, we actually have arrival and departure tracks for Desert Yard at Oakland. The main one and main two are in the middle. You can see an Amtrak California crossing over there. And then the right-hand track is a longer station track used by Amtrak trains, primarily the California Zephyr and the Coastal Starlight. The power set sitting on the departure track is actually heading to Stige to pick up the outbound empty coal train heading back to Utah. And at Shell Mound, just on the other side of the crossovers up here, you can just make out a UP switcher switching an industry there. So a lot of activity in a small space. This was a great place to watch trains. And a lot of times there would be a passenger move that needed to complete in order for the Union Pacific or the Santa Fe to for their trains to move to where they needed to go. South of here is Oakland. In my layout, it's going to be represented by staging. So the Powell Street overpass there is the end, the seating portion. Here's another example of a BNSF stack train getting close to Oakland. It's threading through a couple of crossovers here on the arrival track. And the switch units adjacent to it are actually a bunch of local power from the UP. This is actually a shot taken on a Friday and on Fridays they would run the local power up to Roseville for servicing, and then they would return sometime over the weekend. Another point of interest is Pinole and Hercules. As the line runs around San Pablo Bay, there's a lot of curves and actually not enough straight track to put two crossovers end to end. So at Pinole, there's a single crossover, and Hercules, there's another single crossover, each with their own signals. And in between, there's a very sharp curve. All those sharp curves require flange oilers to keep things running smoothly. And at this location, there is also a storage track, usually occupied by LPG cars. But it's a lovely location next to the bay, with very few structures, making it very easy to model. Rodeo and Martinez are homes to some very industrial areas with refineries. Photo credit here to Cliff Linton for providing both these photos of the refineries. I would like to include at least one of these. They will probably be fairly minimally represented, but an important source of cars for operations. So lots to pick from in terms of industrial subjects there. So I'm about to shift over and talk about the track plan. Before I do, I just want to briefly mention this is an exploratory track plan. I'm really trying to understand what locations and operations I can squeeze in. So what's going to fit, but also what's the complexity I'm looking at and what sort of obstacles do I face. This is not a build plan, and there is more analysis that I'll need to go through before I decide what to build. These are some preliminary specs. It's going to be N scale. I've got fairly broad radius curves, 20 on the main, 16 on industrial. Translating to HO, that would be a 40-inch mainline radius and a 32-inch industrial radius. I'm using the longest turnouts I can squeeze into the plans. So number 9's on the main and number 7's on industry and staging. Decks at 32, 46, and 58 inches. Modeling the era in which I lived in this area. I'll be utilizing Digitrax and JMRI along with some custom computer and electronic control that I'm developing. And when I'm done, I think that this layout should be something that I can operate solo or with a crew of 4 to 6 people. This is my space. We have a split level home. The crawl space is under the front part of the house. It's only 41 inches high, but there's room under there for staging, or at least a portion of it. I won't be using all of it. And I have 3 rooms. I have an office, which is 16 by 11, a train room, which is 8 by 11, and the mechanical room, which is 16 by 12. And these green squares represent the parts that I can actually put permanent layout. I can cover the laundry temporarily, and so I contemplate putting some trackage here, but on a removable section. Richmond is going to be represented in the small room. Oakland staging will be under the house. Emeryville, which we just saw, and the Helix will be in the mechanical room. And North Richmond includes the trackage for the Richmond Pacific and the BNSF Richmond Terminal, as well as some more Martinez subtrack would be in the office room. So I want to show you the track plan that I have under consideration for Richmond. So this is the track plan. I'm not going to go through every track, but I really want to point out the main features. The Martinez sub is coming through Albany here and then on to Steege, coming from Oakland. Double crossovers. It's not the same configuration as the prototype, but at least gives us the operational capability. And then a line branching off here, allowing access to Steege Y. The waterside drill track you can see is represented both here at Steege Y and also south of Steege, which will allow interchange operations to take place. The Y swings around here to a representation of Safeway siding, and then a little bit further than that, the Siberia lead branches off into the other room to connect with Richmond Terminal. I have a small representation of the 23rd Street Yard and a switching lead, which includes Sims Metal and Cemex, 2 key customers on the Richmond Pacific. Meanwhile, the Martinez sub continues on around the outside here, heading towards Richmond, which is in the next room. Here is the representation of Richmond with the Martinez sub running along the back wall here. It's not featured, but it does need to get up to this part of the layout, so it's running along here at the back. More visible will be in the pink ballast here, the BNSF Richmond Terminal. It's a fairly basic representation of the Richmond Terminal, and it's really just a place for locals to begin and end. The outer job for the Richmond Pacific is represented fairly faithfully here with the wire shields, a small yard with tank cars, and a branch leading, or at least a spur track leading into the acid plant there, as well as some tracks that represent the connections into the Chevron refinery. Beyond where the outer job cuts over, the 2 Class 1s, both the BNSF and the UP, actually run together on the prototype out to Point Richmond, and that's represented fairly faithfully here. At this point, I have some choices in my plan. Here are the 2 parts of the plan represented together. From Oakland staging, I can get up to Steege and Steege Y and Richmond and the Richmond Pacific. Can continue on to the Richmond Terminal. I can switch the outer job, and then I could just continue send road trains up here to Stockton and Roseville staging. So that would be one way to just end the amount of construction. The operations would still be pretty good. And so this is a possible endpoint for this plan. But I wanted to consider how much of the Martinez sub I can include. So let's take a look at that. And before we do, I want to briefly mention a plan like this requires staging. I don't know how much staging. This is a depiction of what is the maximum amount of staging I could include. Each room represents a different location. Oakland is here with 20 staging tracks, Roseville over here with 13, and BNSF with 10. I may not need all of those tracks, but certainly this plan would has space to include them if needed. Also, you'll notice each staging area has its own return loop. That's to facilitate staging trains pointing in the right direction, pretty much regardless of how they got there. And there are also connector tracks that allow transfer of trains between staging rather than run them back over the main line. This is a closer look at Oakland staging. Emeryville is right here. We saw some photographs of that a moment ago. Here's the long track for the Starlight and the California Zephyr. Any trains heading down into Oakland staging will run around this loop and then head into its appropriate staging track. I also have some tracks here for the California Amtrak. They would be parked here and can be switched out onto the main line fairly readily. This depiction above shows the yard throat. And one of the key things I wanted to understand, not only in producing the staging is, how much staging can I get in there, but how flexible can I make it? And I found that I really had to use double slip switches and even a scissors switch here. There are like 4 or 5 double slip switches here and a scissors switch, which are necessary to branch out as well as maintain access in both directions to each of the tracks. Again, I may not end up building all of this, but if you kind of recall. Here's a quick look at Roseville staging. Similar situation, lines running up to Davis to Helix, engine storage locally, that's true of each of the yards. Trains can run in here around the reversing loop and be parked facing out, ready to go for their next trip. And this is a quick look at Stockton staging. Similar sort of situation, coming down the helix, switches ahead of the yard to make sure we can get to whichever track we want to, a reversing loop and engine storage for flexibility. And this staging area also includes a small switching yard that could be utilized to switch out manifests or locals. Unclear how much this is going to be needed and how much would actually be of that switching would occur at the Richmond terminal, but I've included it there to make sure that it could fit. And again, the throat requires some specialized trackage here, and it was a very useful exercise designing this plan to kind of understand what would be required. At this point, I want to take a look at what could I include from the rest of the subdivision running from Oakland out to Benicia. So we have points of interest at Pinole and Hercules, where we saw the shoreline running, refineries at Martinez and Rodeo. At Crockett, there's a large plant that refines sugar. And at Ozole, there is an interchange yard that handles a lot of the traffic at this end of the bay. And it is only 4 tracks deep, perfect for a model railroad, and it's something I'd like to include. So looking at that upper deck, here is each of those locations on one wall. Definitely enough space to include any of those features. Martinez would be fairly abbreviated, and I've got Hercules and Pinole. This would be a removable section, allowing that scene to be included. Here is the rest of the trackage between Benicia and Roseville, and of interest here is really Benicia, Davis, Sacramento, and American River. There's some separated track at Benicia and a huge viaduct, which would be great to model, as well as auto rack unloading, although I doubt that I'll have room for that. At Davis, we have the Cal Northern interchange and a really nice station that just begs to be modeled. Sacramento provides a destination for all these Amtraks, and the American River Bridge has a really nice multi-span through truss bridge, which I would love to include if I can. And so adding those to the upper deck, here is Benicia, Davis over here in the corner, and then heading around on the top of the helix. This is where we would have the interchange with the Cal Northern, and the helix then takes us down to Roseville. Sacramento and the American River Bridge would be just small bump outs on the helix, and hopefully I can include those to include them mainly for operational purposes. You'll notice also that I've got this helix that's embedded in a wall. Maybe a little ambitious, but this will be beneficial to extend the mainline run and also to provide the grade separation that exists between the 2 tracks here at Benicia. And some of those things are listed in those notes there for your reference. Okay, talk a little bit about this large helix that makes all this work. I have this large oval space that I can put the helix in. You can see here is an example of the bump out for Sacramento. And the helix will have a grade of 2.25%. In this size, that means I'm changing 5 inches per turn. And what that allows me to do is put a helix within a helix. You only require 2.5 inches of deck-to-deck separation for end scale. And so I can have the helix coming down from Sacramento and Davis going down to Roseville. That helix can interleave with the helix that connects Oakland to Stige. It's a little bit of a twist to imagine that in your mind, but I mainly really wanted to understand how would I do this, and I did not want to have a bunch of switches midway down a helix. They operate as completely independent helixes that just happen to be built together, but allow those connections to be made. And of course, the last wrinkle is that this would, given where it's being built, would have to be modular and removable from time to time. And that remains to be seen how I would accomplish that. As I mentioned in the previous slides, there'll be bump outs for several locations. And that's something that I really want to explore. For very little real estate, it really enhances the operations. So the Cal Northern connects at Davis. I could represent that by putting Cal Northern on a shelf in the mechanical room. There's a couple of industries that could be included there. It would then come up its own helix, where a few more industries could be represented before connecting with Davis. This is fairly prototypical trackage, and the interchange for the Cal Northern with the Union Pacific occurs on these inner tracks here at the top of the helix. So potential here to make this a live connection with exchange occurring with between the Cal Northern and the Union Pacific. So it's something I would like to include, but we'll see how we go. And lastly, as I mentioned, passenger operations are fairly common on the Martinez sub. This train at the top here might not look like it is actually a California Amtrak, even though it has an Amtrak unit and an Amtrak coach included in its consist. I'm not a particular fan of passenger operations, and to me, this is really begging to be automated using computer control and a few other electronic tricks. And so it would be great to not have to operate these with an operator, but to have them running on the layout as part of the overall operations, something I definitely like to explore in this plan. So wrapping things up, one thing that really stood out to me preparing this presentation is that change happens. You should photograph everything that you care about, because you may move or you may not be able to access the things that you're interested in. And I really appreciated having a library of photographs that I took all those years ago. The second thing is that an exploratory track plan like this is really helpful. It shows what's possible in the space that I have. It shows me that less could be quite workable. And there are definitely some challenges, and it helps me identify what those challenges are. My process here is to start with a concept, just really work through the exploratory phase, and I would then move on to prototyping some things that really matter to this design and to this build to ensure that I could, in fact, do what I want to do, at which point I would finish off the plan, I would build the layout and hopefully operate and enjoy it. But in the meantime, my next steps are really prototyping things like N scale number 8 double slips and scissors crossovers. I've built turnouts, both freehand and using fast tracks jigs, but I haven't built these more complex constructions. So that's something I want to really get my hands wet with before I build the rest of the layout, which depends on those sorts of things. Similarly, I've got to align modules and make sure that the rail heads come out nicely aligned every time. There are some door gates I have to figure out, and the interleaved helix is not trivial by any means, but I think it is buildable. So on that, very happy to turn it over to questions, and I'd be happy to answer anything about the prototype railroads, the region, operations, or the track plan that I've presented. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. And I believe that you're online. Do you? Oh, hi. There you are. How's? Wow, looks like you have some snow. Well,
Yeah, we do have some snow. This is not my. I'm not actually here in the at Guelph Junction, but yeah, it was minus 10 Fahrenheit this morning. We have about 3 feet of snow out the front on my lawn.
wow. Well, I have to tell you that when you got to 9 and you had this warp at Santa Fe units, you really had me. This looks like a very exciting prototype and layout. I was curious, do we have any questions from the local audience? Yes, we do, as a matter of fact.
Are we live here? Yeah? Okay, yeah. This is really impressive. This is Seth Neumann. As you know, I modeled Warm Springs in 1999, so the other end of that Warm Springs turn appears on my layout about halfway through the session. My question is, I have a fair amount of skepticism about double slips and scissors and generally complicated track work, especially where it's difficult to access. So what are you planning to do in terms of control schemes? The issue is less in my mind that the track work is problematic. You know, using tools like Fast Track's jigs, you can usually make it work pretty well. The problem is operators not knowing what to do about it. So what are you planning to do to automate the routing to, you know, have operational reliability?
It's a great question, Seth. There's, you know, I did everything I could to eliminate anything that was remotely like a double slip. I don't even like curve turnouts. I know they're a mainstay in the HO world, but as you're probably aware, the prototype doesn't use them that much, and I like to avoid them where possible. But and I should also say that those double slips facilitate a large number of tracks, and if I cut down the number of tracks, I can probably eliminate some of those double slips. As far as routing is concerned, I already have some custom electronics that I've designed for route control. It's adaptable to any plant, so it's relatively easy to set up the routing so that any entrance track can be routed to any departure track, or any exit track from the interlocking. So I'm not too worried about that. My concern is much more around the mechanical reliability. The size of a point, or the tip of a point in an N-scale turnout, is pretty fine. And the parts are generally quite small. So I'm really concerned mostly about the mechanical reliability. And I think the last thing I would also mention is that my intention is not to have regular crews run their trains into staging. That would be the job of a hostler. I suspect that might end up being myself. I operate at a local layout here, or actually a layout in Toronto, where that is typically the way it's run. And the advantage of that is that the person operating the yard tends to become a lot more familiar with it. But also from a realism standpoint, particularly on the Oakland end, trains would typically be picked, from a rail fan perspective, I saw them starting their journey at the arrival departure tracks north of the desert yard there at Emeryville. And that's exactly where operators would pick up their trains. So they wouldn't have to navigate that complex trackage. Similarly, on the BNSF, the hostler can bring up trains up onto what roughly equates to Ream siding, just north of the yard at Richmond. And for Roseville, one of the reasons I want to represent the American River Bridge
is that's where I would do the crew change points for the Roseville end of things. And then the hostler would take the train down the helix and put it into Roseville staging.
Hi, this is Rob from San Jose. I love the track plan, and I love the prototype. I've got to admit, I was looking at the tracks or the switches at the back of staging, and was not wanting to be the one going back there to fix switches. What have you gone through as you've been designing this to feel confident that that was going to work, or have you tried prototyping? What are the things you do to make a potentially difficult part of the layout feel like you can actually pull it off?
Are you talking about the switches under the crawl space at the far end of Oakland staging?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, certainly not. I sort of looked at different ways of, maybe a U-shaped staging yard, which sort of has problems of its own, but at least maybe you can put all the switches near the front of the crawl space. Obviously, anything that's back there has to be pretty bulletproof. I'm not too concerned about constructing regular switches and switch control systems that operate reliably. I'm a real stickler for zero derailments. So track work is a big deal to me. And so I'm reasonably confident about building that. But I'm also sort of thinking, I may want to explore things like building both of those yard throats exactly the same, and possibly making a third one. But I'll get to that when I'm further down the road. But as far as prototyping is concerned, I am actually going to embark on a switching layout this year, which will incorporate all of the double slips and the scissors in the yard, where I can really hammer on it and just convince myself whether that's going to be viable or not. But yeah, definitely an important question, and until I can establish the reliability of those parts, then I certainly wouldn't take on the rest of the build.
Hello, Steven. John Cockle here.
G'day, John.
Yeah, quite.
You got me into this mess.
Yeah, well, it's good, and good luck with. This is quite ambitious, and it's a lot of fun to see you put it into some concepts there. A couple things. One, the 2.5 inches I found on you're talking about 2.5 inch clearance on the helix is fine until something derails. You have to put your hand in there, so it's pretty tight. So what I did to try to get around that, I ended up with a spiral instead of a helix. It's actually a concentric spiral that goes from 24 inches, I believe, down to 18 inches as it goes. It spirals down, and then at the bottom, I go underneath just a piece of brass kind of sheet stock there to get underneath and get out of the inside of the spiral there. So that might be something you consider to try to do that. But another thing is that the Richmond Pacific, I thought was interesting that you had CMAX and Sims on there, which are two of the biggest, but you don't have Levin Terminal itself and the Richmond Pacific engine facility and all that, and you might consider because it would actually be, since you're coming all the way from Roseville, you could bring a coal train down to Stige, hand it off, and then the crew take it in, take it out to towards the pier and the dumper and that kind of stuff. So maybe there's an opportunity maybe to swap out CMEX for Levin or something along those lines, Anyways, it was fun to see it all. Good stuff.
Yeah, very valid comments, and the property very well. I think if anything I'm disappointed in, it's that the representation of the inner trackage is pretty limited. There's really nothing on anything between Stage Y and the Levin terminal that is adequately represented. But as you probably also know, to represent the whole thing would take the entire space, and even then it wouldn't be one-to-one. If I did have more room, that's really where I would add to the plan. I don't really want to take things away from North Richmond. I like all that trackage beside the Richmond Parkway there. So yeah, you know, as everybody is aware, you've got to make these trade-offs, and that means saying no to some things that you like or you wish you had.
Okay, next question. John from Redwood City. You've got all these beautiful graphics of your track plans. Did you start with pencil and paper and then draw it up, or are you using some sort of software where you can actually sketch this out so nicely and develop your track without pencil and paper?
So I love geometry, and I'm a math guy, and you know, for a long time I just used graph paper and pencils, but I really grew tired of erasing a lot of what I'd done and then redrawing it. Since probably, I don't know, about the last 20 years or so, I've used Third Planet. I find it to be a really good tool for getting the geometry correct. And it has the controls that I like for, you know, putting things together fairly quickly. So what you saw there was possibly 100 to 150 iterations on that. So I change things a lot. I try things. I'll you know, undo the last 100 moves and try something different. If I don't like it, then I can put it back in place. But I haven't used pencil and paper for a long time. I mean, I started out that way as an engineer. I did drafting with, you know, mechanical pencils and so on, and I certainly enjoyed that at the time. But there's just so much more that you can explore with a CAD system like Third Planet. And certainly, you know, I don't know how I could really work through a plan like this without it, especially on the elevation side of things.
This is your heckling portion. We miss you in the Bay Area. And when are you going to give up this N-scale stuff and start doing HO so I can use some of your track? The other thing is, remember, the switches won't fail until you actually cover them up and have scenery and everything else on top. I can't wait to come up and see what you're creating.
Well, you're all welcome. So a couple of things there. First of all, I also blame you. I met you on an outing that John Cockle had organized, and you were gracious enough to bring me into the East Bay group. So thanks very much, Jim. You've gotten me into all sorts of trouble. And I really like what's going on with your layout. It's perhaps not obvious from the plan, but the Oakland staging is not covered. There's nothing for that. A little bit of trackage waivers on the whole, it's open. And yes, the best way to make a switch fail is to cover it up and make it inaccessible. But also on each of those plans, any of the complex trackage is actually within 6 or 8 inches of the fascia. So it is reasonably accessible. I'm also toying with the idea of just making the whole yard throat removable on staging. So if I need to, I can pull it out and work on it. You know, along the lines that you mentioned, as you get older, getting under the layout to work on things gets less and less appealing. I am not moving to HO anytime soon. I gave it up at age 11, never really looked back. Things were terrible in HO at those days, in N scale in those days. So that gives you some idea of where my preferences lie. I don't like the tight curves and the short switches and the curved turnouts that are necessary to build most HO layouts. I'll grant you they're fun to operate generally, and certainly switching, I'd say there's no comparison. HO is much more fun for switching. But this layout is not a intensive switching layout. There's for all the single car switching there's also a lot of block swapping. So and where there is switching, it's very close at hand, and that's deliberately designed that way. But if you need some custom switches, let me know. We'll have a chat. I'm not opposed to building HO scale track. It's kind of big and clunky, but I think I can do it.
So unfortunately, I see we have another question, but we need to shift over to the clinic goes on. So Steven is going to be over in one of the breakout rooms for all of those who are attending virtually to continue having discussions with him. And Jim, if you're looking for him to make you any custom track, he's got a whole bunch of interlockings he's got to do for me first. So get in line. In the meantime, for everybody else here, it is time for lunch. So we're on break now until 1:15, and we are going to get started promptly at 1:15. So be back here by about 1:10 or so for our next clinic, and Seth has something to say.
Yeah. Sorry. One thing we have always done here at lunch is to try to have birds of a feather sessions. Robert is the BOF coordinator, so if you want to hold on for just a minute, Robert will see if he can get the birds of a feather groups together.
Thanks, Seth. So if you are watching on Zoom, we're doing the Birds of a Feather virtually this year again. We have breakout rooms in Zoom that should be coming up. You get to select which one you're in. We have 5 choices of rooms where you can go and socialize, either on whatever topics you want or on particular topics. We have an operations breakout room to talk about operations, layout design, a separate breakout room for Loco-Fi discussions, which is Wi-Fi connected locos without DCC. We're also having 2 rooms where you can just talk about whatever you want. That's dining car and caboose. If you're here in person and you have a topic that you want to talk about over lunch, raise your hand and shout it out in exactly 15 seconds. Have a great lunch, everybody, and see you back at 1:15.
Hello, my name is Robin Gilstrom. I'm a member of the South Bay Historical Railroad Society's layouts here. Been on the board of directors for probably 23 of my 30 years. What I'm going to talk to you about and show you today is the N-scale layout. It is approximately 11 feet wide by 52 feet long. It contains 3 main lines, which we happen to call red, yellow, and blue because of my interest in N-track. And it also has a trolley line, which you will see running on an automated circuit. Along with, on the lower level, below the main lines, is a fiddle yard that with helixes at both ends that can bring trains up to any of the 3 main lines and run out and storage and setup and stuff. What you're seeing right now is the main part of the layout, which is the engine facility in the back, along with the yard tracks. And then you have a town area on this side of those tracks and an intermodal yard here in front. We're now behind the layout in the operator's position. And as you can see, we have some large panels with LEDs and switches. Eventually, all of the switches will be tortoise switch machines, slow-mo and DCC controlled, so you can route your trains anywhere you want and turn off any one of the main lines that we have here. What you're looking at now is sort of a classification yard and setup yard, along with the engine facility in the back you see there, and long sidings for the maintenance away train. And all of the tracks you see here will be active. Some of them aren't complete yet, but they will be able to run trains back and forth and rotate on the turntable into the roundhouse and everything else that a normal train facility would do. What you have here is our downtown area, which includes our fire and police stations and all the business you would have in a downtown area, along with the trolley line that goes through the streets and runs around. To the left is the houses, or some of the houses, that the people live in who work in the town in various industries. What you see right now is our bus depot, where obviously the transit buses come and go and are repaired and stuff. There's also a fire station, a grain silo, a barn, and then you go a little bit farther and you see what's the remains of our ghost town. Also, we have a rural area where you have a barn and farm area off to the side. What you're looking at now is the town of Heck. It got that name by, what the heck is that you're building? It has its own small engine facility, a downtown area. Over here we have Gunther's Volkswagen Works, and Gunther is a German member of the club who loves Volkswagen, so we put that in honor of him. What you're looking at now is the Sunset Hotel, which was built out of a kit, and it helps feed the town of Heck, along with getting into the residential area and the passenger station. What you're looking at now is the residential area of Heck, along with the passenger station. Train might stop. Well, as you can see, above Heck is a rock quarry that's under construction. It's going to take a lot of work to get it finished, but it's like everything on here, it's a work in progress. The arch bridge you're looking at right now, which the train will be crossing shortly, is actually an HO scale kit that's been heavily kit bashed, added new handrails and cut off some of the sections, but it works very effective as a double track bridge. What you're looking at now is the wine vineyard that we have, and it's just outside the town, obviously where a couple of the lines go through. What you see here is our industrial area on the layout. We have an intermodal area in the foreground. There's some industries for switching just behind that. And then behind the trains running is the main passenger station of the layout, plus another little downtown area. Now you're looking at our boat harbor with the grain elevators. The drawbridge you see in the foreground is working. It goes up and down as we need to. The trestle you're looking at was scratch built out of individual pieces of lumber and then put in place. The drawbridge you saw is a modified kit so that it can clear double stack trains now. What you're looking at now is the Mountain View industrial area, where we have an oil facility, a warehouse, and then as you get closer in here, there's a logging truck firm. The bridge in the foreground is plate girder, which is built from scratch, and the other two were built from kits. This is our Point Antonio seaport, of which is very nicely populated, and freight trains go by on a regular basis. What you're looking at is the helix inside the mountain, that allows us to go from the yellow line on the back wall to, in fact, it'll go all the way down to the fiddle yard if we want it to. There's actually two helixes here, one inner one and an outer one. The outer one is where the blue line runs, and the inner one is the yellow line. We had somebody made the metal brackets, and I basically start at the top and run the nuts down, and then there's a screw that goes into the bottom of the plywood so that you can adjust it. What you're looking at now is our fiddle yard that's down below the main lines. It has 8 storage tracks plus a reversing loop on the one end. And from the fiddle yard, you have access to the helixes at each end of the layout to get back up to the main lines. You can go from the fiddle yard to any one of the 3 main lines without crossing another line. Thank you for viewing our layout today. We are the South Bay Historical Railroad Society, or SBHRS. We are always looking for new members, particularly in the N-scale area, but we also have a very large HO layout that there's a different video on you can see, and we would appreciate you coming down. We are open Tuesday evenings and Saturdays during the day all year long. Visit our website at www.sbhrs.org. We have an open house twice a year, one in April and one in November, and you can find the actual dates on the website. And we welcome people during the open house. We sell trains that have been donated to us to help pay for our efforts, because this is a nonprofit organization. and we're always looking for volunteers to help us in any way they can. Thanks again for watching.
The Pacific Coast region of the National Model Railroad Association and the Redwood Empire Division invite you to return to the Redwoods in 2022 for the annual PCR convention. Join us April 21st through the 24th at the beautiful Doubletree Sonoma Wine Country Hotel. Full 3-day program is planned, including over 40 clinics, layout tours, operating sessions, contests, excursions, vendor exhibit and sales, a member swap meet, and a full non-rail program. 3 great excursions are being offered at this convention. Backed by popular demand is the Sturgeon's Mill Tour. Travel through the magnificent redwoods to visit one of the few remaining steam-powered lumber mills still working. This 107-year-old lumber mill is operated by volunteers and will be open exclusively for 2022 convention attendees. Weather permitting, the beautiful picnic grounds will be available before the tour for those that would like to bring a lunch. Another trip through the majestic redwoods will take you to the site of one of California's most historic wineries, Korbel Champagne Cellars. During the tour, you will hear the great story of the Korbel family, learn how their wonderful California champagne is made, and get the history of the Korbel train station. The tour will end in the tasting room where you will have the opportunity to taste their wines and champagnes and browse the gift shop. And finally, enjoy a ride through Sonoma County and visit 5 train depots. Bring your camera and see the beautiful restorations and reuses of these historic buildings. On the list are the Petaluma Depot, now the Petaluma Visitor Center, the Sonoma Depot, part of the Depot Park Museum, the Kenwood Depot, the inspiration for our convention building and now being used as an event center, the Santa Rosa Depot, where you will find the Santa Rosa Visitor Center, and finally the Sebastopol Depot, home to the West County Museum. To commemorate the 2022 convention, we are offering a Roma Wine Company car, number 297, as the official convention car. And the official convention building is a 3D printed facsimile of the Kenwood Depot. 2 convention shirts will be available in 2022, a gray polo and a long-sleeve denim shirt, both beautifully embroidered with the convention logo. We hope you will return to the Redwoods and take advantage of all we have to offer. Learn from some of the best modelers around, tour fantastic layouts, and best of all, enjoy each other's company once again. We look forward to seeing you in Rohnert Park.
So welcome to Evanston, Wyoming. We're here at the former Union Pacific machine shop, and my name's Lee Calkins, and welcome to Evanston. We've got 56 guys here that have showed up with modules and trains from 25 of the continental United States today. And we've got a layout that is 1,200 square feet and covers all 15,000 square feet of this building. Currently, we're running trains. So here we are at Plummer Junction. Plummer Junction is a 4-module set of the 295 modules that we have here today. And Plummer Junction's modeled after an actual junction in Plummer, Idaho, where the Milwaukee Road and the Union Pacific met. And everything's running great. And to tell you a little more about Fremo End, we're going to turn some time over to Paul Bender.
We modeled Fremo, and Fremo is largely a single-track modular standard designed for operations. And we particularly model Fremo N, which has single track end plates. This layout has 200 and some odd pieces in it that are all built to this standard. Basically, the standard says you have to have straight track at the 4 inches at the beginning of the module, and between the end plates, as long as you meet the minimum radius, you can have whatever you want in between, which is why it's called Fremo. One of the nice things about Fremo is that you can build a small section that you can operate as a switching layout at home, and then you can bring it to a show like this one and be part of a huge layout where you can run long trains like this one that's approaching here in front of me, that you may not be able to run at home, and you still get the enjoyment of what you're doing at home, plus the fun of operating with others.
My name is Carl Androshko. I am from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I've been in Fremo for about 12 years now. I got into Fremo because I really like a lot of the different aspects of it. One of the big things for me was the ability to model more prototypical scenes. So for example, I have white pine here. This is an 18-foot long module set based off of white pine in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I also have a second module here that is another 6-foot module called Afton Canyon, based off of Afton Canyon just outside of Barstow, California. I've been space restrained for a long time, so for me the ability to build a scene that would attach to a larger railroad is always a big advantage for me. So to be able to come in and have a scene like this that connects to a 1,200-foot railroad is awesome, because we can run more prototypically, we can run locals, we can run long unit trains. So for us, we can run 30-plus foot trains here very comfortably. So it's nice to be able to model a little bit more prototypically. I myself, I do prefer prototype modeling. That's why I decided to do the scenes that I did. So White Pine, like I said, based off a small town in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I actually model Wisconsin Central in 1996 is the focal point. So I'm trying to keep it as close as I can to that. It is a partially finished module set. So like all things, it's advancing over time. So it starts on the far end with the White Pine yard. So I have my own yard for the module set. Then it comes down to a series of small industries. Global Wood Sticks is a popsicle stick making plant. And then the White Pine Copper Refinery, which actually took boxcar loads of copper from British Columbia and refined it in from copper anodes to copper cathodes. So it generates, it loads in, loads out, generating copper scrap for the copper wire manufacturing. But it gives me a lot of switching that I can do. So when I have it home and by myself, it's hours of fun for me. But when I bring it to a larger module setup like this, now it becomes part of that bigger world. It's part of the larger scale of railroading. So for my switch controls, I prefer something very, I feel better sense of railroading sort of work. So what I use
Pacific Coast region of the National Model Railroad Association, and the Redwood Empire division of PC.
So welcome.
The Pacific Coast region of the National Model Railroad Association and the Redwood Empire division of PCR invite you to return to the Redwoods in 2022 for the annual PCR convention. The Pacific Coast region of the National.
Hello, my name's Mike Jordan, and today I'm going to try to
So welcome to Evanston, Wyoming.
The Pacific Coast region of the National Model Railroad Association and the Redwood Empire division of PCR invite you to return to the Redwoods in 2022 for the annual PCR convention. Join us April 21st through the 24th at the beautiful Doubletree Sonoma Wine Country Hotel in Rohnert Park, California. A full 3-day program is planned, including over 40 clinics, layout tours, operating sessions, contests, vendor exhibit and sales, a member swap meet, a full non-rail program, and 3 great excursions. Register before October 31st and save $20. For more information, visit www.pcrnmra.org/CONV2022. We hope you will return to the Redwoods and take advantage of all we have to offer. Learn from some of the best modelers around, tour fantastic layouts, and best of all, enjoy each other's company once again. We look forward to seeing you in Rohnert Park.
I'm Woody Ryder. I'm the SBHRS's event coordinator, and I am the chairman of the HO layout. We are the South Bay Historical Railroad Society. Our main purpose is historical railroading. We have a museum, which is in the original freight house, and we have HO and N-scale layouts, which are in the second freight room. And we also have the Santa Clara Tower and a few other outbuildings. The layouts are actually a part of the museum. We are not a railroad club. We are a museum. And the HO, which we're dealing with today, is primarily California. We have San Jose, we have Alhambra Valley, which is in Martinez. We have an area we're just currently working on, which is San Miguel, California, down in Central California. We finally have a California mission. We have packing plants. We have other industries. And we're going to visit some of the prominent features that are on the layout. Several of our young people have brought their trains in today to show you the modeling that we have and the things that we do.
My name's Bill Burkett, and welcome to the SBHRS, which is the South Bay Historical Railroad Society. You're in our museum, and you're looking at our setup area for the main line on the lower track and the upper track area for main line and the branch line. Just a little background first on the museum. The museum consists of many exhibits. We are not a model railroad club. We are a historical landmark building in the former Southern Pacific Santa Clara Depot. The museum consists of a board of directors room, the layout room that you are in, which features both HO and N scale, all using Digitrax. We have another room past this that is the old freight receiving room. That is our museum room with railroad artifacts. We have a library. We have a restored passenger waiting depot. And we have the Oregon Navigation and Railroad Company officer's car outside, which is currently undergoing restoration on a former spur track along the dock outside. So let's look at this area here. You'll see two trains. There is a small freight train on the upper level, which is set up to go out on our branch line. From the upper level, we can also operate out onto the main lines. We have two main lines. One is the 100, one is the 200. The branch line can stay as a separate operation. It can also, you can take a train up there and connect to our logging railroad on the other end of the layout. The lower level is just a setup area for the two main lines, the 100 and 200. The longer tracks in the setup area are used for longer trains that can be doubled over. We have some members, for instance, we have a windmill train, and he will set up on two of these tracks and double over. We also have a tank train, and that can be doubled over. And there's some other unit trains likewise that can be done. Passenger trains are also set up here. The passenger train you see down below is a single car, Southern Pacific number 10. It's a model of the Southern Pacific RDC car that was used originally between Oakland and Sacramento, local service, and later on dedicated to the NWP, which ran it from San Rafael to Eureka, California, until service ceased when Amtrak began operations in 1971. So now if you look above at our branch line train, it's going to start to pull out, and once it pulls out, we can go to the other side and you can see, we'll show you the resumption of where it's going. The RDC is also pulling out now, and that is going to go out either to the 100 or 200 main line. Okay, the RDC car you see coming out, it's going through the crossover from the setup track onto the 200 main line. The freight train is going to come out and traverse the branch line. The building to the left, the Alhambra Natural Mineral Water Building, was modeled from a building that actually exists. And the white house that you see up on the hill is representing the Martinez home of John Muir. As the train progresses, you will see it go across the Santa Fe Steel Bridge, which still exists in Martinez and is currently used by the BNSF. What you're looking at in the log area is which has had sound installed. There's a light in the burner. This is an award-winning model that was scratch built by a member, Bob Dolce, and after it won the contest that it was placed in some years ago, it was placed here to be part of our exhibit for the branch line at Railroad. There are several tracks you'll see in the foreground, which are for log bogies. There's a small building, and the and it's now going to go uphill in between
Well, it seems as though we don't have our video feed working properly, so if you want to watch it, either any of these videos that you've seen playing here over lunchtime, you can watch them on the channel. Just search for them. The first one worked. The second one was just a promo. The third one was the Fremo N layout tour from last year in Evanston. If you search for Fremo N Evanston, you'll find it. And then this last one that was playing was the HO scale layout tour for the SBHRS. And you can find that here on the channel, either in the layout tour playlist or just by searching for it. So anyway, back to lunch for us.
Hello, my name is Robin Gilstrom. I'm a member of the South Bay Historical Railroad Society's layouts here. Been on the board of directors for probably 23 of my 30 years. What I'm going to talk to you about and show you today is the N-scale layout. It is approximately 11 feet wide by 52 feet long, contains 3 main lines, which we happen to call red, yellow, and blue because of my interest in N-track. And it also has a trolley line, which you will see running on an automated circuit, along with, on the lower level below the main lines, is a fiddle yard with helixes at both ends that can bring trains up to any of the 3 main lines and run out and storage and setup and stuff. What you're seeing right now is the main part of the layout, which is the engine facility in the back, along with the yard tracks, and then you have a town area on this side of those tracks and an intermodal yard here in front. We're now behind the layout in the operator's position, and as you can see, we have some large panels with LEDs and switches. Eventually, all of the switches will be tortoise switch machines, slow-mo and DCC controlled, so you can route your trains anywhere you want and turn off any one of the main lines that we have here. What you're looking at now is sort of a classification yard and setup yard, along with the engine facility in the back you see there, and long sidings for the maintenance away train. And all of the tracks you see here will be active. Some of them aren't complete yet, but they will be able to run trains back and forth and rotate on the turntable into the roundhouse and everything else that a normal train facility would do. What you have here is our downtown area, which includes our fire and police stations and all the business you would have in a downtown area, along with the trolley line that goes through the streets and runs around. To the left is the houses, or some of the houses, that the people live in who work in the town in various industries. What you see right now is our bus depot, where obviously the transit buses come and go and are repaired and stuff. There's also a fire station, a grain silo, a barn, and then you go a little bit farther and you see what's the remains of our ghost town. Also, we have a rural area where you have a barn and farm area off to the side. What you're looking at now is the town of Heck. It got that name by, what the heck is that you're building? It has its own small engine facility, downtown area. Over here we have Gunther's Volkswagen Works, and Gunther is a German member of the club who loves Volkswagen, so we put that in honor of him. What you're looking at now is the Sunset Hotel, which was built out of a kit, and it helps feed the town of Heck, along with getting into the residential area and the passenger station. What you're looking at now is the residential area of Heck, along with the passenger station where the train might stop. Well, as you can see, above Heck is a rock quarry that's under construction. It's going to take a lot of work to get it finished, but it's like everything on here, it's a work in progress. The arch bridge you're looking at right now, which the train will be crossing shortly, is actually an HO scale kit that's been heavily kit bashed, added new handrails and cut off some of the sections, but it worked very effective as a double track bridge. What you're looking at now is the wine vineyard that we have and that's just outside the town, obviously where a couple of the lines go through. What you see here is our industrial area, the layout. We have an intermodal area in the foreground. There's some industries for switching just behind that. And then behind the trains running is the main passenger station of the layout, plus another little downtown area. Now you're looking at our boat harbor with the grain elevators. The drawbridge you see in the foreground is working. It goes up and down as we need to. The trestle you're looking at was scratch built out of individual pieces of lumber and then put in place. The drawbridge you saw is a modified kit so that it can clear double stack trains now. What you're looking at now is the Mountain View Industrial Area where we have an oil facility, a warehouse, and then as you get closer in here, there's a logging truck firm. The bridge in the foreground is plate girder, which is built from scratch, and the other two are built kits. This is our Point Antonio seaport, of which is very nicely populated, and freight trains go by on a regular basis. What you're looking at is the helix inside the mountain that allows us to go from the yellow line on the back wall to, in fact, it'll go all the way down to the fiddle yard if we want it to. There's actually two helixes here, an inner one and an outer one. The outer one is where the blue line runs, and the inner one is the yellow line. We had somebody made the metal brackets, and I basically start at the top and run the nuts down, and then there's a screw that goes into the bottom of the plywood so that you can adjust it. What you're looking at now is our fiddle yard that's down below the main lines. It has 8 storage tracks plus a reversing loop on the one end. And from the fiddle yard, you have access to the helixes at each end of the layout to get back up to the main lines. You can go from the fiddle yard to any one of the 3 main lines without crossing another line. Thank you for viewing our layout today. We are the South Bay Historical Railroad Society, or SBHRS. We are always looking for new members, particularly in the N-scale area, but we also have a very large HO layout that there's a different video on you can see, and we would appreciate you coming down. We are open Tuesday evenings and Saturdays during the day all year long. Visit our website at www.sbhrs.org. We have an open house twice a year, one in April and one in November, and you can find the actual dates on the website. And we welcome people during the open house. We sell trains that have been donated to us to help pay for our efforts, because this is a nonprofit organization. And we're always looking for volunteers to help us in any way they can. Thanks again for watching.
Yep.
I need. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the 2022 Bay Area SIG Meet. We have a great, exciting afternoon for you. We have a clinic coming into us virtually from the Twin Cities of Minnesota. Maybe they have snow up there too. Then we have a design challenge that'll be presented by Mike O'Dorney in a panel discussion hosted by and moderated by Bruce Morden. But I'd like to introduce you to our next clinician. His name is Michael Jordan, and I'm not sure if he's a basketball player, but he didn't play basketball professionally. For 25 years, he's been a model railroader, always been interested in trains and rail fanning before he even knew that there was a word for being a rail fan. He attended school down on the central coast of California, and that has led him to the interest in his prototype. He said once his kids got older and got their own cars, he had time to rekindle his interest in trains. Local model railroader, I'm assuming this, yes, back in the Minnesota area, introduced him to operations, and he explained I should model a railroading note. Having 20 plus years living on the central coast of California, he did his research and discovered the Santa Maria Valley Railroad. After operating on some others railroads by some other modelers, some devoted to coal or iron ore, he thought he'd devote his to the movement of iced refrigerator cars. And as he describes it, it's a deep rabbit hole that others delight in making me dig it even deeper. So I'd like to turn this over to Michael, and let's learn a little bit about the interesting part of reefer operations.
Hello, my name's Mike Jordan, and today I'm going to try to explain how my railroad is designed around the movement of ice refrigerator cars. The first of the presentation will be about refrigeration cars, crops, and background information of support facilities for the movement of refrigerator cars. And then the second part will actually talk about how cars are loaded and then ready for transport. I based my railroad on an actual railroad in the central coast of California called the Santa Maria Valley Railroad. It interchanges with the Southern Pacific at Guadalupe, and Guadalupe is between San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and the big picture between Los Angeles and San Francisco. At its heyday or peak, the Santa Maria Valley had about 34 miles of main line and ran from Guadalupe to Santa Maria, and then a little bit beyond Santa Maria to service some oil fields. Also in the mid-50s, they moved about 25,000 cars on 34 miles of track. So they had about 10 locomotives and they were busy 24/7. So my railroad is in a 12 by 20 room and is a double deck railroad. In this picture on the far right is the town of Guadalupe, and that is the interchange point for the branch, which is represented about center of the picture. There's two yellow GE 70-ton locomotives bringing in an outbound string of general freight into Guadalupe. And then on the center, on the lower level,
is my active staging yard, and this represents both San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara. So east and westbound or geographical north and southbound cars are made up here. And then on the background, you'll see a westbound Reefer Extra coming on into Guadalupe. And I connect the two levels of the railroad with a ramp rather than a helix. Here's a representation of just south of Guadalupe. The Southern Pacific starts running along the coast down to Santa Barbara and beyond. And then this is just looking at the railroad facing the opposite direction. Again, the GE 70 tonners are heading into Guadalupe, as well as the extra west that's going to be dropping off refrigerator cars for the Santa Maria Valley Railroad. This is a packing plant module. In reading a book, The Southern Pacific Coastline by John Signor, on page 112, was a map of Salinas, California, and it was a series of packing districts. And so I got the idea to create my own packing district. So I built a module that sits on casters, and then it is plugged into the railroad during operating sessions, so that when it's not operating, the module is stored in the layout room. Refrigeration cars come in many types, and I noticed this when I was working with the blue box cars. I saw that there was a wood car, a smooth-sided car with a dot, which is really a medallion that showed that an internal fan can be driven by a set of pulleys. And then the smooth-sided car, once the internal fans are driven off of a generator or an alternator that ran off the axles. And then the last car that I use is a express cars. I thought, how can I use these different types of cars in different ways? So I just thought it'd be good to say that the wood-sided cars would ship root crops. So potatoes, carrots, onions, rutabagas, just to add some interest to the car movements. Then the car with the black dot on the left side is the one that represents a external driven internal fans. And so they could hang an electric motor on the outside of the car and through a series of pulleys spin the fans inside the car when it was stationary. And they used this when they were pre-cooling the load in the car. So the third type is similar to the dot. I call this a no dot car because there's no dot on the car. And these, when they were manufactured, had an alternator that was driven by the car axle that produced electricity that drove the internal fan that helped circulate the air in the inside. So when the car was stationary, all they had to do was plug in this electric motor and drive the fan. And then the fourth car is express reefer. And these guys were used to ship cut flowers and berries out of the Santa Maria Valley. So the other thing is just in the studying of how and what was grown in the Santa Maria Valley, using different references, and specifically the Pacific Fruit Express book written by Church, Jones, and Thompson. I called the information to come up with a crop chart that would
helped me determine what I could ship in these different cars. Now, this is a treasure at a local flea market in the middle of Minnesota. I found a icing, ventilation, and heater service record book for the Fruit Growers Express refrigeration cars, and specifically out of a small town in Florida, Stanford, Florida. And in doing a little reading, I found that Stanford was kind of the salaried breadbasket of Florida. Now, the logbook really doesn't help with the modeling, but it's just an interesting book because it tells you how quickly they could put, 9,000 pounds of ice in a car. And they kept track if the hatches were open or closed. When the car was spotted at the ice dock, how long it took them to ice it. But I think the biggest thing was the indication of salt. And so that just kind of brings up a idea of one of the support things in reefer traffic is I never thought that I'd have to model inbound salt loads, but if a certain percentage of cars, and if you put 1,000 cars through an ice dock, you might go through a whole boxcar of salt. So just one more thing in the rabbit hole and one more thing to think about modeling. The big thing about working with refrigerator cars is that you notice at a glance that there's more than just set out, hold, and pick up in a car sequence. So in modeling different loads like coal, ore, or even more large complex, it is hard to include what makes things interesting in the modeling railroad world. So you can be very prototypically specific about certain movements, but you need to keep the operation fun for your operators. And so I kind of call this operations editing. And this is to just not worry too much about the prototypical movement of cars, but to keep things fluid and move quickly, or keeping people's interest, because you can go down that prototypical rabbit hole to the point where it's no longer fun and it's just drudgery. So I identified what is to be included, or the produce packing plants. As you can see, there are more movements required than just set out, hold, and pick up. So cars could be manipulated at different ways. So you could load a car with ice before the product was put in the car, or the car could be loaded and then iced. Once the load was in the car and prior to transit, then the load could be pre-cooled. And this is where the difference in the cars that had fans in them, the air circulation through the car helped bring that product's temperature to a lower level, and that helped in keeping a longer shelf life of the product. Plus, it might eliminate a stop or two for icing, keeping the shipping costs down a little bit. Some product, such as celery or lettuce, once the car was packed, not only did they have ice in the bunkers, that they would spray shaved ice over the whole load. This shaved ice did two things. It kept the temperature down, and it put moisture into the car so that the produce wouldn't dry up. Other movements in the car, and this is just by the whim of the operating owner, is Some cars might be infested, so then they'd have to be fumigated. And then once they're fumigated, they'd have to be cleaned, or some cars wouldn't be cleaned to the satisfaction of the shipper. So then it'd have to go to a rip track and be cleaned. Some melons had inert gas pumped into them just to force the oxygen out of the car, and then that prolonged the life of the melons. They also did this with berries, in that they would put 1,200 pounds of dry ice in a refrigerator car, and then the outgassing of the dry ice would force the oxygen out of the car, and it would retard any spoilage. And then, of course, like any other railroad car, there could be repairs. Because of the many movements that a car would make in the load sequence, and even the different types of cars, I created a single-use waybill using heavy card stock. These are pre-waybills, or work cards for the crew while working in the packing plants or districts. These wouldn't be used for shipment waybills, and that's why they're indicated as work cards. The produce broker fills in the spot and load on the indicated cards. The car number is written in when the train crew spots the car at the appropriate location. The produce broker punches the appropriate car type using the crop chart, and the weather during transit determines the refrigeration car handling sequence. Potatoes would have a different set of sequences than strawberries or cut flowers. During hot weather, some loads may be pre-cooled to keep the ice use down during transit, or extend the shelf life of the product being shipped. The type of car and keeping track of the sequence movements are done again by punching the card with one of the railroad punches that the owner has collected over the years. The packing district module is, we're going to use that just kind of as our demonstration of how we put these car cards together. This isn't a scientific kind of thing. It's more arbitrarily done, is that to visualize what's happening, the produce broker sets the work cards at open dock doors. So this is just helps in seeing if there is a dock door open, and just keeps the tactile experience for the produce broker, because it just helps in visualizing what we're doing as far as who's going to ship what, or who can ship at this point. The crop chart helps us in figuring out what can be shipped. So the different products are shown on the far left, and then the calendar months are set across the top. So if we take the month of August and we read down, we can ship broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, celery, lettuce, potatoes, and tomatoes, and then the citrus crops of oranges, lemons, and grapefruit. So depending on the month that you choose, or in my case, if I operate during the month of August, then this is kind of helps in figuring out what I'm going to ship. So we noticed that in the first slide showing the packing district and with the crop charts, that we're going to ship spinach, potatoes, tomatoes, and broccoli. And when you know what is going to be shipped, then you can show which car you need to ship what product. From the very beginning, we talked about using the cars for different types of products. So spinach is going to be shipped in a car with a dot or an external fan. Potatoes, that's a root crop, so we're going to use a wood car. And then tomatoes, a little bit more delicate, plus they are a fruit. They'll be shipped in a no dot car. And then again, broccoli is produce and will be shipped in a car with a dot. And you can see the sequence of events for the different types of loads are indicated on the left-hand side column. So we got, if you read it down, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, but in actuality, you'll do on the spinach car, clean, ice, load, pre-cool, re-ice. Potatoes, you're going to load them and ship them. And with tomatoes and broccoli, in this particular case, they're going to be iced, loaded, pre-cooled, and then re-iced. So we noticed that we need to get the yard master to give us the correct cars for the packing district. So the produce broker then informs the active staging yard and the yard master what cars the packing district will need for the morning shift. The yard master will then pull the appropriate cars from the yard. So we need 1 wood car, 2 smooth-sided cars with a dot, and 1 smooth-sided car with no dot. So this yard master is also one of the operators. He makes up not only the reefer trains, but the general freight out of the yard. So the cars that we need for the packing district will be pulled by type and not by car number. The crew that delivers the cars will enter the car number when they spot it at the appropriate place. So here's the morning shift cars, and you can see that we have 2 dot cars, 1 car without a dot, and then the wood car bringing up the end. So the GE 70 tonner is backed onto his cut of cars, and he is ready to run down to the packing district to begin his morning shift. So we're going to follow the movements of a carload of spinach. Now, these movements would be probably 3 shifts before they were actually done with all their sequence of events, but we'll kind of condense the time. So here you can see that the movements are numbered kind of backwards, but we'll do cleaning, then it'll be iced, then it'll be loaded, then the load will be pre-cooled, and then it'll be re-iced. So here we're moving the car onto the cleanout track as indicated by the small sign. And the sequence that we're going through is recorded or kept track of with the hole punch. So now we're moving the car to the ice dock. So the ice dock, as indicated by the Fruit Growers Express book, didn't take long. So this is a single movement. We push the car onto the ice dock and pull it back out, and we mark sequence number 2 with the hole punch. So now we're able to set the car at Bonita packing. The card is punched when the car is spotted. So we know that in the next shift, it will go off to the next item, number 4, which is pre-cooling. So here we are moving the car from the Bonita packing door to the pre-cooling track. And again, the hole punch is keeping track of our sequences. And now we're at sequence number 5. So as the car is pre-cooled with fans that are inside the car, they've depleted the ice in the ice bunkers. So now the ice bunker has to be replenished. So you can see that the process of moving refrigerator cars can be more spots or movements than the standard set out hold pickup. And this gives us a little more interesting movements during an operating sessions. Now, the other thing is that we brought 4 cars that have to be spotted, but in the packing district, there were 7 refrigerator cars already spotted and 1 car that is an ice service car. So the packing district doesn't manufacture its own ice. They have to ship in bulk ice for the day's use. So here with the 6 cars, we have to go through and finish the sequence of movements of these cars. And so we have 6 of the cars are going to complete all the sequences. So when the cars are completed, going through their sequence, they're moved off the packing district. They're returned to the active staging yard for reassignment. The 7th car at Western, and it's being loaded with green beans, has to be moved to the pre-cooling track. So when that gets moved to the pre-cooling track, the card is punched and the car remains at the pre-cooling track until the next session. So that keeps an operator busy with the cars coming in, cars that are there, and then the cars that need to return or go offline into the active staging. So the thing that is also interesting is that not just produce or fruit, but other things are shipped in refrigerator cars. Chocolate or candy, medicine, wax, even read where wax paper being shipped to the south in the summer was shipped in a refrigerator car with a little ice in it, so that the wax paper didn't melt and turn into a massive mess. So even if you don't have a refrigerator produce area on your car or anybody that ships it, you can still use refrigerator cars for inbound loads. Interesting fact is a friend of mine is also into the refrigerator car movements, and he did a little calculation that for every 7 to 10 outbound refrigerator cars, you needed a box of shook, which is lumber to make boxes. And so that's just kind of one of those support things. Also, some of the shippers were suppliers to the local farmers, so they would bring in boxes for the farmers, or even bring in bunker fuel for the heaters that would go in the orchards during cold periods. Plus, you had fertilizer, dust control, fuel for your equipment, and then, like I mentioned before, it's kind of neat that I didn't even realize that salt was be a load that had to come in. I want to reach out and thank Bill Jolitz. He helped me with an awful lot of research on this presentation. Plus, as he mentioned, we cross pollute each other with our different refrigerator car knowledge. And then, of course, shout out to Tony Thompson for getting me interested in the refrigerator car movements. The local modeler, Mark Anfar, he came over and operated on my railroad and said, no, you're doing it all wrong. And so with his incentive, I started doing a little bit more research. So I have to reach out and thank him. And then lastly, Gary Friesman, local modeler. And he really, really ruined model railroading for me. I was a model railroader, and then he showed me the operations part of model railroading, and I've been an operator ever since. So he really did ruin model railroading. And then just lastly, this the slide for some of the things that I've read to help me with my research. So I guess at this point, if there's any questions, you can just shout away. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Michael. Do we have you on the line here?
I am here.
Oh, good to finally see you face to face. So, well, really great presentation. I learned a lot about handling perishables, and that's given me ideas for some of the operations on the layout that I'm developing too. So, I thought I would start off with one quick question, and then we'll move to the audience here. Is a broker's job an operating position on your layout? And if so, is it boring, or is it kind of an interesting job?
Well, I'm the produce broker, so I kind of set this produce broker up as part of my staging, so it's kind of offline. But I do have a few operators that can eat a tremendous amount of cars during an operating session. So as produce broker, I can interject with cars that I say that were a hot commodity and have to be manipulated right away, just to interfere with their thought process and make them slow down just a little bit with their operations. So it is not a position during an operating session.
Those operators are your best friends, right? All right, I'd like to open up for questions from our local audience. I see that one hand raised. So we'll do this for a little bit of time, probably 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll move to the clinic goes on. But let me take the microphone to the back of the room.
Hi, this is Robert from San Jose. Thanks a lot. This was a great presentation. I've got a comment and a question. The comment is that you were talking about all the other things that went in refrigerator cars. One of the things that I found out about from the 1920s was that occasionally canned fruit would actually get shipped in refrigerator cars during the winter, and that was explicitly to avoid the contents freezing, which I hadn't known about, which was cool. The question is for the Santa Maria Valley. They're an interesting case because they're a separate railroad, I think. So where did they get their refrigerator cars from? Were they getting them from the PFE or were they getting them from others? And how much, have you heard anything about how much trouble they had actually getting cars?
I modeled 1950s. It was kind of a different railroad then, but the agent from the Santa Maria Valley would call the Southern Pacific agent and give him a list of cars that he would need on a daily basis. And so then the agent would reach out to PFE and make sure that cars were available. If you look at the map, the Santa Maria Valley is kind of a captured place for the Southern Pacific. So you probably wouldn't see foreign cars unless there was a campaign rush. So since PFE and Southern Pacific worked hand in hand, they would be mostly PFE cars delivered to the Santa Maria Valley at Guadalupe.
This is John from San Rafael. I have a question about the cool down phase. Where was that done? Was there a specific track for the cool down that had electrical appliances or what?
In a normal place, yes. There would be kind of like a rip track, and there would be external electric motors that would be attached to the outside of the refrigerator car and then plugged in. And then if there were more modern cars and the fans were run by alternators, then they would run an extension cord and plug them in. The wood cars before 1950s, they would actually be moved to a plant, and these huge canvas ductworks like slinkies covered in canvas would be attached to the roof hatches and to the door, and then there'd be a refrigeration plant that would blow cold air through the car to drop the load to, a predetermined shipping temperature. And but from my reading, the internal fans worked so well that even cars that were manufactured without fans were then retrofitted with fans. So I kind of whip out my modeler's license and kind of manipulate that pre-cooling just to make the operation easy and fun.
Hold on, I'm bringing the microphone over.
Hi, this is Giovanni from Morgan Hill. Your layout seems really cool, and that was a really fantastic presentation. I, too, also run a couple of PFE reefers and a model train that I have for this museum. My question is, on your layout, I've noticed that there was a lot of diesel locomotives there, and given how it was in the era of 1950 or so, would there be an occasional appearance from a steam locomotive, or is it just strictly diesels on your layout?
Well, as a model railroad, I find diesels just are more reliable and don't take as much maintenance, which is kind of why the real railroad got rid of them. But the Santa Maria Valley Railroad kept steam until 1962. Alan Hancock, who owned the railroad, had a favorite locomotive, and every Tuesday they'd fire the steam locomotive up and he'd go out and take over a shift. So he was a model railroader at 1-to-1 scale. And so in 1962, they retired the steam locomotive, and he invited Walt Disney to come up and take the last ride with him. So I could run steam. And I probably will at some point start collecting the steam locomotives just to enjoy the operation of steam.
All right, I have one more question for you, Michael. Can you just, give us a little bit of an overview of how the marshaling yard operations go? What are some of the key features of that? And is that a staging yard or is that a scenic yard?
It's an active staging yard, and instead of making up my trains before the operating session, I have a yard master, and I give him a packet of waybills, and then he has to go through the yard and find the appropriate cars that are called out on the waybill, and then he pulls the cars out of the yard and assembles an outbound train. And so it's a combination of refrigerator car trains and general freight. So just as the process of operations, it gives me one more operator on my railroad. It's, you know, the room is 12 by 20, and physically 4 people can fit comfortably in the railroad with the layout, and then the packing module sits in the adjoining room, and so it's on casters, and I can just plug it in when it's time to operate. So yeah, the active staging is just that. It's an operator that assembles the trains for the rest of the crews.
Okay. Any more questions from the local audience here? Hold on, coming right over.
Mike, I don't have any questions for you. I'm just glad to see your railroad survived my visit. This is Jim Radkey from Albany. Had a great time running your railroad.
Who said it did?
I watched the video. It's still there. What's the temperature back there?
I think we're in a heat wave. It's about 17 degrees.
Ooh, no shorts weather.
Well, yeah, no shorts. No, that was fun to have you guys up. You know, Mr. Thompson is the guru of refrigeration cars. So, you know, I was nervous and excited when it came, and nervous and excited when I gave my presentation because, well, he's the master.
Okay, any more questions? Okay. Well, I guess we can take a break here, and this will let's transition. Hold on, let me move over to the podium. So at this point here in Santa Clara, we're going to take a break until 2:15. If you are participating in the SIG Meet virtually, if you would like, you may adjourn to the Clinic Goes On break room and continue to have a conversation with Michael about his operations. And we'll see you all here in about 15 minutes or so.
Yes, I am ready. Well, welcome back, and we finished the clinic portion of our program, and now we're moving on to a design challenge and a panel. And this year we've got a new organizer, or I guess subject chairman, and that will be Mike O'Dorney. And Mike is going to step up and guide us through a design challenge based on picking industries on the San Francisco Peninsula. And I believe we have 3, maybe 4 challengers. And with that, I'm going to turn you over to Mike, and these should be a lot of fun.
And hello, I'm Mike O'Dorney. Am my sound level good? I think so. And I will, like that. Okay. And now I need to put the slides on the screen, which is that. Nope. Somehow. There we go. What I've done is I've taken the Santa Clara industrial area, and this is zone 32 of the area, and Southern Pacific uses a system called SPINS, which stands for Southern Pacific Industrial Numbering System. And SPINS consists of a 4-digit number plus a suffix. And the suffix can either indicate an industry, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and so forth, or a more complex suffix, 99, which means there's no sign. You don't know where you put the car. Just put it anywhere. Or one is 94, which is put it over the hopper dump, where you have a pit to catch things coming out of a hopper. There's a number of options. So primarily in the SPINS, you will see this chart with all these numbers. Well, the 4-digit numbers actually indicate a turnout. So when you see a number, it tells you that's a turnout. Now, the number represents the turnout. That was the original piece of track built. So the industry for that turnout may be half a mile away, because in the interim, more industries have moved in, and they've added more numbers. So sometimes when you see a SPINS number, you got to look around to find the industry. So in this area of San Carlos, which is the middle of the peninsula, I divided it into 2 areas. One was zone 70, which is 3270, 71, and so forth, and one was zone 60. So what I've done is taken this, and I like to do modules, so I split them into 2 different module areas. And each industry has a turnout number and a code. And a SPIN is a turnout, and often you'll have 3 or 4 industries per turnout. And then the zone 60, you can see how 3264, which is in the very far left, is 6 spots. So along that 3264, you can see how, since it's a low number, it was an older turnout. And if you follow it all the way to the right, you'll see how it goes way down the line. So any of those industries for Trico building materials could be anywhere. So 3267 is a small track, and it also has 4 spots. And Kellymore is 1 spot, which is 3268. And then you can see 3260, which is an old, one of the original switches, and that's Kellymore, and it's a code 99, which meant it's kind of an open field, and there's no spin sign. So if you're running the switcher and you're looking around for a spot 3260, you won't find it, but you know that because you're reading this. This is in your employee handbook. This is zone 60. This is zone 70, and this is 5 industries and a long drill track. And 3271 has 5 industries, and 3273 and 3277, if you look at the map, you can see how they each have 3273 is vacant, and 3277 is hike supply. Now, I took these off of one SPINS book, which meant over the years, the tenants can change. Like 3273 must have been somebody at one time. When I put them on a module, I've split it in half. And I have a philosophy about modules where every module I make does 2.5 things. And in this case, one of the things it does is at home. In other words, you use this module in your home and you hook it up with a couple of other modules. And you have a nice, great switching layout. So if you want to go switch some cars, you can get down, after supper, go down and switch some cars. Or a friend comes over and you say, hey, let's have a mini operating session. You do the west end, I'll do the east end. The second thing is a club. And in the club, your module is going to be one of 24 other modules. And someone else is making the switch list. And you're going to either use your own module or somebody else's, depending on what you sign up for. And the half, when I say 2.5 things, what I mean by a half is you do a module for something that's a one-time thing. For example, this is a 60 by 19.5-inch module, which is 8 square feet, which qualifies for the National Model Railroad Association AP, the Achievement Program. And it's big enough, since modules in the AP have to be 8 square feet. And it gives you 35 feet of track. You need 50 linear feet for the AP certificate. But this is what the track looks like. It looks a little busy, but there's more. When you're at home, all the tracks are used. In the club I'm in, we have a standard with track 5 and track 7, which are 5 and 7 inches back from the front. And that's very common in clubs. And we have a track 15, which kind of acts as a branch line, because the club I'm in, half the members like to run trains in circles, which is fine. They pay dues, which means the club stays solvent. And half the people like doing switching. And we use track 15, even though you get sent out to a couple of modules to switch. You'll probably travel out on the main line, but once you get there, you can use track 15, which is 15 inches from the front. You can use that to get around between your module and the 2 modules next to you. So that's why those are the 3 standards in this module. And then when you use it in a home, you're going to use all of the tracks, because when you're at home, you're probably not going to have buildings on your module, because you have a little sign that says, Kellymore Paint or Acme Industries. And you don't want the buildings blocking your view. They get in the way of switching with the uncoupling and all that. In this case, put about 8 buildings on the 3270 track, 3270 on the left and 3260 on the right. And you can see how I've grouped. The right side is 3200, 3260s, and the left side is 3270s. So when you're at home, you can do a lot of switching because there's no buildings in the way, and you can use every track. When you go to your club, this is where the buildings go, and you can see how track 15 is left clear. And you can say, well, you got buildings in the way of track 15. And I said, no, they're not really in the way, because you never really uncouple on track 15. You uncouple at an industry. So in a club, you can see on some of the tracks, I have buildings on top of the tracks. And obviously you would scenic them well, but I'm only using half the tracks in a club so that you don't need, you get plenty of switching opportunities in the club. You don't need 25 switching points in one module. So, and then, excuse me, the scenery, you can add on the rear of the module with like a 6-inch extension with scenery on, no tracks. You can add tails. When you're at home, you can add a 15-inch tail on the left or the right of the module, which gives you a little more switch lead. 15 inches will take a GP7 and a 40-foot car. You can use an individual module at a convention, because a lot of times at conventions, we want to teach people how to switch. And all you really need is one module and have them switch cars and make up and break down trains and just be patient with them and teach them, what switching's all about. And some clubs don't have a branch line, but you could show up like here. And if you found room in the aisles, you could just put out the 3 or 4 modules, or even in this room, and have a branch line. And modules are a great way to experiment with LCC, occupancy detection, doing hand light track, doing signals, doing uncoupling ramps, putting in a booster phase. In other words, when you have a club, you often have boosters. Since your club is probably going to have 20 locomotives running at any one time, you're going to have boosters for each power district. And one of the things you can do with a module is hook up a little light bulb so that if the left side of the module is out of phase with the right side of the module, the light comes on, which is telling you might want to do some checking your wiring. And they can be handy. So if you just put it in your module, it's just one light bulb, and when it lights up, you can say to the yard master or the train master that day, I think Power District 5 and Power District 6 are out of phase. And sure enough, you bring a locomotive up to it and it stops. So, and the last thing I added was microengineering makes a number of number 5 turnouts. If you've ever seen the ads in Model Railroader, they make these turnout sets that are used on switch leads and switch ladders and yards. Microengineering?
Say yes. Say yes.
Yeah. And they can be handy for stuffing more track in a module without making like number 2 turnouts, which are kind of a pain. So, and that's what I have, and I can go back to here if you have any questions on this. Yeah,
What program are you using to draw this with?
I'm drawing this with AnyRail. AnyRail is handy because it's great for modules because you're allowed 50 pieces of track. And it's hard to get 50 pieces of track on one module. I've done it, but it's hard to. So, or you can pay for it, which is only like 65 or 70 bucks. And it's a great program. And I generally, in this case, you can see how I've just thrown track down. I haven't really connected them properly, so some of them are a little wonky looking. And that's AnyRail. And any more questions about modules or modules in general? If not, we can go on to, is Cal Sexsmith? Okay, let's go with Cal Sexsmith, and let me know what I need to do here, or you can tell me what you're going to do there. There we go.
Okay, are you going to bring up the slides, or do I need to share screen?
Please share
Can
screen.
you share the screen?
Okay, let's see if this works.
Not yet.
Now, okay. Now, can I
There you
make,
go. You got it.
now the question is this where I always get in trouble? Is when I try to do the slideshow at some time. There. Can you see that now?
Yes. We can see that. We
Okay.
don't see the slideshow yet.
Okay, you see nothing?
We see this. We see your first screen, but we see all the slides on the side.
Okay, yeah, I think I know. This is where I always get into trouble. I think I need to do this. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, what do you see now?
We see you.
Okay.
Can you hear the slides? Upper left?
Yeah.
Okay, share the screen at the upper left.
I get to the one point, so I'm just going to try this one more time here.
Share the screen at the upper left. So the very upper left one is your screen. Double click on that and you'll share your actual screen. And then whatever you see, we see. Upper left.
There you go.
There. What do you see now?
We see your whole slide deck. We don't see individuals,
Okay.
but if you double click the first slide, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, we'll try that. Yeah. I think we got it.
There you
Oh,
go.
see
You
now.
got it.
Okay. I always have trouble with this. So anyway, so I kind of took a real tangent doing this and headed off probably 90 degrees to what everyone's expecting to see. So I'm not from the Bay Area, but my first time there was in summer of 1981 to attend the NMRA National in San Mateo. And I was staying in a hotel down in Belmont, and I wandered over the tracks just as the evening commuter rush was happening. And what I can remember just seeing this whole string of trains come through. It was still a level grade crossing, and the gates would come down, a train would come through, they'd barely get up, one or two cars would get through, and they'd come down, and another train would come through. So when I think of the peninsula and rail traffic, this is what I think of. So in my mind, I said, well, all the industrial switching is great, but I want to have that parade of commuter trains going through at the same time, but we're on a shelf. And how do we do that? So the commuter staging became the critical part of the design. That's what I spent all my time on. And I figured, well, I could use traversers at either end for push-pull operations, but the line was not push-pull in 1981, which is where my strongest memories are from. But anyway, I looked at it, Plan 96 and 101 track plans had the answer. So here it is. So there's a 2-track staging yard here, and there's a stub track on each end. So basically the mainline trains would back out all hidden, and then they could come through the scene and then back into staging again. So I said, there, we have it. We can have these through trains coming through, but we don't need to have a big return loop at either end. So the layout, so they did suggest in the rules that a shelf might be as big as 2 feet by 24 feet. So I said, great. I'm a model railroader. I'm going to take as much space as I can get. We know we have a double track main line. I wanted to have a commuter station located mid layout. A staging yard behind the station, similar in concept to the plan from 101 track plans. And then in the industrial area along the front of the layout where you can get at it. And the industrial area has 8 switches, and I think we were limited to 9 for the industrial area, and includes a runaround and some street running. Although it's really not based on any reality, it was just based on something I fit in. So here's the basic concept. So we got this double track main line coming through, view blocks, so you can't see this part where trains have to back up. Another view block here, so you can't see the staging, the station area here, and then a crossover between the 2 tracks, and then another connection down to an industrial area at the front of the layout. The idea that commuter trains be all automated somehow. I'm sure there's electronics guys who can figure out how to do that. So then I came up with a layout. Like I said, most of the thought was figuring out the staging thing. And after that, it was just merely a matter of, drawing in a main line here, putting in some industrial tracks along the front, some buildings, some streets, the all important grade crossing right here at the start, so you can see those gates popping up and down as the commuter trains race through. So it's the basic idea behind it. I mean, you can sort of see it. There's a crossover in there as well. And one of these tracks can be used for that local freight, which is going to appear here at some point. So again, the commuter trains, so my recollections from 1981 was that most of the trains had several bilevels at the front with 1 or 2 Harriman coaches at the rear. Some trains were all bilevels, and these were mostly express trains. Some were all Harrimans, and they were mostly locals. And at the time, someone told me that the Harrimans had better brakes. So the more a train had to stop, the more Harriman cars they wanted in the train. And I've looked at a lot of photos online, and they indicate the trains were as short as 1 car and as long as 8 or more. So the locomotives, so the later steam locomotives were Pacifics and Northerns, early diesels, mostly train masters and some GP9s. By 1981, it was STP 45s, GP 40Ps, additional GP9s, which had all replaced the H2466s. I've also seen some people say that occasionally SD9s were used. as well. And I have in my mind that I did see an SD9 that day I was there watching these trains. Strangely enough, I didn't take my camera with me. I dug through all my photos. I could not find a single photo I took of that operation. So the operating scheme that I see for this is that there would be 3 southward and 1 northward commuter train in staging. This would allow simulation of the evening rush and local freight also in staging. The commuter train operation is automated with a variety of southward trains operating on close headways with the occasional pause in the occasional north train. The local freight will come out of staging either northward or southward during a pause in the action. The freight will enter the industrial trackage to switch to the industries. The freight can depart in either direction. And the automated commuter trains basically just provide a scenic background that happens to be active. And that's basically what I have.
Could you show us the track plan again, Cal?
Okay, we'll have to go back to screen sharing.
You're gonna have to try to share the screen again.
Come on.
Okay, you're switching it to here.
Okay, there's track.
Great. I have no question.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Lots of great feedback for you, Cal, from our virtual audience. They like your plan.
Okay.
Yes, I've got a question here.
Okay.
Hi, Cal. Cliff Linton here. Quick question looking at that track plan. Could you just describe the route of one of those commuter trains as it would go from staging onto the layout and back again? I just couldn't quite see it clearly enough.
Okay, so the train will be parked in here. So let's say, let's assume southward is to the left, because that's what I assumed. So there'd be a southward train on one of these tracks. The train would back up. Can you see my cursor there?
Yes.
So he'd back up and mainly hidden from sight. You might catch a glimpse of him if you look in the wrong spot. So he got clear of that switch. And then the switch would be thrown and he would come through the station area, maybe stopping, maybe not. Create all havoc at the grade crossing. Come up again, now hidden by the buildings, would stop here, and then reverse back into the track from whence he came.
Okay, thank you.
And the idea being that would be all automated.
How long is the layout?
Well, based on the instructions that I thought I read, and I thought I saw 2 feet, 4 feet. That's what I did. There is enough room. You can get about a 4-car passenger train with a locomotive into that will fit into this. You might be able to shorten it up a bit more and still make it work.
Hi, Cal. Jim Radkey here.
Hi, Jim.
Wanted to say if we could see the track diagram again.
Okay. Can't you see it?
Yes, we can now.
Okay.
The crossings, are those the crossings between the orange dots there, orange squares? Yeah, those guys. Is that a road crossing?
Yeah, the gray is the roads.
And will you put yourself on there?
Where I was standing watching those trains, about right there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to put yourself in the scene here, So I think that's really nice. I was thinking, but will anything ever run on the other main line?
Well, yeah, occasionally it depends on how you set all these switches up. And I played for I don't know how long and I finally said, well, let's set it up. But it is set up so that, yeah, you can run a train out this way and come the other direction as well. like I said, the idea I had was 3 southward trains, 1 northward train for the commuters, and then 1 track for the freight, which could come from either direction.
Yeah, it's a cool idea. Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, my hotel was down here somewhere, and there was a 7-Eleven about there that I was heading for.
So Cal, this is Bruce Morden. On your automated one, what you described was standing at the crossing and having the gates sort of pop up and down as the trains went by. It would be really cool if you could automate it so that you could run south and north at the same time, maybe have them meet at the station, and then just keep going so that those crossings would do exactly what you described. And then have a little local working on the industrial side at the same time. You could do that manual control while the trains are going back and forth. That was the idea you had, right?
Yes, exactly right. Like I think it's Mike Schaefer that always talks about scenery trains on his layout, which are trains he runs just because they're back. And so I see this as, again, these are the commuter trains or scenery trains in the background. And depending on how you set up the automation and how exactly you arrange the yard ladders, you could have trains going just one direction, going both directions, or as I said, I figured during rush hour you're going to have a bit of an imbalance, or at least at that time they did. I know a lot of commuter systems now tend to move as, passengers in both directions at all times of the day. So.
Cal, we have a question from one of our virtual attendees, Jacob Wright. He says, wouldn't the grade crossing on the far left let you see the trains that were about to run through the scene?
Yes, it would. And I put it in there, and I thought afterwards, well, you could get rid of that by, maybe dropping the tracks a little bit and then elevating the road so it could actually go over top, so like a hill on the road. So you wouldn't, like I say, I didn't get into full detail, but at the same time, I wasn't too sure how distracting it would be, other than you would suddenly see a train going backwards, but you might not really notice that. And with a lot of commuter lines being push-pull, if you saw an engine pushing a train backwards, as long as it wasn't with a, some old tea kettle steam locomotive, you probably wouldn't be that much of an abrupt thought, if you know what I mean.
Say, Cal, I have another question. Is your industrial area technically a John Allen time saver?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just basically what I did is I ran a lead the whole. And I said, oh, I need a run around. So I popped one around in there, and then I just popped in some spurs. So it's I don't think it's a time saver. There's only actually all the spurs are all served in the same direction, with the exception of this one, which goes the other way, just to make use of the space at the far end. Didn't give a whole lot of thought to how I did the industrial spurs.
Great. Thank you very much, Cal. That was outstanding.
Okay. Thank you, guys. You want me to stop sharing now?
Yeah, you can stop sharing now.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. Thank you. What's the temperature up there?
At the moment, it's -3 degrees Celsius, which would be about 29, 30 Fahrenheit.
Oh, great. Uh-huh.
So it's quite warm today. Very warm, actually, for this time of year.
T-shirt weather. T-shirt weather.
That it is.
I think our next presenter is Brooks, and here he is. Okay. See if we can figure out a microphone and do you have your slides on the computer?
It should be on the
next.
Yeah. Let's see, how do we? Are they on the same slide deck or? see, I had emailed them. Pardon us, we're finding the slides here.
Did you send them to us?
I did email them.
To who?
Emailed them to Mike, and I believe, did you?
Did you?
Yes.
Now you gotta dance.
Yeah. Okay, because I emailed you the version like a week ago, and I believe that they had been sent on, but if not, I can find them on my drive.
I don't know how we're gonna get them onto this computer. So.
If you want to vote now, we can, while we look for your slides.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I can stall the whole crowd for 5 or 6 hours, so you just take your time, okay?
I love the attitude.
That's right. Okay, so I got to get this on the screen. How do I get this? He has it? Okay. So let's get this high enough so that a tall guy can talk into it. Okay, so why model the Port of Redwood City? Blah, 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 blah. In fine print, I live nearby, okay? This is a Google map of Redwood City and the port, and I've highlighted in red all the railroad tracks. Maybe by show of hands, how many people are familiar enough with the area that all this rings a bell? Okay, so all you people out in the virtual audience and other countries, good luck. We've got the local crew here and they're going to respond to me. So what I'm preparing to do is I want to model the port. At the bottom right, you see the Dumbarton Y. At one point, the Dumbarton Y, or that branch, was about the most heavily traffic switch in the U.S. All the traffic came across the Dumbarton Railroad Bridge into San Francisco. That's in the days when they had industries and before they had container ships. But we're going to leave that out. I got 2 red dots. The Atherton station at the bottom right is basically a glorified bus stop. It's very, very quaint. I'd go out there and read books at night because the trains don't stop there in the summer. It's still there, probably with a chain link fence around it because they'll probably tear it down soon. And then the Redwood City Courthouse is picturesque. The rest of the city between the courthouse and Chestnut Street is Old Town Redwood City. That's the oldest buildings, and for the most part, half of them have been torn down and been replaced by cheap apartments or bigger condos now. What? Yeah, at least on the one side, El Camino. So I've sort of gotten rid of all of the stuff that is not important for modeling. And the other thing that I've done is I put a bunch of yellow lines in. And those yellow lines are all the streets that are relevant to something that I would propose to model. One of the things, if you're interested in seeing how the Port of Redwood City operates train-wise, you got a real problem, and that is the road that goes from 101 up into the port is 2 lanes in each direction with a big boulevard, and then there's a whole bunch of trees, and then there's a sidewalk next to that, next to the Cargill salt ponds. The salt ponds are on the right, and that's that blank area. It's sort of it's a salt pond, or used to be a salt pond, just sitting there. And if you got a car, there's no place to park. There's no place to sit and watch trains. If you got a bicycle, and I'm big on bicycling, it's a lot easier to move. I can actually ride my bicycle next to the train, elbow to elbow, keeping 2 or 3 feet distance from the train. But if you're in a car, it's pretty hard to figure out what's going on. Also, in the port, there's a little park with maybe 2 picnic tables. And this is one of those things when they have to make approvals for something, they say, well, as an easement, we're going to put in for public use, a park, da-da-da-da-da. But if you try and use that park, good luck. During COVID, for a year, the guy at the security station for the port won't let you in because apparently you're a health hazard by going off to a park bench where there's nobody else. So it's a little bit hard actually to figure out how they operate this whole thing. But one thing we can do is we can see that we got both facing point and leading point switching coming from Caltrain or a UP main line. And then we have to go a hell of a long ways on street running on Chestnut Street to get to the port. So this is pretty much how I would model the whole thing. There's a couple of things. I don't actually know enough about how things operate. I'd like to have an inside line with somebody who actually gets on the train and actually operates it and have a talk. The closest I've come to that is when you sit there at night on your bicycle, somebody from Union Pacific in an official car comes up and they park about a half a block from you and they look at you for a couple hours. So that sort of discourages you. But the interesting thing is, at night, this is speaking from experience, I'll either be at the Atherton Caltrain station or I'll be at the Menlo Park Railroad Club down in Menlo Park. And I'll see that they're preparing to take the Granite Rock cars back down to, I guess it's Moss Landing or wherever they do the mining. And the switching area has a huge number of tracks. So there's no shortage of trackage there. Also, the old Dumbarton Y and the old track there is unused and can be used for long-term or medium-term storage. So they'll have about 80 cars in the switching area ready to be pulled onto the main track and taken down south. And so there's no lead. They're actually following the main track when they bring the cars out. So because Caltrain is double tracked, if necessary, Caltrain can switch the northbound commuter train onto the southbound track to avoid the fact that the gravel train is coming out of the switching area. Because they've got to basically pull two 40-long sequences of hoppers out, set the switches, pull the air, and get everything approved, and that takes about 20 minutes. So if something goes wrong or they have a problem, they sometimes have an oh darn moment. How's that? Okay, so this is, after I've simplified things, this is pretty much what I envision as how I would set things up. The yellow lines that are the lines that go into the sailing center and the R&D park, the port, the top yellow line goes actually to Sims Metals, but Sims Metals is not associated with any railway traffic. But the problem is that the train that switches the port and all the industries may have 40 or 50 cars to it. So it runs down Chestnut Street, going upward on this diagram, underneath 101. And then as you're switching all this stuff out, you've got at least 5 roads that have to be kept open. The high-tech people at the R&D park, the people who have cement trucks that are coming out, do not want to wait 20 minutes while your train blocks the road. So they pull the train out from the switching yard, up Chestnut Street, and they have to break the train up into sometimes as many as 3 different pieces just to keep all of the roads open while they do all this work. So it actually is a fairly interesting and long and drawn-out process. So as far as something that's unusual in terms of operations, I think this is. There's a very small runaround. I've got it marked, you probably can't see it, is right above the word port. That runaround is large enough to move the engine to either side of the cars that are picked up from the port. The port might have a couple of tanker cars and the rest, but generally you're not switching out more than 2 or 3 cars from the port. The Cemex industry and the granite rock can have at least 20 or 30 or even 40 cars that are being pulled out. So as a consequence, the train will pull up from Chestnut Street all the way up into the port. And I don't know if the locomotive's always on the front or always on the back. What I do know is that at some point they cannot change the location of the locomotive. So you've got street running where the engines may be a half a mile in back of the front of the train going down street track. And supposedly they'll have somebody on the other end with a lantern swinging, and he's got a walkie-talkie to the locomotive. But I have seen instances where they're undermanned and there's nobody in front of the train. And if I were a lawyer, I'd take a video of it and blackmail Union Pacific or whoever was doing that. Don't tell that. I don't want to ruin, I don't want to burn bridges with the railroad people, but when you do train spotting, you see these things. So at some point, to do interesting operations, you have to have a staging track. And what I propose is that to the right of 84, you see the guy in the yellow shirt. To his right, 84 pretty much blocks the rest of the track. And you've got the stuff that's sort of in an orange-yellow color there, and that would be my hidden staging track. And it just happened as I was drawing this that the staging track ended up running into the red track, which gave me an inspiration I'll get to in a second. So the hidden staging track sort of roots around in back of Chestnut Street. So this is sort of a diagrammatic thing of how the operators will be looking at the scene. And for me, when I did this, when I ride Caltrain up to San Francisco, there's a couple places where you see the bay, you see the junkyards as you get near San Francisco, but I've ridden Caltrain at least 500 times and I'm bored stiff. When I ride my bicycle up the port, there are parts of the port that bore the heck out of me, and I can foreshorten or get rid of them, which I have. But the Cemex plant, the port, the sailing center, the jail is near and dear to me, Granite Rock, the courthouse, Old Redwood City, and the Atherton station all are important to me. That visually is something. And because I hike at Bayfront Park on the other side of the salt ponds, I'm used to a flat expanse. And at the other side of the flat expanse is the railroad. So normally, when you're operating a railroad, you're standing on top of what used to be a building. I don't care how prototypical you are, you're standing on the floor that you're standing on should be a building in the prototype. In my case, I'm standing on a flat piece of land that is a dry salt pond. So it's actually fairly realistic to me. So I envision, like the previous speaker, the Atherton station I would model at a smaller scale to use forced perspective, and I just have a small passenger locomotive come up to the Atherton station and then switch it out. To the left we have 84, which does have an overpass next to the switching. 101 goes up over. To the right of that is Maple Street, which has an overpass that goes over 101. So between that and the tech park and all this other stuff, you easily can hide the staging tracks in back of the layout. So you can have what I consider a very, something that's very true to what's actually the Port of Redwood City. Everything's just sorts of falls together, okay? So I'll go back to my first slide here. Now that you've seen everything, I'll run down a couple things. You got street running. You got a short runaround, which means that trains that come down the street running are oftentimes doing reverse running on public roads. You got one industry with facing point leads and another with trailing point leads, and both of them have such large numbers of cars you can't use the runaround track to reverse the position of the locomotive. You got street crossings. which force you to break up your consist and make switching a long and tedious affair. It's probably not as encouraging, but it's a trait of Redwood, the Port of Redwood City. So if you are modeling this, you can have industrial switching, and you can fiddle around with the yard. In other words, the local industries actually have their own locomotive to move hoppers and stuff around in their yards. Same way with the Port of Redwood City. So even though it's a shelf layout, you can have several people operating this thing and doing something realistic. The view is toward the water. It seems like most of the time when people do a harbor scene, you're in the water looking at land. And I really like looking at the water, and I just don't see that happen very often. And the staging track is easily hidden to the right of the switching yard. So let's go back to here we go. So as I see it, the whole thing looks pretty reasonable to me, and I'm sort of an engineer, do programming, or used to. I'm too old to be a programmer, I guess. But as far as modeling this thing, notice I don't have any of the track going up to San Francisco or down to San Jose. If you were to take all those 40 hoppers and just leave them on the tracks next to Caltrain, that actually does not interfere with your operations. When you think about it, the fact that you should have removed the cars, you should have had something remove the hoppers, the empties, and bring back fulls from Moss Landing, is never going to interfere with the other parts of your operation. All you did was you've got a place that has cars where there shouldn't be for about 8 hours of the day. You can fake that. You can just pretend. You can cheat. And since those 40 to 80 cars represent the largest number of cars in your layout, that's sort of important if you're trying to shoehorn things in. So we're going to talk about railroading in general. And if you start from first principles, meaning you're not a railroad nut, you want to do engineering, I ask the question, what is staging? And staging to me is everything that's not part of your scene. So we got SF, San Francisco and South San Francisco, and most of the traffic goes between South San Francisco, where they got the locomotives, the power, and Redwood City. And then you got San Jose, and there's a little bit of Santa Clara stuff. But basically, the staging comes into Redwood City, and what you're doing is you're abstracting away the specifics of the track that's not the station that you're interested in. The other thing, this thing here, I don't want to get too long-winded about it, but at the bottom is saying the maximum number of cars that you have to put in your staging area is the variation in the number of cars that actually occurred on either side. So if the rest of the US has 10,000 of a certain kind of car, but you only see 3 or 4 coming into your layout or station at one time, that's the only thing that matters. So if South San Francisco has 40 tanker cars, but that number varies between 30 and 40, you only have to have room for 10 tankers on your staging area to satisfy my prototype. So that's the engineer in me. And only the rock hoppers exist in large numbers, and like I say, you can fake things. So in terms of being a practical situation, this might be it. So I started on a whim, and as I rolled along, I thought, my gosh, this is actually looking better than I thought. So now I've abstracted away the track to the top and the bottom. I said, let's call it staging. And then if you looked at my track plan, you realize there's nothing below there. So all I've got is South San Francisco staging. Nothing goes through on the back. But then I realized, my gosh, you can cheat. You can have the San Jose end on the same end as the South San Francisco. The only difference is, let's say, realistically on the left, you'd be bringing a train in from the San Jose area, you're bringing it into the switching area as a forward move. If you go to the very right and you say the San Jose track has flipped 180 degrees, basically you're bringing in, you can bring it in from staging and back it in, which sometimes happens. So now you can actually model some of the staging that would happen from San Jose and San Francisco just by having tracks on one side of your station. And any through trains basically are a so-called no-op in the sense that the staging area doesn't change at all in terms of the number of cars. Finally, as I did this, I topologically realized when I set up those hidden staging tracks, I connected them to the local industries of the Redwood City harbor. That's the red dot there, okay? So now I've changed things where I've changed it from a black dot, a black line, which is staging, and I've upgraded it to another station. And anybody see some of the logic of this? It's a continuous run, but if you look at the quasi-station up on top, it has access to all the local industries of the Port of Redwood City. That's not what really happens, but you can fake it. And if you want to do something that's different on your layout, you can say, oh, I'm going to take the San Jose or South San Francisco thing and go into the Port of Redwood City and change cars around. So it's not realistic, but if you abstract away the names and the rest, if you think like me in terms of nodes and lines between nodes necessary, you've got a whole lot of possibilities there that you wouldn't have if you stuck with just, hey, here's the layout and here's how you do it. So I think this is, you don't see this in track planning because it's a big step to say, hey, if you do this, you can have two different stations double dipping, basically switching on the same local industry. You're cheating, but it certainly opens up more interest to what you're doing. So let me go through and make certain, I've covered the biking. The biggest problem with me on this thing now is how to find how they really operate the trains. And I know what happens at 8 o'clock at night. I'm out there. I sometimes, during COVID, with less traffic, they're actually running trains into the Port of Redwood City during daylight hours. Once traffic builds up, they wait until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. It's a little bit late to be out there in the dark trying to figure out what they're doing. The hoppers that go into the cities, it's a tough one because all that stuff's private property and there's no trespassing. So that's where I stand on modeling this thing, and any comment?
And I believe our next presenter is Brooks, and I think his slides are...
Mike, can you get on the
There.
microphone? Thanks.
That better? There.
Okay, so looks like we have our slides finally. Thanks to all our technical people for helping me with that. Yeah, let's do that. So I'll start out just the previous presenter talking about staging was making me think about a lot of my engineering study where
a lot of the way of solving problems in engineering is you kind of draw a box around your problem part that you care about, and then everything else is sort of these source functions that put stuff into and out of the box. And puts me in mind of a joke that I heard about engineering fluid mechanics, but also applies to staging yards, which is how do you get an elephant to fit in a refrigerator? You get the elephant, put his trunk in the refrigerator, and the rest is just staging. So let's see if we can get my slides up. Do I do that, or? They're up. Excellent. Okay, so as we said, I'm Brooks Moses. This is a challenge, and I wanted to kind of start out with something a realistic problem, because this challenge actually matches up fairly well with what I've been thinking of building. And being a realistic problem, I have some space constraints, and living in the Bay Area, they're kind of constraining. So this is basically the room in which I have my workspace, and where you would be standing here is basically my wife's work from home office. So it needs to be relatively neat looking, and I don't get to use the rest of the room. But basically I've got this low work table, these shelves that have all my tools and stuff on over on the right, computer desk, and then this relatively tall and large storage cabinet that I could put some layout space on the top of. And so I kind of started out, what do I want in a layout? And basically I've got a bunch of Southern Pacific trains that I'm assembling. I want a place to run them. And some of that's going to be just kind of actually the operating, and some of it is I'd like to have a nice little test track to run things back and forth, do programming the DCC stuff and so forth. Specifically the operation that I want to have enough switching to play with. It doesn't need to be something really complicated, but enough that I can take 20 minutes, half an hour, run some trains. And I figure that's, half dozen cars in and out, do some switching, nothing particularly complicated. I also really enjoy building scenery and buildings and that kind of thing, so I wanted to make sure that this had plenty of space for that, as well as having the track put in. And I guess the other thing that I kind of put in here is I'm not going to be able to try to get anything really with mainline running in this space. The longest track I could possibly put in this space amounts to a scale 1,000 feet long, and that's not much of a main line. So I figured rather than trying to squeeze stuff in, have it kind of squeezed in and not really do very well, I guess what I'll do is plan on doing my main line running over there on the club layout, and this will be just for switching. And so kind of looking at the prototype, I'm basically cribbing off of Mike's homework here, using the same diagram that he did, because this area really fits that space well. You've sort of got, on the bottom of this diagram, you've got a main line, you've got this sort of tree of industrial sidings coming off of it, and they connect to that main line basically at one point. So I'm not going to try to exactly model one specific town, kind of taking some elements from several. Since I live in Mountain View, I happen to like the Mountain View Depot. San Carlos has a really nice stone depot that is excellent and completely atypical for a lot of stuff in the area. So I decided I would like to probably do something a little more typical. So as I said, we looked at track arrangement, and I'm kind of color coding this to go with my plan. Main line across the bottom, industrial switching area, and this little connector that connects the two. And I can map that into my space, kind of like this. We've got basically put a main line section, which is approximately glorified staging yard and test track. It'll probably have some scenery along the left-hand side, right-hand side is basically just effectively tunnel under the shelving. It's probably got about 2.5, 3 inches of clearance there. We can then from there, basically make a left turn around behind the computer. And if we climb up a 4% grade, that will get us up to a switching area that has enough room for a underlayment on top of the cabinet. And that's kind of one of the tricks that actually made this a complicated space, is that the bottom of that shelving is pretty much the same height as the top of the cabinet. There's enough to kind of ease the thing in there and make this work. So, as I was saying, looking at the main line, this is the part that's not under the shelving. The shelving is just kind of off to the right. And basically, it's got this same center siding that we had on the San Carlos track plan, where you've got the two outer tracks on the left are your main line that you need to keep clear. The inner track basically is where trains, freight trains locals coming in either direction could drop off cars. And one thing that the layout that it's set up for is so that a southbound train on the track that's kind of imagined off to the left could pick up cars from that center track and take them down. And the right hand is northbound. Northbound train could basically drop off some cars from the industry and put them in there for the southbound train to pick up. But anyway, it looks like the way that this would be operated is your local would come in from the left, hypothetically, pick up some cars from the center track, and back up this connector to the industrial area, switch stuff out, and then head back out. And like I said, this is basically just a narrow band of space. The connector is not scenic because it's basically a little hiding in the computer. And it comes up to the switching industry section that's on top of the cabinet. And basically, how I laid this out, it's set up with the same tree structure. You don't need to run around. Has a number of different industries, that sort of thing. I also put a couple of staging yard tracks behind basically the backdrop, so that we can, basically the idea would be that we would have a few trains worth of cars stored back there. Before doing operation, we could pull some cars out of there and kind of manually stage them in the right place where the quote-unquote southbound train had dropped them off, make up our train, and then start from there. And that's pretty much the scenic part of the layout. I did have an idea kind of thinking about this. I'll kind of go back to my diagram to show what I'm talking about. We've got these staging tracks on the back of the industry section. And if we kind of look at that here, I've got that wall behind that cabinet where I'd like to put, kind of a display case with some tracks on it to display my trains. And I had the idea that, we could actually put that display case on something that operates sort of like a garage door opener or basically a vertical transfer table. If we do that, then we can kind of line up alternately each level of that display case with the connection to the staging area. And so we could basically have this effectively much larger staging area in the same horizontal space and make it easier to get trains in and out of the display case. So anyway, that's sort of what I'm considering building. It does a nice job of modeling a little piece of the peninsula scenery and trains. And so with that, I'll take any questions.
Hi, this is David Bear from San Jose. So you had a couple of turnouts to the right of your upper horizontal area to switch to, but your 4% grade would be starting after those turnouts, and you still would be able to get down low enough around under the window and your other wall storage?
Yeah, the 4% grade basically starts It starts, I don't know if my cursor won't show, but it basically starts on that curving track after it clears that turnout. And there's enough room to kind of do the transition curves at the top and bottom as well.
Robert, San Jose. I love the layout. It actually reminds me of a lot of things I've tried to do with shelf layouts in the past, having it useful for display and something that allowed switching where I end up with a time saver or end up ending up having problems with not enough of a lead to be able to do decent switching. So yeah, really cool. What are you going to choose for industries?
I think one of the industries that I find most interesting about this area is the canning industries. And so I think actually I can do a couple of different things. One of them is going to be I've got area for a team track, and that I can basically bring out some cars, put a bunch of trucks with fruit baskets in them. That would be loading the fruit onto the cars to take to canneries somewhere else like San Jose or somewhere. I could also actually probably would make one of my industries a specific cannery that would have fruit coming in. And there were some interesting conversations yesterday about kind of in the fruit peak, you have not just the PFE cars, but a bunch of other refrigerator cars that they were getting as, extra to support the rush and so forth. So I think those are the main ones that I would be interested in, and then haven't really thought too much about the other few, but probably would do that based on what has interesting cars to model. So.
Jim Radkey, I really liked your plan there. I was curious, what were you planning on doing underneath? You said something about something underneath it. That open area there? You could put the track plan back up? Right next to the computer monitor there? You had said something under the 4% grade?
Oh, just that's kind of, that spot is where my computer stuff goes. That's not going to be scenic because it's just a thin strip against the wall so, yeah, but the main, under the kind of mainline area is all of my workbench for actually doing building models and all of that. So.
Brooks, we have a question from online, and Steven Cox would like to know if you've considered using the lower 1 or 2 shelves for the layout there, thereby eliminating the 4% grade, which I think will be a problem for switching.
I hadn't really thought about that. It's an interesting idea. One of my problems in this area that, aside from the layouts, is storage is always at a premium. But yeah, that would be an interesting option if it turns out, because this does have the challenge that basically I'm backing a train around a curve up a 4% grade, and regardless of how strong the engine is, that may be a bit of a challenge to keep the train on the tracks. So. Yeah, could do that. They're currently up against the ceiling, but yep, exactly. The suggestion from the audience, if people didn't hear it, was that sawzalls are very useful for cutting off the top of the shelves to raise them. So.
Brooks, Travers Stavick is also a virtual attendee, and he would like to know, how are you accommodating the needed vertical curves?
The needed vertical curves, yeah. So basically the vertical curves are going to be, there's going to be a bit of space kind of at each end of this connector for the vertical curves. It's not that much difference in elevation, I think. And also, looking at this now, I've realized the left-hand side of the main line could probably be tilted up at 1% or 2% of grade. That would basically mean that those vertical curves would happen rather than happening around the switching and scenic part of that main line would be happening kind of under the shelves. So I think I'm being signaled that we're about out of time, so I will thank you all and hand this over to Mike.
Hey, thank you very much. That was quite good. I noticed how you also picked up on San Carlos because of all the towns on that line. That was one, I thought that was the most interesting one for switching. So now we'll be moving on to our next segment. Are we taking a break or is this a panel discussion? We got a 5-minute break, okay.
So I think we're ready to do this last panel. Quite frequently, the Layout Design Special Interest Group has a panel at the National Convention called, "What would you do differently?" And so we decided we wouldn't do anything differently. We just talk about why we did it the way we did it. And so why did we do it this way? And this is just going to go through a lot of considerations that most of us have thought about when we design our layouts and when we get to the point of operating our layouts. I'll introduce the panel as we go along, but basically it's design considerations going towards a finished operating layout. It's general discussion, sharing about layout with some operations thrown in. And what I've tried to do is choose people for the panel with small layouts and large layouts with different scales, different eras, different operating styles. We even have a club layout, so it's kind of a mix of anything and everything that you might think of. And oddly enough, the smallest layout is the largest layout, and you'll find out why. So one of the first things that all of us have to deal with is space considerations. How much space do we have for the railroad? Is it shared space? Do we have to share it with somebody else or with the laundry or maybe the heater and the boiler, whatever is in the basement? How accessible is the space? Can we get a wheelchair in there if we need to when we get older? How big are the aisles? Can we fit two people past each other as they're working on either side? Do we want to have a duck under? No, I don't think so. But lift outs, swing bridges, all these are space considerations. What about multiple levels? These are some of the space considerations that we think about. But you know, there's another space-time continuum. It's called time considerations. Are we retired? If not, how much time do we have? Even if we're retired, how much time do we have? How many friends do we have? Oh, and somebody told me once that time is money. So related to this, maybe you can find somebody to build your layout for you and just pay them some money. But that means how much money do you have? How big a layout are you going to plan for? So why are you building a layout in the first place? So there's lots of things like memories. I remember when I was a kid almost getting hit by a Baldwin SP switching engine. It was in the night, and they were running down the middle of a street, and my dad was driving, and we pulled across the street, and I looked up, and there's this big headlight right next to us. Well, that's not modeling on my layout, that's for sure. But it's a memory, and I do model the SP. So, you know, there's these things, maybe a special photograph, or a video, or a book, something that you've seen that drives why you're going to build what you want to build. And then you've got a lot of friends that influence you. Oh, you got to build a Western Pacific layout. Or maybe you should model the Santa Maria Valley. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the Santa Maria Valley on this during this event. So, plus, when we were talking about COVID, they were visiting all kinds of layouts. And I would encourage all of you to do that. One of the best ways of learning is to go out, visit other layouts, operate at those other layouts. Then you can learn what you like to do, what you don't like to do, what you might have space for, and what you might not have space for. So all that comes into play. And then there's the big question about what scale are you going to model? And that may be coming back to space considerations, but aging, how are your eyes? How many of you model Z-scale? Wait, I don't see anybody. Oh wait, my eyes are failing me.
Couldn't see it even if they did.
That's right. So there's a degree of realism, and the bigger the scale, the more realistic it is. I have people that used to model in HO scale, and they came to an NMRA convention up here in San Jose in 2000, and suddenly they were into a 1:32 scale. You can see that a lot better. It's a lot easier. But boy, is that a huge layout. You know, I already bought too much rolling stock. I can't change now. Oh, that is one of the considerations, isn't it? So there's lots of things that we think about. A lot of us are moving more and more towards prototype. You know, you need to base it on a real railroad. But actually, if it's a freelance, if it's a good operating layout, it's probably based on the prototype anyway. And you do a lot of research, but don't get into the analysis paralysis situation where you don't build a layout. Operations considerations, not just the layout design, but how big a crew size do you want? Are you going to be operating it on your own, or are you going to invite 20 or 30 of your nearest and dearest to come over and operate? What kind of era are you modeling? Because that's going to have an effect on how you operate. You don't usually run timetable and train order in 2015. Doesn't work. Not usually. Are you going to use paperwork? No paperwork? What are you going to use for traffic control and for car management? Are you going to put a signaling system in? Do you need staging, or can you do it all on the same layout? All these things come together, and plus a few more, what did I say? Electronics and software and communications. But all these come together and they influence what you're going to do. So we have 5 panel members up here. And am I doing this? I'm not controlling the camera. But from the smallest to the largest, Robert Bowditch is modeling in a half-car garage. Half of a 2-car garage. Did I say that right? Half. Yeah, about that. Half of a 2-car garage. And he basically has a small layout, and he's modeling in 1932. Southern Pacific branch, and we'll get to see pictures of all these. Seth Neumann is probably the next largest. He's got a room in his house, and the room wasn't big enough. I think he went away one day, and when he came back home, his wife and his sister, actually, wasn't it? Your cousin's an architect, and said, you know what you need to do, Seth, is you need to push this room out here and raise the roof. And so he did, and it's a beautiful room, beautiful layout. It's a little bigger than Robert's. Dave Lovelace, on the other hand, had a nice little, what did you call it, duct tape and rawhide and duct tape. It was a little tiny layout, and he decided it wasn't big enough, so he built a purpose-built building for the layout. And it's now 2 layers, really nice layout, but it's a little bigger than Seth's. And we'll get to see that, and he's modeling basically Korean War? World War II. So he's got some diesels, but mostly steam. I think, yeah. The next biggest layout is right here in the building where we are today. And it's a club layout. It's an N-scale layout. And Robin Gilstrom's going to talk to us about how they put it all together and answer some questions about working on a club layout and making it more operational. And the last one, Steve Williams, is into N-scale modules. But he recently took his modules to a large get-together up in Wyoming, and it was the biggest layout here, and he'll be about it. So let's move right into it. I'm going to give each one of them a little bit of time to talk about their layouts. So we're going to start with the Southern Pacific Vasona branch, and Robert, it's all yours.
Thanks. So yes, I'm Robert Bowditch. Layouts the Vasona branch as Bruce said, it's modeling San Jose to Santa Clara, sorry, San Jose to Santa Cruz in the early 1930s. It fills half of a two-car garage. Do you want to, oh, we should have slides up.
We should be able to. Yeah.
Overall dimensions are about 10 by 15. Here's a photo of the layout. The lower level models the switching districts and the canneries that filled the Santa Clara Valley in the 1930s, and the upper deck is modeling the Santa Cruz Mountains, which are much more scenic but have much less to do. It's a U-shaped layout, and I've worked on this solo since about 2003. Next slide, please. So I ended up choosing the 1930s for a couple of reasons. One of them is I knew I had small space, and this wasn't going to be a layout for large diesels and large cars, so the 1930s made more sense. More importantly, my family's from the Bay Area. I grew up out here. And so my great-grandfather had 10 acres of apricots up behind Hayward. My grandmother was the bookkeeper for a vegetable packer in Hayward. My dad spent his summers at Hunt's and at Del Monte canneries working. And so a lot of this was my chance to get some idea about what was going on with family history. And the other thing was that I grew up in the 70s around here, and I saw industry going away and getting replaced with biotech and high tech. And so this is a way to understand what had been here. Next slide, please. So I've been coming to the LDSIG Meet since probably 2001 or 2002, and all my ideas about what I enjoyed came from the chances to operate on layouts during the Sunday sessions that we've had in other years. And so I'm really grateful to Don Morenzi, Dave Adams, Rick Fortin, and everyone else who invited me to their layouts. Next slide. And what I learned from those layouts was I really enjoyed switching. I really enjoyed the chance to move cars around, and I wanted a layout that does that. And so this is a layout that's very much a switching layout. There's no yard. You just bring the trains onto the layout. You switch boxcars at the canneries. You go back off. It's very close to being like a British exhibition layout. The other thing I discovered as I was going to this meet was how much I really enjoyed historical research. And I learned that from people like Jack Burgess and many, many others who got focused on the idea of let's actually model a realistic location. I end up modeling real locations from photos, from Sanborn Fire Insurance maps, from railroad valuation maps, oral histories, whatever I can. And the reason I do that is because the real world is stranger than I could ever imagine. And this picture, if we can go back to the picture, this picture shows why. This is actually San Carlos Street in San Jose. The viaduct there is actually there in real life. The street next to it, actually the old street. It's a great historical photo that actually shows when the viaduct went in and the old bridge and the old street were taken out. The big white building there was a prune and other dried fruit packer who managed to piss off all of the Santa Clara Valley by trying to buy ahead of a pool that was trying to keep the prices up in 1932. When I was walking around there in 2016, I found them actually pulling the 12,000-gallon redwood tank full of diesel fuel that they'd used to run the boiler out of the ground. They'd found it when they were preparing the site for condos. And you can see the sign for Del Monte's plant number 3, the big cannery. All the details in the scene are not things that I would have imagined, and that's why I do historical research. Next slide. The layout's 75% done. It's been in operating condition for most of its life. Some of the areas are well scenic, and there's still a bit to do. You can read more about it at my blog there.
So the next one is Seth Neumann, and Seth's going to talk a little bit about his Oakland sub.
Thank you. So are we live here? Okay. I modeled the UP, Oakland sub, and little bits of the Warm Spring sub in 1999. I picked the date because that was about when I started building the layout, but the Warm Spring sub had been sold to the Valley Transit Authority for the BART extension. So that was about to go away. And also one of the major industries on the layout, Kaiser Sand and Gravel, was shutting down. It's now a bunch of storage lockers. So let's see. What you can see very quickly is it goes from Radom, which is East Pleasanton, in the north, and this is obviously post-UP acquisition, because everybody knows the railroad's east to west. And then it continues down to Niles Junction and continues onto the Warm Springs sub, onto the Milpitas sub, down to Milpitas. And then there's Hidden Track you can see on top, and that connects back to staging. It's a point-to-loop layout, and it allows us to run locals over the visible layout and then restage through trains that are exchanging cars at Milpitas Yard, which supports the NUMMI plant and the various locals. So it's actually proven to be fairly flexible. Next. Here's a photo of Milpitas. You're looking at the north end of the yard. And there's about 5 rail-served industries in the yard and several double-ended tracks and some storage tracks. And here we have extensive use of photo backdrops. Next slide. And here's the other end of Milpitas Yard, the south end. And you can see we have recessed controls. The yard gets a little tight. It's only 3 feet wide there, and it's also at the entrance to the dispatcher's office. So there tends to be a lot of traffic, and we're trying to keep the fascia smooth. As you come around towards the north, we come to the Snowboy bulk transfer facility, and you can see behind it on the left the beginning of the NUMMI plant, which is the main industry. And there is, in fact, a job that does nothing but serve NUMMI. Here we have Snowboy. You can see we have covered hoppers and tanks mostly. Each track is dedicated to a particular type of commodity, general tank stuff, acid, chlorine, plastic pellets, and so forth. And there are rules for switching them. Next slide. Here's NUMMI, again, major industry. NUMMI was a GM-Toyota joint venture, which ran until 2008 when GM went into bankruptcy and the whole deal fell apart. It's now the Tesla plant, but Tesla is not rail served, so we haven't updated. Next. Say again? Who is the model? Oh, that guy. It's just some derelict we found on the street. Nonetheless, we have a lot of fun with it. You can see Tony and Al and Richard having some fun in front of NUMMI. One of the things I like about 99, if you look on the left, is we still have some really interesting oddities like unpatched Rio Grande GP15s running around in the South Bay, and we have photographic evidence of this. In fact, pretty much every locomotive on the layout has been photographed by me or someone in this room in more or less the era that I model in the area. So we try to stay pretty close to what happened. Here we are in Niles Canyon. This is the Niles Canyon Railway. And it's a nice scenic element, and we also make some operational use out of this. The railway does have an interchange track with UP. Here's that funky GP30 up at her siding, making its way towards Pleasanton with the 54 local. We also have a little bit of commuter traffic, the Altamont Commuter Express. So we get a nice mix of dedicated industry jobs and a few a little commuter action and some interchange. Next one. This is just another shot of workstations. I try to keep those clean and organized. It's Velcro for the clipboards and throttles. Each station has a diagram showing the spots, number of cars, and of what length they would be to help you plan your work so that a boomer operator can come in and be fairly productive. This Pleasanton scene is being revised as we speak. I would have put a new photo in, but it's mostly holes in the ground. As I mentioned earlier, we were going to fix that. And then we come out to the end of the visible layout at Radom, and there's this Kaiser Sand and Gravel facility. This is a beautiful model that's largely Earl Gerbavon's work. I think it took third place in structures in Sacramento at 2011, and we've continued to improve it. Next. Yeah, we do have a fast clock, although it is a modern CTC type layout. So the clock is more for reference, so you have an idea of where you are compared to where you're supposed to be. There's no authority on the clock. That's all handled by signal indication. And it's dispatched by CATS, and a great deal of that excellent work was done by Steve Williams on my left. We both had a good deal of coaching from Breezy Gust. So while it's not exactly what the UP was using in D9, insert is very, very close. And more information. Thanks.
So the next person to talk is Dave Lovelace, and he's got the Southern Pacific Coast Division Monterey branch. And I'll let you talk.
Thanks, Bruce. I started my first layout in February of 2009. It modeled the SP Coast Division from Gilroy to Salinas. We called it the rawhide and duct tape because it was built with 7 modules, 3 hollow core doors, scrap pieces of plywood, an old door frame, and mini sheetrock screws. Took about 80 days to finish the layout. And it was basically to find out if I could get a crew, and if I could get a crew, did I really want to host an operating session? I'd asked several other operators, how did you know you wanted to host an operating session? They couldn't give me an answer, so I had to do it the hard way. 5 years later, after many modifications to the track plan and the layout, we'd had about 135 op sessions under our belt. We had a crew pool of about 12 guys and an average operating crew of about 7. We determined an operating scheme, a general construction methods, a long list of likes and dislikes, and I determined that I liked hosting operating sessions. In 2014, I was desperately trying to figure out how to squeeze a permanent layout into the space I had. Fortunately, my wife came to my rescue. She kicked me out. She told me I had to build my own building. The smile on my face was unbelievable. With regular operating crew's help and a lot of members of the PCR, we built a new building dedicated just for the railroad. And we've been having fun ever since. The Southern Pacific Coast Division Monterey branch, and I still call it the R&D because it's a lot shorter, was built using open grid bitchwork with 1/2-inch homosote on top of 3/4-inch plywood. It's double-decked. The upper deck is cantilevered. We use code 83 track, both microengineering on the upper deck and Atlas on the lower. Turnouts are currently about half fast tracks, hand-built, and half commercial. The main line is, most of the turnouts are number 6s, the main line has number 8s. It has through staging, so there's no reset necessary. The emphasis is on switching and towns and yards. And as of last December, we had 131 op sessions on that layout.
So here's this is the lower level, and then the upper level. And what we'll do is just run through some slides. You want me to talk, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know this place because Dave threw me in here one day. It's great because you can be a dispatcher and watch trains go by. It's also the Helix.
Because we started timetable and train order about 6 sessions ago, the operators' desks had to be built into the layout someplace. And so this was, the next 3 shots are just shots of where I put them and what they look like. And then because of Seth Neumann, we have a phone system that the dispatcher can connect to the 3 train operators. I use a bin or a rack, we call it, for the trains when we're running track warrants. The clipboards are put in there. They have alphabetical letters on them, and we basically go through and start again and go through. Until we started doing timetable and train order, we'd really only had one obsession of the 260 odd that we did. It was the same one, just continuing on.
I think the next few pictures are just shots of the railroad. So
There, yes, that's without a crew there. And then,
here's some of the crew.
and then the crew's starting to come in. I have no idea what he was really pointing to. It just sounded good.
You can see some of the switching operations there at Salinas.
The scenery is secondary. Primary purpose for my layout is entertainment, fellowship, and education. I'll get to the scenery sometime.
I thought this was great because I've been stuck with this sometimes where the freight's on the track where the passenger train should be, and there's another train coming, and what do? You just work out and push them through on whatever tracks are available.
I have to share the layout with my grandson. There's another shot showing some of his equipment. He actually took over part of it. He likes to operate on it. We've actually dispatched with him one time. He has fun with it.
That shot's actually taken from the dispatcher's area.
I have no idea how I got them all over there.
Yeah. No.
If they follow the dispatcher, maybe you can.
We're always complaining about we're all getting too old, but getting your grandson in there to do kind of buying up new locomotives. I mean, this shot kind of says it all, doesn't it? If you do want to see some more information, Dave has a webpage, and there it is. So the next layout we're going to talk about quickly is the one right here in behind me, the South Bay Railroad Historical Society's end scale layout, and Robin's going to tell us a little bit about it. Except that I threw in some pictures here that he hasn't seen yet.
So we'll see. Is this working, I guess? We'll see what happens with the pictures. Just to introduce you, my name is Robin Gilstrom. I've been associated with this depot since it basically got started in 1986. The end scale layout you see here was originally built by another group called the San Jose Society of Model Railroaders, which was over on Lincoln Avenue at one time. When they moved into here, they took that layout, cut it in half, brought it physically here, and set it back up. It was a U-shaped layout that went from San Francisco to San Jose to Oakland, and there was switching and stuff on it. After a couple of years being in the middle of the room you see here, HO felt that we were taking up too much room and they wanted some more space. So we took it, cut it in the middle, and stretched it out into big one long thing. And that's the shape it is right now. Although there's only one piece of track on there that is from the original layout. There's one section. Everything else has been redesigned. The helixes that you see at both ends are all new. One of the constraints or the guiding light behind why we built it and what we have to do is we are a public benefit organization that we are open to the public Tuesday evenings and Saturdays. So we've got to be able to have trains running.
it would be nice to be able to do some operations on it, but when the public's here, they want to see, the kids in particular want to see trains running. So it currently has 3 main lines, which I call red, yellow, and blue because I have a background in NTRAC. I also happen to do a glutton for punishment. I do NCAT, which is live overhead wire in N scale. And that's a challenge. And there's even a trolley line on here, but I have not hung any wire on it yet. It does work somewhat. But the layout, over the years, we've been redesigning it and adding sections. There's an industrial area that can be switched. There's a new mountain, you'll see a picture of it, mountain logging area on this end of the north end of the layout that has a switchbacks to take trains up to the logging camp and back down and stuff. There's a number of other areas that could be switched and used for operations, but very unfortunately, COVID has taken away a majority of our operators. There's only 3 or 4 people left who work on N scale right now, and we're always looking for new members to help us and stuff. But so it's mostly just running trains right now in circles, which is not one of my personal things I like to do. I like to build scenery, and I like to build buildings and that sort of stuff. But I get a chance to do that, and some of the other people who are into electronics do their part and stuff. It's a nice layout. Like I said, we have 3 main lines. We can have trains running. It's all DCC now. It was originally just DC. And then for a while we had switches, so you go part of it, some of the tracks could be DC and some could be DCC. But it became too much effort to keep both running, so we dropped the DC part, and it's all DCC now. You know, obviously I don't know too much what to say about it other than I do enjoy working on it, and I think the public really enjoys seeing it. So why don't you show what pictures we got here? Oh, okay. This is on the south end. This is just a bridge. You can't see the town of Heck, but there's a double track. That's on what we call the yellow line right now. That bridge is right there in the middle in the forefront, but that area in the end there is what we call the town of Heck. It's named after, well, what the heck is it? That's why it's called Heck. And we have one member who has been designing and doing all the work in there, and he does a pretty good job. I like what he does. So this is the middle of the layout, and you can see the industrial area in the front, like where all the containers are and the buildings right here. And then just behind that is the passenger station and passenger, and then you keep going back and you see our engine facility and then our yard. Some of these pictures are from the yard before, the way it used to look, and we've since torn it all out and redone it. But we have these yards, and you got the engine facility, the turntable, and all that sort of stuff. This is the Port Antonio Lighthouse, or Port Antonio, a little ocean scene next to this mountain. Hidden in that mountain is a helix that has 11 loops to it. To go from, there is a lower staging or fiddle yard that you can go up to this level, and then you can continue on up. You see the line in the very back, that's what we call the yellow line, and it's up and it goes into the helix and works its way back down. This is the helix in there. Inside that helix is 2 tracks, 2 different helixes, one for the blue line, one for the yellow line, and they allow you to go between the different levels and also down to the staging area. The original design was such that any one of the 3 main lines, you could get to the staging area without having to cross one of the other main lines. And for the most part, that still holds. We have some tracks, speedometer things that one of our members designed, and tells us at 2 different spots on each of the main lines, we can see how fast you're running your trains.
And this is one of the throats of the staging yard, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the throat, well, this is the throat to the upper yard, which is not exactly a staging area, although that's the way it's used. in practicality. This is the north end. This is the new mountain area that I designed and built. You can see the switchbacks going up to the logging camp, and then over in the far right is the little town and the sawmill and a little pond. And then a good friend artist helped paint the backdrops, although there's a lot of scenery hasn't been done. In fact, I've got 1,000 trees need to be planted on there at some point. I got to build them and make them, but that will be forested at some point in the hopefully not too distant future. And then there's websites for how to get a hold of us. But I've enjoyed the layout, and it's been my career.
So the last layout that we're going to look at is the Evanston Fremo Inn layout. So Steve, take it away.
My name is Steve Williams. I got my start right here, 2007. My wife at the time had kicked me out of the house because she was in law school. She said I was an attractive nuisance and I had to find a hobby. And it all got started for me with Harry Wong's talk at that 2007 SIG Meet, where he showed off some work that the HO Fremo guys were doing. And I don't see any slides up there. It is on.
Yeah.
Certainly. I don't see slides up there.
That one?
There we go. That's the one. Yeah. So I looked at that and it just screamed railroading to me. And I'd seen modular layouts and track and whatnot, and that just never lit my fire. But when I saw this, I was like, wow, this is cool. But holy cow, it is horribly oversized. And I'm an N-scale modeler, so is there anybody doing this in N-scale? And I looked around and I found Dave Falkenberg and Eric Eggle and Dustin Shoup in the area here who wanted to get started doing this in N-scale. And so what is Fremo N? Fremo N is based on the HO scale Fremo standards, which is in turn based on a standard from Europe called Fremo. There's no defined module shape. If you can build it, it can probably meet the standard. So Fremo N encourages modeling railroading, right? Code 55 track work so that the rail doesn't look like it's bigger than the Pennsylvania climb in over horseshoe curve. Single or double track modules, and emphasizing the typical stuff you see along the right of way. So, and since we're not getting any younger, we're building higher off the floor, so we don't have to get down at 36 inches off the floor when we're building this stuff. So, and everything is DCC, which really lets us take advantage of the great stuff that Kato and Atlas and all are bringing out in N-scale. So when I decided I wanted to do this, what do I want to model? And it all started with that sign, Living Good Feeds. This is a feed mill in Lockhart, Texas that I used to drive by on my way to and from University of Texas when I was going to visit my parents who lived down in Victoria. And there was a place that I would stop and get a Coke to keep me awake. I didn't know much about Lockhart at the time. It's the capital of barbecue in Texas. But I started to dig around in the town, and after having been at a couple of these meets, learning about Sanborn maps, I found the Sanborn map for Lockhart and looked and said, whoa, there's this neat little place out away from the highway that I didn't know about. And there's a depot, and there's a grain elevator, and there used to be cotton gins and all this stuff. Okay, let's start thinking about this. And then I found these pictures of that depot, and I fell in love. And then back behind that depot is this grain elevator. I haven't done a real great job of modeling this yet because people think it's an oil complex, but it uses an old oil derrick for the lift tower for the grain elevator. That's really neat. So start to have a plan about how I'm going to do this. So over here on the left is Highway 183. Sorry, I'm on the slide right is Highway 183 that goes by that Living Good Feeds place. That's the highway I used to drive back and forth to my mom and dad's house in Victoria. And then some compression. I couldn't fit it all in, but I've got the depot, and I've got the trackage around the depot pretty close to what's really there. And I've got the spot for the grain elevator, and my module started to take shape. So I've been taking this module to shows here in the Bay Area, up in Sacramento. The module's probably got 4,000 or 5,000 miles of travel on it at this point. It made it up to Portland for the National Convention. It's made it to Salt Lake City for the National Convention. I've got a great group of guys that I'm working with. But we got knocked down with COVID-19. All the train shows just stopped. You know, we did Sacramento in 2020, and we didn't get to go back until Sacramento 2022. And we were getting desperate for where can we set up and run our trains. And a couple of crazy guys, one in Idaho and one in Nebraska, start talking about, there's this great UP steam shop in Evanston, Wyoming, that's now a public event space, and we can have it for $700 for the weekend. How many people will come? And so about 55, 56 of us showed up, 15,000 square feet of unobstructed real estate. There's like 6 columns in the space. It's big enough to drive a big boy into, right? And 4 days of nothing but trains. Why would I not go? So we loaded up a trailer with Eric and Tom and Ryan and I. We loaded up a trailer and we drove to Evanston. And the weather wasn't great when we were there, but it doesn't rain inside the building much. So we turned that open area there. This is a night, that night we looked back in from outside, and there's the layout stretching out behind it. There's modules from 25 states. It was a, 1,150-foot main line, almost 35 scale miles from the top right corner, big turnaround loop, around and over to the far left turnaround loop. And that line was set up to be able to have passing sidings nearly a scale mile long, be able to run really, really large trains. My module is up in the very top left corner up there. It's the S-curve bend up, way up.
Let's see, can we do this?
There.
Is it, how about right in here? Oh, it's not showing, is it? No cursor?
Yeah, no cursor. So Lockhart is up in that very top left corner. The big staging yard that Eric and I have been working on for a couple of years is this big T in the middle here. Most of the modules around that little peninsula, it should end in a loop. Something went wrong with the way the PDF copied in here. In the center are modules from our group, and we've got modules sprinkled all over through the rest of this. Lee counted up the individual tabletops of pieces that were brought, and that was 293, and our group brought 46 of them. But we had folks from 25 states. There were going to be a couple of guys coming over from Europe, but their travel plans got botched as the rules changed around COVID. I never made it all the way around the entire layout, but people who did it said it took them more than 4 hours to do so, right? And the longest train that was run one of the days was more than 130 cars with 2 sets of DPU, you know, with front end, mid-train, and rear end distributed power. So, and there were lots of places along the way to deal with operations, lots of places where single track met double track or whatnot. We have a fantastic little junction module called Binney Junction over here that models a place up in Marysville that many of you may have taken photos at. The shot here in the middle is a prototype scene from a guy named Carl Andrashko, who's modeling a place up in Wisconsin, and I've forgotten the name of it. But he's got, you know, a little classification yard for where stuff gets dropped in, and then the industry has a local switcher that pulls back into the back end of that, with the buildings up here. And there was another peninsula with, you know, it had, in the big track plan, it looked like an inverted devil's fork. Had a lot of switching opportunities in it too. And we actually ran a little bit of a more formal operating session on the Friday. And if you go back to the big track plan, I got asked to dispatch everything starting, I'll come up and point.
The people that are online, it's basically from the
here
spot on the right side. You see
Just-
where the green posts are.
Yeah, just to the
So
left
there's
of
a vertical line at the farthest right green post, and Steve dispatched from there up and then over along the line all the way over to the three-way junction?
all the way, all the rest of it.
Everything,
all the rest of it.
everything beyond that.
So we
So
ran
all the way to the left.
We ran a mix of just through train noise, and actually had a job switching at Lockhart to get in their way, and those guys had a tremendously good time. So we go here. Here they're waiting for somebody to get by them. They've left they're dropping a car, dropping off that lumber car. They left their train split on the crossing, and the through train is going by them while they're making their move.
This is the Lockhart
Yeah, that's my
module that
right.
you talked about before. You can see the
Right. It's got working
the
grade
grain,
crossings on it. It's I've got more plans for control point signals, and it's been a lot of fun. So, and there's the mess left on the dispatcher's desk at the end of the operating session.
So you've covered a lot of the things that we talked about at the beginning, but I have a question about time management. This is a double-edged question. The question is, how much time do you spend on the railroad? And the double part is, when you were building it, and I know some of you are still building, and when you're done or operating, how much time do you spend getting ready for an op session? So it's construction and operation. And we can just go anywhere, doesn't matter. Share the microphones, make sure you point the microphone right at your mouth so everybody can hear you out there in virtual land.
Okay, so one of the things I'll say to start out with is that one of the things that I chose to do well was I chose not to build too large a layout. So for a 10 by 15 foot double deck layout, you know, it's not something that requires 20 hours a week. And the way that I've built this layout has been very much in fits and starts. It started with one like 4-day weekend that I took some time off work because I was burned out, and tore down some existing modules and then built the beginnings of that layout. And the layout's actually gone that way, that it'll go months without some work, and then there's going to be a week where I suddenly have a whole bunch of inspiration. I start doing a lot of stuff. And the nice thing about having a small layout is that I can get away with that. You know, I don't have the problem that I have to put in immense amounts of time to be able to have something that operates and runs well. In terms of operations, it's in a garage, so that means that I have more work to do when I'm preparing for an operating session. There's a lot more time in cleaning it. There's more chance that things get put on the layout and that sort of thing. And so it does end up being a harder layout to prepare. But on the other hand, I've had a layout for 17 years, so I'm happy about that.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. My prep time is nothing. I'm lazy. Also, I didn't build the layout. Tom Sawyer did. Somebody remembers the story. Tom Sawyer had the whitewash fence, and he gets his buddies to do it. The guys that helped me, that I got into my crew, they built the layout. I supervised. I made decisions, that sort of thing. And so when it came down to setting up an office session, I didn't want to have to spend time restaging that. So we designed the whole thing. So we stop, shut off, go, leave the room, come back 3 days, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks, a month later. I'll have to clean the track, probably, and we start again. So I have zero reset, and I try to pass the workload to others. It's really a club layout, very similar to what they do here. Several of the guys like building buildings. John Tabler's built some beautiful buildings for my layout. Others have built, I put an Amazon box up to represent a building, and they would say that looked horrible, and they would go and quickly build a building for it. I'd move the Amazon box over here and do it again. And it just kept moving around. Still have the Amazon box, but we don't need it anymore. The other question you asked was our time? Yeah.
Time, it sounds like you answered both of the questions.
Okay, I got them both.
You don't use any time for staging before operations, and so it's pretty much...
and I try to farm out everything else.
And then you got a lot of people to come over and help you, so the
Right.
time was spread out over lots of friends.
Mm-hmm. Now, I do have to say that I have to learn everything they do. So when Chuck Catania came in and started wiring everything, I still had to learn everything so that I could fix it if he wasn't there.
Well, I spend a little more time on reset than Dave does. Usually we clean all the tracks and kind of get crap off the layout, and that'll be a Monday night work crew thing, and it'll be maybe the first hour of a Monday night, and then we go back to doing whatever we're doing. Then I have another friend who's kind of the regular dispatcher, and he and I actually do the reset of moving cars around and generating switch lists and all this sort of thing. So it's probably about 8 hours of total prep, 8 person hours, to get ready for a session, and that'll support a 5-hour session. If we stop after 2, we don't really need to reset anything, so that's effective. In terms of the layout construction, a lot of it is just what Dave said. You know, I'm blessed to be part of a huge community of incredibly talented people in the Bay Area, most of whom can do any particular, you know, and everybody has a superpower, and they're much better than I'll ever be at that one thing. So I end up running around doing the things that nobody else wants to do, or that kind of needs to be done in repetitive steps, like some painting and things like that. But I generally try to spend about half of Monday before Monday work night so that the guys won't come back and find that nothing has happened since they were last here. I don't want to discourage them and make them feel like I'm not doing any work on it. And I have a small model railroad business which has a nasty tendency to interfere with any effort. But I would say in general I spend about half a day a week working on the layout, and when I operate, which was normally, you know, in pre-COVID times, probably once every 6 weeks, about 8 hours working on a reset.
Well, the modules are very much part-time. I don't do a lot in between shows with them, you know, but a show will be the impetus to make the fixes or the changes that I've been wanting to make. And my wife will tell you that I spent way too much time last year getting ready for Evanston, because as I said, we took 46 of the tabletops, and at least 30 of them came through my backyard to be worked on because they'd been in storage for over 1.5 years, and before that they'd been to Salt Lake City and back, and then to Sacramento and back, and that kind of travel is a little bit hard on things sometimes. So, yeah, it goes in fits and starts. Lee, who did the layout design, must have lost a tremendous amount of hair, because he didn't know what modules were coming. But in order to not run into the walls up there, he needed to have a plan. So,
How much time did it take to set up that layout up in Evanston?
we got access to the building at 7 o'clock in the morning, and trains were running by 3:30. So, not always perfectly, and not you know, there were several Digitrax related meltdowns that had to happen between then and stable operations, but.
The N-scale here prep, there's a core group of maybe 3 people who come down once a week, roughly, and work on the layout. And then when we're open Tuesday evenings and Saturdays, there's a few other people who come down and run trains. So there's people run trains. The biggest prep work we have to do is cleaning the track. It's constantly has to be cleaned before you can have decent operations. But other than that, there's very little prep. Set up your trains and run them.
Robin, I know we've talked a little bit about this, but you're really the representative of someone who is got a layout that's open to the public.
Yes.
And so you've got people coming in here twice a week when
Twice a week.
COVID allows?
Yeah. Yes.
But do you do any kind of operations on the layout at all?
Not really.
Formal operations?
Not really. Before COVID, we used to, I think it was Thursday nights, HO in particular on the layout would have a run session, and they were working towards trying to do some operations on that. We've never tried operations on the N scale because just aren't enough people, and in the past there weren't enough industries to really do much, and nobody's really into it, at least the members we have now. I would love to do some operations, but I don't know where to even start, how to do it. So, no, we don't do really operations on it.
I'm not sure how to ask this question because it's going to vary for each one of you, but I have a problem at home with aisle space. I've tried to squeeze more railroad into my space than can possibly fit. Robin, just walking around here, it's great. There's huge aisles to see your layout. Robert, maybe you can talk a bit about your layout in half of a garage, and I'd love to hear a little bit about how big the aisles were at Evanston too. And all of you can talk about your aisle space and whether you have problems, or was that one of the things that you thought about when you started planning the layout?
So I got really lucky because I'd been coming to this meet and I'd been listening to people talk about how to do design, and one of the folks who's been giving a lot of advice over the years has been Byron Henderson. One of Byron's big ideas has been the idea of the big aisle, that if you're modeling in a garage, maybe you leave half the garage open, and that way you have a very large area open as both a pathway, as a staging area, and as a place for other things to go, like cars and mother-in-law's furniture and that kind of stuff. I do have one place at the mouth of the U where the layout gets down to about 24 inches, and I do have some very interesting photos of people trying to be in that space at the same time because it's at the because it happens to be a handy place to be switching, and that does cause problems, but it doesn't cause enough problems that I'm going to change it. Garage door opens. More air.
The original railroad we had was in a room that was 9.5 feet wide, and no matter how you handle it, you're only going to get around the perimeter. You can't get a peninsula down the middle and leave any room for people. And we got used to that. And so when we built the building and designed the new one, it was easy. We were going to have originally 48-inch aisles. That's all there was to it. We were all used to it. As it turned out, we did a slight modification, and so they're all 45 inches. There's one spot that actually has a pinch point of 36, but it's literally nothing there, and you're passing through.
So we didn't put the track plan up, but generally the large aisle is close to 4 feet. Then the aisle by the yard is a little bit thin at 3 feet. It also serves as the pathway into the office where the clerk and dispatcher work. So The good news is that the crews are there opposite the clerk and passing paper back and forth without having to move very far. The bad news is that, you know, people do need to get in and out. There's one other point where there's a 2-foot choke point, but mostly it separates a staging area where there's very little work being done from the main part of the layout. So mostly between 3 and 4. It sure would be nicer to have a little bit more.
For this layout in Evanston, Lee was able to keep most of the layout at least 5 feet off the wall, in many places 10 feet off the wall. And very often when we're setting up in a public space at one of the shows here in the area, we're under the, you know, the fire marshal puts limits on how far we can be away from things. When we build we never build the same layout twice, which is part of the fun of being in the modular stuff, is that, you know, every time it's a different layout. Sometimes we will make like an inverted G to close off some public space, and, you know, at that pinch point, we'll probably try to get it to come down to, you know, we're not getting any narrower, so we probably keep it about 2.5 feet wide at that pinch point. And then inside, we try to keep it much wider than that. I did have a question for Dave, though. You were doing your dispatching on your current layout with track warrants until you switched to TT and TO. Has that switch had any change in your need to do staging in order to match a timetable?
Yeah, we do both. We were all set up the other day to do a TTO session, and I forgot, somebody couldn't make it, had to back out, and we didn't have enough, so we just switched to track warrants. So we go back and forth. Yes, to set up for a TTTO session, I have to make sure certain trains, it have to be in the right spot. So I may have to back those out. It takes me an hour to do that, to make sure they're in the right spot and make sure all the paperwork is in the right location. Did that answer the question? Okay.
Just a personal follow-up on that.
Sure.
Wait. Nobody out there can hear you, Jim. You got to have a microphone.
Your staffing? Your staffing? You said one person couldn't make it, and that switched you from TT&O to track warrant control?
I put the option up there. We actually went to self-dispatching.
Yeah, so why does one person make that difference? Why
It didn't. It was a vote, what they wanted to do.
If it's the session I'm thinking of, there's a certain core of people within that who will do the TT and TO skill jobs, and we were short, I think, 2 people, so we wouldn't have had enough operators. And so we were going to either have to double up on the operator, which would have been very awkward, or we could just go to self-dispatching. So there were plenty of good jobs around, and we all said, I'll just run trains.
So I was going to just mention a personal experience that I had at Dave's layout. When I first operated there, he wasn't in the new building yet, and he volunteered me to be the dispatcher, and I was out in a hallway somewhere, so I had plenty of room. And when I went back in the new building, I was inside the helix, and it's great in there. You got all kinds of space. But one of the things you need to plan for, if you're going to be going from track warrants to timetable train order with operators, is space for the operators. And I think Dave's had that issue, and he's done pretty well as figuring out a place for somebody to sit, a phone system where you can talk to the dispatcher. But sometimes in changing how you operate your layout, your space needs change. And it's really something that you need to think about. But it's also something that if you know you're going to do timetable and train order, you plan for a dispatcher office and operator desks.
Yeah, the biggest change we've had with the TT and TO is that adds 3 more guys to the group, which now pushes us up to 12, 11, 12, 13. And I don't have a crew lounge. So the line in front of the donuts gets really big.
Now, I'm gonna say one more thing. Robert mentioned to me that he was gonna say this, and I didn't hear him say it. But one of the things you really need to do, if you're gonna build a layout, do the design, but don't take a long time designing. Get to building and having people come over and help you.
I'm not sure I would have said that, but.
No, you didn't say anything about all the people coming to help.
No, what I will say is, like everyone here, I've probably had, I think we all will have our doubts about the layout, because the layout's a big thing to build, and we're not sure if we're not sure if we know all the things about whether it's going to be the right layout. We're not sure if it's going to match our expectations. And part of building a layout is getting that experience. And so I think one of my best decisions was deciding that my layout did not have to be the perfect layout. I actually gave myself an out. I told myself, this layout is only a 5-year layout. I'm going to build it, and if in 5 years I'm not happy with it, I give myself permission to tear it down. And I'm going to use it as a chance to learn about building a larger layout, building a double-decker layout, learning if this kind of layout I want, and it turned out to be really great. It turned out to be exactly the layout I want. More importantly, I think, when I started the layout, I was 37 or so, just moved into the house. And, we talk a lot about preparing for age, and I think at the time I would have thought that meant, okay, when I get to be 75 or 80, I have to worry about whether I'm going to be able to get under the bench work. And I don't think I realized how that was sort of this continuum. I remember a guy at work was joking about, oh yeah, I just turned 50 and now I need reading glasses all the time. And that points out to me how having the last 17 years of building the layout's been such a great thing, because I've been able to build it, I've been able to do work that now I'm not as willing to do as much. I'm finding I'm not willing to do a lot of the really detailed work, and so building Westerfield kits is less important to me right now. So yeah, for everyone in your 30s, please go off and build now. For everyone in your 40s, go off and build now. For everyone in your 50s, go off and build now. You might build different things, but you're going to have an easier time doing it now than in 5 years.
But remember, they can't see the detail either.
So we're going to stop my asking questions, and we're going to go to the audience. Do we have one on virtual?
Yeah, one from me, actually. Robin, could you tell us more about how you guys redesigned the operator area back there? I think you have some new panels and some other stuff that you did.
Yeah, I can. The original layout did not include the lower line along the back wall and the new mountain area, the logging area. And when we decided we wanted to expand, but one of the issues we had was behind the whole layout where everybody was standing was just too crowded. We actually took out a peninsula area and just opened that up towards the south end of the layout so that people could stand. You could have 3 or 4 people, operators back there, and just have room. So we only have one spot that's a bottleneck, and it probably gets down to 30 inches, I guess. Unfortunately, we have one member that loves to stand right there, and we have to bump him out of the way. But other than that, you pretty much get through it. You got to remember, when we're open, we get large numbers of public through here. So our aisles are minimum of 5 feet wide. In most cases, they're 6 or 7 feet. So it gets, but when we have our open house here twice a year, we can get 100, 150 people in between these rooms here, and you've got to have wide aisles so that you can get through there. There have been times when we've had an open house, and I, as an operator, I can't get through the main aisle between the HO and the N scale. I have to go out of the building and around just to get through, or go under the layout and duck under to get to it. So in our case, we have to accommodate the public. Your smaller layouts in your garages, yeah, you've got 6, 8, 10, maybe 12 people there, but it's nowhere near the 50 to 100 people like we get here at times. So it's just different criteria you have to accommodate. This works.
I had a question for the gentleman who made the N-scale Fremo module. Would you recommend to anybody wanting to build a layout but not having any experience in it, would you recommend to that person, whether they're modeling an HO or N-scale, to first start out with a module before building a larger layout?
Oh, I absolutely would. And if you want to talk about building an N-scale Fremo module, I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Another virtual?
Yeah, so this one's for Steve. It's from David Gibbons, virtual attendee, and he wants to know at the Evanston event, how did you guys keep track of which rolling stock belonged to who?
So we're all pretty good at that. And largely folks didn't let the rolling stock lie around the layout. It was in a train and running. But those of us who did, we put a color code underneath. We basically take cheap tempera paint from the craft store, and each of us was given a 2-color code to put on the kingpins of the trucks down where you can't see it. So you just turn the car over, oh yeah, green and yellow, that's Steve. Right.
Other questions from the audience?
Yeah, just a follow-up question, Steve. What's Rule 0?
When we got started, one of our members drove a tiny car, and his module wouldn't fit in his car. And we got to a show, and he wasn't able to find someone to help him bring it. And so we developed Rule 0 to say that if you have a module and it doesn't fit in your car by your own power, it doesn't exist for the rest of us. So that's Rule 0.
This is for Robert. How wide is your walking space in the middle of the U? And then do you have walking space along the wall? And then do you get to the second level by going along the layout, or do you have a helix?
So there's a helix. It's a turn and a half. The space between the decks is a little narrow. I think there's places where it's probably 8 inches between the railhead and the bottom of the shelf above, so it's not great, but it works. The space in the layout, I think it narrows to about 24, and I think it's probably about 36 or 40 inches wide in the center of the U. And that's been plenty of space for a 4-person layout. And then on the bottom of the U, which faces the utilities, like the boiler for the radiant heat, luckily I had the fear of accidentally setting the house on fire by having the layout too close to the boiler, and so I was very good about making sure there's about 36 inches there, plus it's a workbench. So yeah, so I got constrained by the things that were in the room already, and I was very good about not imposing on that space too much. No, the U fits against one wall, and then you have the entire other wall of the garage open. One handy thing, if your spouse is looking for a car, notice that with convertibles you can actually have the door swing under the layout. So convertibles much better than SUVs.
That's not true for modules.
Okay, this is another question from David Gibbons. He wants to know, for those who use helixes, would you include one in a completely new layout?
I would definitely go with the Helix again. For me, I really wanted that mix of heavy-duty switching, but I also really wanted to do California scenes. And having 2 levels gave me twice as much real estate and gave me 2 places that obviously had very different purposes. I don't want to have a lot of switching on the upper level, and the Santa Cruz Mountains were perfect because there was absolutely nothing going on there in the 1930s. And if you read the abandonment proceedings for the Santa Cruz branch, you can just hear the SP lawyers whining about how there was nothing going on there, and they had like 7 cars of traffic going through except for like the Highway 17 construction stuff. So it's a great place for scenery. So yeah, Helix again.
The 2 helixes we have on the layout here, they were put in because we wanted to get different elevation changes and stuff, and our yellow line goes into the back wall. And they're a lot of work to build, but I think they're worth it. The only drawback to the helix is, especially for us when we're running trains for the public, the train gets into that helix and it's got 7 turns and it gets lost. You don't see a train for 2-3 minutes, depending on how fast you're going. So there's drawbacks to helixes too, but they do allow for elevation changes and you change your scenery.
I think we're out of time. Thank you all. It's been a great panel. And I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Seth Neumann, who will do whatever he wants to do for the closing.
Thank you so much, Bruce. This was a pleasure to participate in, and I think there was some great information all around. Well, this kind of wraps up the 2022 PCR LDSIG South Bay Historical Society meet. And we're so pleased to have you here. Special thanks to the clinicians, challengers, panelists, all the volunteers, and of course all of you, the attendees, without which there really would be no point at all. A couple of people asked me during the course of the day, are you going to continue to do hybrid meets? And the answer is absolutely. You know, we've had probably a third of the participation, just, you know, for those of you who like numbers, we had 80 people today. And only about a third of them were here in person in Santa Clara. And, you know, we love the participation. We love the questions from the audience. I hear the CGOs were fantastic as usual. So feel free to send any of us an email. We are planning to have a meeting a little later this week to review how this went and, you know, what we can do in the future. So obviously we're hoping that conditions will improve. We'll have more people in person next year, but we absolutely want to keep those of you who don't live here or can't make it down to the depot in the loop in the future. So this kind of concludes our meeting. Thank you to everyone, particularly, again, all the volunteers.